bitch, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get faded. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear.
I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. but mentally I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited, like there's no reason, like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose a game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for talk's over. Let's do this.
What a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my god!
यहाँ पर क्लोज करके शॉट लेके बच गया
Great highest level test और उसके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा Eliminate
It is the beginning of the end. The unrelentless week number 4 is now nigh, ladies and gentlemen. It will give us the top 16 teams who will qualify for the LAN of SPS BGMI Challenge Season, powered by Samsung Galaxy and Monster Energy, produced by Nordwind Gaming. This is your voice, Kadiat, alongside me, none other than the man, the myth, the legend, Blotter himself. And before we move forward, a quick shout out to all of our sponsors: Snapdragon Elite Gaming, level up your game, Snapdragon. That's Snapdragon Elite Gaming. I messed it up, but alright, we're gonna do that again. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most. Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, share the epic and level up your game. Monster Energy, unleash the beast. Blotter, I definitely did mess up, but these teams cannot, because this is the last chance, last 9 games.
Absolutely, mate. As you perfectly mentioned, when it comes down to this week, this is the final week, number 4, where if it all changes need to take place, they need to be swift, they need to be quick to get into the top 16, like you perfectly mentioned. And if they're not able to do so, the LAN finale dream, the journey, it is going to get scattered. It is going to be scared, yet sort of in a conversation throughout this entire week for these teams right now, mate.
It's going to be difficult. That is indeed true, because yes, there has been a few gap in the ones who are in top 5 and the ones who are in the bottom 5. But one thing is for sure, the teams who are down in the leaderboard, it's now or never. They have messed up till top 3 weeks, but now these last 9 games, we have seen some teams go on for those 50 pointers game. There have been multiple of them, even Blind, a team that we saw step up amazingly, and they've entered in the top 16 too. So of course, I still feel the teams who are on the bottom of the leaderboard, specifically talking about middle, they have got an opportunity, but they have got to start it right now, right here, right from game number 1.
Absolutely, that is so very true. And what is it that they need to be fighting for? Well, that wonderful chance to be on the LAN, and along with that, of course, the viewers that are joining us right now, you need to RSVP for the LAN as well. 16th to 18th February is where the LAN is going to be taking place in Noida Indoor Stadium. So it is a big opportunity, wonderful affair where all these 16 teams are going to be participating. Along with that, we would love to see you guys there as well.
It's going to be an experience of its own, because of course it's 2024's first BGMI LAN Gala, which you do not want to miss. And we're going to move forward to the format of the tournament. We had the open qualifiers and 8 teams qualified from them, and these 8 teams, they were showcasing some amazing performance. But then the challenge season began, where they met the 24 invited teams, and we saw a lot of changes in those leaderboards. But the challenge finals will be of the top 16 teams that will qualify from challenge season, and we already have the top 16 right now, but these last 3 days will definitely change a few things up.
Absolutely, it will when it comes to these teams. But at the same point of time, when it comes down to how they're going to be, of course, participating in the entire affair, it is going to be being a part of those fights, being a part of getting those points for themselves, and that is going to be, of course, acquired through this point system. And the structure remains the same, where you walk away with a chicken dinner, you get yourself 15 points right there and then straight forth. But alongside that, we've seen, like you perfectly mentioned, a team like Blind Esports. I mean, in one single day, they were able to accumulate 52 points, right? I mean, that clearly indicates that along with the chicken dinner, you want to be able to get some really good finish points as well. So we want to be able to get those finish points for these teams to be able to, rack up those numbers. And at the same point of time, as we bring it down all the way, these 32 teams, they've been divided and subdivided in these 4 individual groups: Group A, B, C, and D. Of course, today 6 games are going to be played, scared, but amongst them, how are these groups going to be faring is the question or the hour.
I mean, we've got some Goliaths in each and every group out there. Global Esports, Blind, both of the teams stepping up in week number 3. Godlike as well, showing some signs of life and possibility of being in top 16. WSB, AUTOBOTZ, and then we've also got Gujarat Tigers, God's Reign, 4Shot Esports. And in Group B, Chemin, Medal, Hydra, SkullTz, Orangutan, Team Expa, Carnival Gaming. These are the teams that some of them are in the top, but most of them, you see, are still scattered in that middle portion of the groups in the leaderboard. And that is where all the trouble will lie. Because I was trying to think of some possibilities, and the one that I found was any team that's below Revenant Esports, they can be thrown out of the leaderboards, and all the other teams who are down below would be able to qualify if in case these teams tend to have a bad day. So they cannot let the leash loose at all. They've got to hold it tight, and they've got to hold it together in order to qualify for the top 16. And that's the main thing, right? Every single time we reach to the group number 4, week number 4, there's always a situation where there are some teams who are not having that cushioning whatsoever, and a few of them that are going to be in front of us going to be blind, of course, because one day is not enough to help you out to run in the top 10. And then Orangutan, these are the two teams that I am pretty scared about.
Well, again, as you mentioned, right, there are always going to be those teams in the final week that are going to have to really get their gameplay level up in order to be able to just sustain themselves throughout the entirety of the week, keep that top 16 position secured for themselves as they move on and qualify for the LAN. As you perfectly mentioned, when it comes to the storyboard, let's bring that actually up on our screens as we try and, of course, summarize the entire story that has been thus far till 3-week affair, where 27 games have been played from all of these teams and individual groups. Amongst them, we've got the likes of Entity Gaming with 27 games and only a single chicken dinner. They are at the first position with 288 points.
But look at Team Soul. This is the team that, along with WSB, have got the maximum number of chicken dinners, 5 each. And both of them are actually behind Entity. This clearly shows how well Entity is managing those finish points along with the placement points, with 160 placement points, 128 finish. Just as you mentioned, Entity on top at IQ Soul, following them close by, Chemin as well, just 1 point behind Soul, WSB, God's Reign. All of these top 5 teams, they've had a maximum of 1 shaky day. And apart from that, on every other day, they have been performing exceptionally well. Even Global Esports, a team that I really wanted to talk about, Ninja Boy, the man who's been stepping up in almost every single match. He is literally the leader of those finish points.
Absolutely, and he is killing it again. I mean, when it comes to the lead that is able to create in those finish points, it is at least 10 units that we're talking about after every single game, pretty much, that he's able to maintain that difference between. So he's looking really good when it comes to GE's performance. And at the same time, as we move on ahead, and now this is where we want to be bringing our attention towards the teams that are sitting from that, I would actually say from the 10th position itself, right? Like you mentioned, from Blind Esports, 219, 2 points shy is Alibaba Raiders on 217. Again, 2 points shy is going to be Orangutan with 215. So as we go down the list right here, only 2 point difference is not that difficult to be able to capitalize upon for these teams to be able to rack up and get themselves in the top 16. So 10th all the way down to the 16th, these teams, well, they are going to have to be really up and grindy in terms of their performance today. And if Gujarat Tigers themselves are not able to keep the consistency alive in all the 3 days that these games are going to be played for them, they can very well go down as well.
That is indeed true. And these are the teams that have the opportunity to push all of the ones above them behind Genix FM with 198 points. Team Forever, 195. Team Forever is also a team that has shown great potential. There have been so many times when they are the ones who are almost in that last zone, the second team, the second position to be secured by this team. Multiple times we've seen it go down to that last 1v1 the way they could not win the game out. But nonetheless, they still would be looking forward to show us some great performance. Big Brother Esports, sometimes they show me the embers of life, but some on the other times, it just seems that they are kinda confused and they're basically lost as to where they need to go. But firepower is also something that this team has very well, and Uzumaki needs to utilize that perfectly. Now this last page, that's the page number 4, teams between 25 and 32. If they mess up in one match, their confidence will go down even further, and so will their chances.
100%, mate, because there's 40 points difference between Team Prince sitting on the 25th position down to the 32nd position, where Middle Esports is sitting with 129 points. So it is a big jump that needs to be made for these teams to just get into the 3rd page. And again, when it comes to this week being the final week number 4, before we jump into the LAN finale itself, we are going to have to see a very different play style coming in from all of these teams on the final page if they want to get close to the top 16, which is not an easy grind for sure. seen the likes of SkullTz Esports who have actually sustained it in days at times where they've gotten really good games and really good points for the particular day. But again, that does not really reflect back onto the next day that they're part of, and that consistency that they're able to get in that one day and the lead they're able to generate on that leaderboard just falls flat on its face as they go back down. So it is a tough luck situation for these teams on the fourth page.
I would definitely agree with you on that one. And a good point touched upon the SkullTz Esports, because this was a team that was showing some great potential in the early phases of the challenge season. But as soon as we reached up in week 2, week 3, their performance faded. And only one day is just not going to cut it because the gap is so humongous. On the other side, the team that I also want to talk about, Blind, we mentioned how they were able to put together a 50-pointer day. Now, that is a massive feat to achieve, yes. But how frequently would you be able to replicate it is going to be the question, because the way they were shut down so early on in those weeks, it has made it difficult for them to develop that one cushion for themselves to try and go in for a few experiments. They cannot do that right now. They've got no leeway, and so is Orangutan. There's also a team that I want to talk about, 8-bit. The way they were able to step up on day number 3. I mean, you were there, you were casting those games. Why don't you let us know about how they pulled it off?
Again, you talk about 8-bit, the way that they were able to, just get the rotations made on time, perfect execution of that, and then being able to just consistently utilize that that positioning in the zone, and the fight that they were able to convert into a chicken dinner time and time again was beautiful to witness, and that is what gave them a huge jump itself, because the leap that they generated got them 44-45 points on that particular day, 44 points the final day. And along with that, of course, we saw them sitting on the 14th position. So, yes, the lead that they've generated has pushed them in the top 16. But like you mentioned, that one good day is not what we're looking forward to, because we want to be able to see that good converted into this entire week's affair. 3 games are going to be played from these individual teams every single day. And that needs to be, of course, developed into the top 16 position. That is all that is at stake, because it's the LAN finale, the dream itself. And that is going to be a tough luck situation for a lot of these teams, because it's not looking easy for them.
I mean, it's the first 2024 BGMI LAN Gala, so of course you do not want to miss out on this experience. And at the same time, the competition is going to be at an all-time high. One of the top teams of the Indian region. They're all going to compete in that. These top 16. It's always relentless to watch whenever it happens, because having 32 teams in the arsenal and only 16 of them are going to make it, it's going to be a heartbreak for the other 16 out there. But still, what is not going to be the heartbreak is going to be for all of these players, the finished leaders for the respective team. Ninja Boy again finishes 48. That is absolutely mind-blowing.
Again, this is just bonkers, right? As we were talking about it earlier as well, when it comes to the Finnish leaders, Ninja Boy, he's created a graph of his own. 48 finishes compared to 39 finishes coming in from Troy, from Entity Gaming. A big difference right there. And then as we move on down the list, on the 3rd, of course, we do have Punk. And on 4th, we've got Ronnie. So again, these 2 players are sitting on the exact same number of finishes. That is, of course, 37. But from Punk's side, the finish contribution in his favor is looking really good. Because for Reckoning, again, he has been the sigh of relief, so to say, in those fights, because 35.92 finish contribution from his game is really good for the team.
I would definitely agree, because having 36% finish contribution, 35% clearly shows that you are the anchor of your team. Your team tries to set you up for that success. But on the other side, you look at Troy, you look at Ronnie, it's always going to be a combined effort. And if it's not both of them, at least someone else from the team is also stepping up. And that is one of the reasons why we are seeing both of these teams in the top 5, if not in the top 2, literally. Entity first, Ronnie second. And that is always on the back of that entire team effort, which was lacking from the side of GE. But again, the previous week, the way they were able to perform, it has shown us how GE is now finally getting used to the rotations and the callings of their IGL, and also the playstyle of their players. That is what you need. I mean, yes, you can come later, but as long as you come back strong, that is going to be important. On the other side, though, there are still a few teams that I am pretty worried about. I'll be brutally honest. Team AUTOBOTZ, Hydra, they have shown that they can get those chicken dinners, but again, not being able to solidify their place, it's pretty bothersome.
I would agree with that, but again, when it comes down to the teams like Hydra, It has been a tough luck affair for them. I mean, the last day that they were part of, they walked away with 2 points. Is all they could afford in the 3 games that they played. So that is a tough luck situation right there for Hydra. But at the same point of time, again, talk about consistency, right? I mean, I want to bring up a name like Carnival Gaming, CG. They have been phenomenal throughout, from the start all the way in as we get started with week number 4. And in that, they've only had one bad day, day number 2, where they walked away with 8 points. That is the only bad day that they saw. And with that sort of performance, they're sitting on the 8th position. Clearly indicates as to how close and competitive this lobby has become as we moved on from week 1 all the way through week 3 into week 4 itself. So if you're having, and again, I mean, this is talking about a team that has had one bad day. Let's again jump it down to perhaps talk about a team that has had a really good affair. Perhaps something like Alibaba Raiders. They have not had a single digit game throughout the 8 days that they have been a part of till now. 9 days. And still, Alibaba Raiders are sitting on the 11th position. I mean, it just clearly showcases the lowest number of points that Alibaba were able to get in a single game was 11-12. And that is still not enough for you to solidify your position in finals. Then I don't know what exactly needs to give, because that's how competitive this lobby has become. And as you perfectly mentioned, Scared, it is time for these teams to be scared of that dream, because it is definitely not looking easy if they want to be able to jump into that final finale. The LAN itself, where the fans are going to be there, a different level of pressure, a different level of excitement itself. Yeah, the grind that has been till now was a walk in the park, because now the jung has begun.
Or indeed, just as you perfectly mentioned out there. And I love the way how you touched the point on to Team Alibaba Raiders as well, because this is a team that we always saw leave the combat. They were not going in for the fights. If you saw quite a few teams pushing their compounds, they would just take a step back and, they would always be like, all right, you want to take that fight? Go ahead. Enjoy. We don't care. We're just there for the scrap points. They grabbed those scrap points, and on the back of the way, they were able to get those position points as well. They have solidified. Yes, I would not yet say that it's a perfect place to be at, and it guarantees you the spot in top 16. But if they carry forward this performance, they are not going to be moved down anywhere lower than 16th place. Because we always see them getting the position, if not in top 5, at least in top 8. That guarantees you 2 or 3 placement points, if not one of them. And on the back of few scraps left and right that they find, they're able to get those double-digit pointers. Now, that is one of the reasons why we always talk about how you need to have the positioning, but at the same time, you need to know when you got to step on the gas. Blind was able to demonstrate that perfectly. I also want to see that from Big Brothers Esports, and talking about iFlix as well, a team I was hoping should perform really well, is definitely facing struggles.
It has been definitely a tricky positioning for the side of Team iFlick, but with that, it is time to bring on our week number 4, day number 1 schedule on our screens, where we get started off with, of course, the age-old Classico Erangel with groups D and A that are going to be part of the first 3 games. So that, of course, does imply teams like Godlike Esports are going to be seen. Global Esports are going to be part of this affair, along with God's Rain, Blind, Gujarat Tigers. Now, we spoke about Gujarat Tigers and how, if they want to be able to solidify their position in the top 16, right now sitting on the 8th position, the consistency has to keep on delivering from them. On the other front, from Group D, we've got the likes of OR Esports, Big Brother Esports, as you mentioned, Entity Gaming, 8-Bit. So this is going to be quite a momentum start for our day today with these teams.
The start is going to be super important, perfectly mentioned, specifically for a team like Godlike Esports, which has been struggling for that consistency, but we might possibly see that happen today, because 2 of the Erangel games, I know Jelly loves to play on the map of Erangel, Miramar and Erangel. You know he's going to get out some amazing calls. Yes, there have been a few jitters, but apart from that, they've still shown how solid their firepower is, and the mixture of pretty reserved gameplay from Jelly and also a very aggressive playstyle of Jonathan and Zegod, this has created a pretty decent mix. They're still trying to find the perfect flavor into that, but I am pretty sure that today we will possibly see that as well. On the other side though, teams like Gen X FM, Teams like Team Prince. Team Prince is one of the teams that, if I'm not wrong, was the one which showed a 33-point chicken dinner game, or if not 33, at least a 30-point chicken dinner game back in week number 1, exactly on day 1. Now,
Yeah.
if they're able to perform that way on one day, it means that was just not a fluke. You can do it multiple times because they've grabbed at least 2 or 3 chickens, if I'm not wrong. And yet they're not being able to find their footing is worrisome. And Erangel, Miramar, Erangel, 3 maps, you're very well versed with. This should be the perfect opportunity for them to come back.
100% I will agree with that thought, but is it going to be that easy? Well, that is where the tough luck is drawn, especially for the teams that have actually, qualified and moved in from the open finals into, of course, the challenge season itself. Because when it comes to the way these teams qualified, it was not an easy affair for them. But with that, never mind the conversation, because today is a brand new day, a brand new start for day number 1. Match number 1 of week 4 is on our screens as we start off all the way from the northern regions of Stalberg going down south towards Primorsk. So a very interesting westernly flight path that we can see, and then again a very comfortable flight path actually, because all the teams are going to be very well versed with with this flight path, as well as where do they want to drop down to. This flight path doesn't really take away the opportunity for any team to not get to their drops.
That is indeed true. A dream flight path for the dream week. That's exactly what you need. Global Esports dropping to their main drop location. That's going to be off Severny. Mavi just going out ahead north of Stolberg to try and find a vehicle. To go in for their own rotation. Genix FM dropping right directly towards Kameshki. We'll probably see Godlike as well back in Yasnaya on the other side. WSB should not have any more problems going into their own drop location. While Team 8-Bit, we always see them drop towards Primorsk and take control of that area. But Team 0 is also a team that we've witnessed play on the southwestern part of the map quite a bit. We'll just have to wait and see if they're going to do the exact same thing. But I'm pretty surprised by actually seeing... Alright, yeah, God's Reign are also going to the military base. I wanted to see if God's Reign are going there or not, but yes, they are.
They definitely are for now. Now, another question that I actually have for you, Scarier, is this is the final week before we jump into the LAN finale itself. Now, this could also imply, it's not the final day, of course, it's the start of the final week. So this could also imply a change in the strategy when it comes to the teams that have already qualified, who can very well play a little bit of an aloof game. Or, on the other side, the teams that are at the bottom of the leaderboard, they could very well try and play that hurdle game. They want to be the ones that become the rock in front of a big name. And right there, that is what we can perhaps see right at the start. We've got AUTOBOTZ taking on some shots, and they've already dropped down one of the players. They're not going to be able to get the finish point just yet, but a really good start for AUTOBOTZ as they were trying to make that rotation. Thankfully, they haven't all decided to push on their luck. They are all in a single vehicle. Had that spray returned fire from that opponent team, it would have been a tricky start for AUTOBOTZ right here. But that's the kind of aggressiveness that they need to bring in for every single game that they're going to be part of.
I'm telling you, if they would have had any other gun apart from M16A4, they would have gone in for that rush, 100%. They were low on ammo. Even in the Uzi, it was just around a couple of extra mags that they had. And apart from that, just 7 bullets in the Bison. So I think so still a very solid decision. Not going in for that aggressive fight, because you also have to gather the important loot. But on the other side though, since we are not seeing Team X-Park right now, so OR is the one who's dropped in Yasnaya Polyana along with Godlike, and we're again seeing the peace treaty between both of these teams. We've seen so many times that Godlike is always accompanied by one extra team whenever they are in Yasnaya, and they still do not go for those fights. Now that clearly shows how Jelly has basically brought some extra bit of discipline in that team. And since we're already talking about Godlike, right, might as well talk about the rivalry of Godlike and Soul. They're not playing in the same group right now, but you always would love to see that happen, specifically when it comes down to the qualification of one of those teams.
Absolutely, and as you perfectly mentioned, right, that rivalry that has been going on for the side of these teams is perhaps not what we're going to be seeing on day number 1, but perhaps tomorrow when the groups are going to be shifting and transitioning all over again. Right now, as you mentioned, right here at Yasnaya, we've got these two teams close to each other. A tightened affair could very well be expected from them, but this is something that you've mentioned time and time again. When it comes to Godlike, they come in with that prestige, at least at the starting stage, as their drop is known to be a Snaya, and somehow along the way, they don't indulge in those initial fights, which has really worked out wonders for them, and that's exactly what it is going to be this time around as well. As we can see on that map, that a few of the team players from Godlike have already moved out of Yasnaya. So a decent start for all of these teams. A few of them find themselves in close contestation against each other, but none want to take on unnecessary fights as of yet. So once again, the age-old slow start to the Erangel is what we're going to be part of. But as we slowly move on ahead, I am definitely looking forward to that Georgia Pole region because of the way the zone itself has been created. I would love to have the first aggressing team of AUTOBOTZ be able to actually be in a really good position in the zone. And let's see what exactly is that aggression going to bring for them from this game.
I'm not quite sure if they really would want to be aggressive though, because again, it's just the first circle. We'd probably see it taking another few shifts, and it's still not quite sure if it's going to be directly towards north, towards shooting range, or maybe down south, somewhere around Gatka. But one thing that we're also seeing is that Gatka is being occupied by WSB. Whenever we're seeing the members of Carnival Gaming not in this group, they always try to go in and loot that area. Same thing goes for Big Brothers Esports. Whenever there's no soul out there, they are going to loot the areas of school as well as a little bit of the eastern part of Rozhok, if in case they really want to. But one thing for all the audience out there, if you really want to, then go get your tickets and visit the Noida Indoor Stadium anytime between 16th and 18th February, when we'll be having the LAN of top 16 teams, and you do not want to miss out on that action whatsoever. Go out, meet your favorite players, see them perform, and also meet your favorite content creators out there. You may never know who's going to come up on the desk as well. So that's one thing you would always want to make sure you don't miss out on those opportunities, because opportunities are the things that you don't always come across. It's totally random, and once you do, you have to grab it.
Indeed, just like the players of Team Together Esports, because they're sitting on the 16th position with 202 points, and the last day not being too good of an affair for them. On day number 9, they walked out with barely 2 points for themselves. So Team Together, they're going to have to stick together in today's day and again, combine those efforts into points, as many points as they can rack up. As of now, of course, as we get started off, it is still a waiting game that these teams are dictating for us, the viewers, because, well, they know what is at stake. As Scared did just mention, it is the LAN finale that we're talking about. And in order to be a part of that, you have to be in the top 16. And talking about the top 16, Team Together definitely find themselves on the 16th position. But sadly, for the team that we've moved on ahead to, Team Prince sitting on that 25th position with 169 points, with only 5 points accumulated on the last day. Team Prince, it is looking like a very difficult conversion when it comes to the LAN finale. Then again, I don't want to take away those dreams or bring in a caster's curse, but it just starts speaking for itself that it is going to be a tough luck affair for them.
It's going to be tough indeed, but at the same time, you know that this team, the potential that they have, they are going to step up one day or another. But I just hope it's not too late. Savitar as well. We know this man's firepower is absolutely phenomenal. You always see him going on for those fights. He never shies away from one. And that is one of the reasons why this team is so very solid and super strong. The positioning also comes in at clutch. But either ways, we're going to see, since the zone was already formed quite a while back, Blue is also about to hit. Just a little while. Harsh firing a few shots. It's not quite connecting on the members of Big Brothers, warning him that they better not move forward and towards the ruins. The area is already occupied. Now, we've many times seen the members of God's Brain going for a very slow rotation. They try to play towards the edges early on, not going in for any major fights. And when it's down to those last few circles, that is the time when they decide to go in forward and figure out the best position to try and jump in the circle. So I want to look forward as well if they're going to do the exact same thing right now, or is there going to be some kind of change in their strategies? Because looking at the members of 4Shot, they do need some kind of change. Talk about getting on the aggressive mode or at least trying to find even a better position. But I still personally feel they need to be a little more aggressive.
Well, talking about aggression, that's what we're looking at from the side of Crore Esports, as they seem to have their crosshairs perfectly set up against a team of Big Brother Esports, who find themselves on the 19th position as the day gets started. So for Big Brothers, this is an important fight, but not the one that they want to lose. Because for Crore Esports, this is just their do and die situation, because they find themselves on that 4th page with the 31st position with 132 points. So they are going to try whatever that they can, wherever that they can, to be able to accumulate those points. And understanding that, Big Brothers have wonderfully fallen back from this fight. So a good decision coming in from Big Brothers. Sadly, no conversion for either of the teams. But hey, talking about conversions itself, it seems like the early aggression and the early sprays that AUTOBOTZ were part of has been reflected back in the name of Global Esports as AB try and get some rotation going.
Again, just a few early warning shots being fired. Nothing out of the ordinary. We always see that happen. And it basically results into no major fights. It's always the scenario wherein they try and find a lucky flush if possible. If not, then alas, that's fine. They still have their own positionings. But Team Together Esports as well, they would have to start their rotation. They were down in Milta. And also the members of OR, they're also going in for a slow rotates. Gen XFM up towards the north and Severny, from where Global Esports had already rotated. But Blind is now making their way in the circle, and they might be welcomed by the members of GE if they are not careful. So this next circle is going to determine how many teams are actually going to have to brute force their way through the other people's hold. I might have just said it way too early. No one's going to move anywhere looking at the circle.
Absolutely, because once again, the circle is going to be constructing onto itself. It is still going to be providing a lot of landlock for all of these teams to be able to slowly, as they were making a rotation, continue along with it and find themselves a decent compound. And talking about compounds itself, it seems like Global Esports has a different strategy up their sleeve this time around, as the aggressiveness that they have, they want to be able to dominate on that. They're sitting on the 6th position in the overall ranking with 234 points. They had a very good outing on day number 9, the last day of the last weekend, week number 3, where they had 43 points. So a GG play from Global Esports that they would love to be able to just push on and get some more. I mean, we saw Mavi walk away with 7 finishes from a single game. So that was incredible. What is this? Godlike, no idea.
Oh my god, Jelly needs to be so safe right now. He could be picked off by Goku anytime he's not careful. He's not taking his chance.
What is he doing? What is he doing?
Nah, Jelly, come on, he's gonna be taken now. Whoa! This is the reason why he was not trying to take that fight, maybe. Because of the cover fire that is present from the members of Godlike. Aditya, Jonathan, Mac, all of them saving the life of their IGL. And Goku is the one who needs some patching up.
What an incredible play right there from the side of Godlike. As they set themselves up beautifully. Created a perfect bait that Goku stepped in on. And that in turn resulted in, of course, they facing the brunt of it. With one of their players not, but that's okay because the revival was around the corner. At the same point in time, Godlike, they're not going to be able to push on ahead, but it seems like they've got 2 teams to take up this fight against, as Team Together Esports find themselves in close proximity to Team Godlike, and Team Godlike have made an incredible push. Mac, always lonesome, is going to be pushing on through his luck, and will he stop right there to be able to take on the players of TDE? This is probably not the wisest of decisions right here for GL, as they find themselves out in the open. And one of their players, Aditya, has already been dropped down as well. So 2 teams that Godlike has taken this fight against has backfired against them.
That is true, because I was not a big fan of this rush whatsoever. Yes, it's a little bit far from the members of 4Shot, but even after that, it could have backfired very well. They're getting away with just a knock. Revival will also be done completely without any major difficulties, but it might have been a situation of a third party out there. It would have been pretty difficult, but nonetheless, Mac was out there just doing for that scouting a little bit, trying to figure out if in case they can find a good opportunity to pounce onto them and get all of those flushes. did not happen in that way. And we're back to square one, where these teams, they just try to scratch the surface a little bit and do not commit onto any engagement because they are still trying to play for the survival. I'll be brutally honest. Yes, that's a strategy that has been working out for quite a lot of those teams out there, but I still want to see some aggressive early fights, man. Come on. That's just me getting a little bit greedy, you can say. On the other side, Team Zero do need to be getting greedy for those finish points. They need to be winning those fights.
Oh, I will definitely second that conversation, Scared, because as you perfectly mentioned, this is the final week before we jump into the LAN finale. And there are these teams who need those points. Like you mentioned, Team Zero. Sitting on that 27th position, this sort of a very sacred approach to a battleground is not going to work out for you, mate. It's as simple as that. Yes, you've got a really good compound. Yes, you've got a really good spray and scatter, but is that going to be enough for you? Well, not really, because you've in the same lobby got the likes of Entity who are over-aggressing, being out of the open. They take on that spray, and with that, they're going to be bringing down the players of GT. From a far-away spray, Team Prince's Jackson has been dropped down. Sadly, no conversion into a finish point just yet, as Entity's position has been compromised. A cover fire is going to be provided from the players of Team Prince, and Team Prince are going to be... Well, again, they do have a compound to work around with, so it is a very far extended fight between these two teams, and now I wonder if at all there'll be a third party that the noise that these teams are generating could very well invite.
I've always seen a lot of third parties happening, and that is one of the reasons why most of the teams, they don't tend to engage first in the fight, because there's always someone lurking in the shadows. A pride of lions that are going to just jump on you to finish every single person off. If I'm not wrong, we did see something like that happening back when there were three teams. I believe it was Blind, WSB. I do not remember the third one, but all those three teams, they were on the map of Erangel itself, just taking it on each other in that one small compound, and WSB were the ones who came out unscathed, getting a lot of finish points, and they ended up getting that massive chicken dinner with 33 or so finishes. But for now, Kamla Boy being able to send one back. Jackson again being taken down on his knees as this circle has taken another central shift. I think so Everest is going to be the location where quite a few teams would want to end up at, because it's going to give you so much information and will also help you with those rotations and cover from at least one side.
I would agree. And the best part in that, as we were just looking at the zone constructing itself, was the positioning of Gujarat Tigers, because they find themselves on that perfect peak of the Everest, and that in turn is going to be providing them a lot of information. And the best part, looking at the zone itself for Gujarat Tigers, is that they are at the edge. They are at the southern western edge of the zone. And being on top of that Everest and that mountain ridge is going to be giving them the best approach to this fight. But again, we'll have to see if that'll be the conversion for the side of that team or not. As of right now, we've got the likes of Big Brothers once again getting in close proximity to the positioning of 4-shot. Now, these two teams, they, from the start, have been making those same kind of rotation from the ruins area, but in turn have turned this into a stalemate situation for both of them. Points for Big Brothers are that much more required because they're not part of the top 16, but they're closer compared to the players of 4-shot.
Closer indeed, but no cushioning whatsoever. So yes, you've got to be wary about it. All the fights that are being taken, they need to be calculated, and so will be the risks. But for the teams who are basically down in that leaderboard, the ones who are still trying to take that entry in top 16, it's a no-lose game for them. Oh my goodness, Mavi finding a few shots, making sure that Sycut was not able to make that cross unscathed. He had to go downwards with the vehicle. Jumping in that trench has helped him for a few seconds, but this hold coming in from Global Esports, they're not going to let any team make that cross. They control so much area. And with the compounds that they are controlling, it's going to be so difficult to fire on them. They've got to be worried about Blind, who are on towards the northern side. But that's about it, because Blind themselves would need to consider the rotation that would be coming in from OR as well as Team Zero onto their northwest and the northeastern parts. It's going to be pretty difficult coming to that, but over towards the southern part as well, we are seeing the members of Team Prince They'll be also going in for some long rotations. God's Reign again playing on towards the edge. Not doing anything special, just waiting for any kind of early engagement to try and open things up with a third party. Or maybe not.
And there we have it. Gujarat Tigers, the position finally being showcased on our screens as they find themselves at the top of this mountain with a lot of information against them. They're going to be the players of GDR, and in close proximity to this entire fight, we've also got the lineup of Entity Gaming as well. Now, Entity Gaming, they are not yet part of this entire mountain or the fight. They are just patiently waiting at the back lines, the western front of the zone, so to say. But up on top right here, GDR, God's Reign, against Gujarat Tigers. A stalemate, a slow and steady stalemate, because the Blues are going to be catching up to these teams in not a lot of time. So the push needs to be made, but how exactly are God's Reign going to be looking forward to creating this opportunity?
One opportunity has been created for the members of Global Esports, though, as Jonathan from Godlike has been taken down on his knees. It's something that you've always got to be worried about, because as the Godlike fans, you want that man standing whatsoever, no matter what the situation is. And slowly Ninja Boy as well creeping up ahead. This has been the man who has been owning this entire lobby. On the other side, we're seeing Team Zero up against the members of OR. I did expect that engagement to be happening, and that's going to be the flush coming in. Zap finishing off Dark Lord. On the other side, he himself is taking quite a decent amount of fire, but should be able to move to a safe distance without any major problems.
Well, Team Godlike, they find themselves in a bit of a tricky situation right here. Sticky situation is what I'm going to call it, because they do have a compound, but in close proximity, they have their crosshairs set up against 2-3 individual teams. I mean, Global Esports was one that had created that first opening and knock against GL. On the other front itself, we do have the likes of Team Zero that are slowly but steadily trying to make that, hold on, Syed, you're trying to be a little clever. A little bit too clever, mate, as you've been going on, and what a perfect spray. Sadly, Beast, just misses out with millimeters of margin right there, as Sad OP is going to be able to swim away. Now, of course, we just keep in mind that he's swimming underwater, and that's the reason why Beast is not able to see him. But we have that perfect Martian vision right here, allowing us to be able to, of course, see through the water. But Beast, he is not going to be happy with that. He had that point right in front of him. But now Team Zero could very well make that rotation and come back behind the positioning of Global Esports. And while that happens, once again on top of that mountain ridge, we do have Gujarat Tigers still maintaining that perfect positioning against the players of WSB. And what a perfect spray that was through the smoke. Shadow was able to bring down WSB's players, but not long before he himself took a knock as Vixie goes down, and Gujarat Tigers Shadow, well, this is their moment to be able to get a revival. At the same point of time, get the team of WSB eliminated, get those points racked up right now. A perfect nade could be the disaster that was cooking against the players of WSB, but will this be allowed?
Seems pretty difficult, but for now we're going to see finishes all across the board. Rishi and Saved themselves down to their knees, and Big Brothers, they need to be getting those men up, and they've also get to go inside the circle. On the other side, 4-Shot Esports are the ones who are just being a nuisance to them. Doing for a perfect gatekeep. Coming in, Gujarat Tigers themselves, not the perfect position you want to be at. Clutch got taken down. MJ as well, super low in HP. Shadow's got a few extra smokes, so should be able to give the revival, unless we're going to see some unfortunate nade. On the other side, Blind going to try and force the fight against the members of OR, who seem to be going for that retreat. Robin, he does not want to take that fight, but Zap is the last man who will also be rotating. No shots being fired whatsoever. The next circle is just going to become so very difficult to deal with for these people.
Absolutely, this is not an easy conversion for the likes of Blind, as we do have the stalemate situation that we were part of as we started the game. It was none other than Big Brothers against the players of 4-Shot. They have gotten in close proximity to each other, but they are yet to enter the zone. Sarvith has been dropped down. He's going to be slowly getting closer and closer to his teammate Seth. The nade parade from Seth is definitely keeping Cheyenne from the side of 4-Shot at bay. His DBS not able to do a lot of mayhem and destruction that he anticipated. On the other side of the map, we do have a lot of teams that have been caught out in the open, and they are utilizing that positioning to perfection.
That is true. I love the position from the side of Global Esports. They found that compound early on, and now the only way to rotate towards the northern island is going to be through that road, and they'll be in the vision of all the members of Global Esports. If they try to go in from water, you have Godlike will be stopping your way, and all the shots will be fired. Oh my god, Dark Lord. Not the perfect possible place, I would say, because that's where Team Zero are just losing members left and right. And talking about that, even 8-bit, they've lost their entire team, have been eliminated on the 14th spot. WSB the only one in the eliminated teams who've got a single point for themselves, and Team Zero are just down to their last two members. Rico's position spotted. Beast, a perfect spray down indeed. Rico's going to be flushed out. He's not making it into the circle, but on the other side, Genix FM with that nade. Mavi being brought down to his knees was also finished off. But as long as Beast, Ninja Boy and Slug stand, they should be able to get few extra flushes.
See, right now, Global Esports, I mean, they are in a point of concern because right close to them is another compound that is held on by the players of GL. Now, if you notice, when it comes to the feed itself, GL is being very, very subtle and quiet about that positioning. They are very much in the center of the entire zone. Global Esports are at the edge when it comes to their compound. But the center team, that is the team of Godlike, they are not making a single noise. And that in turn again is working perfectly because Global Esports is making all the noise that they are, which is getting their compound heavily fired upon. And look at this. This is the top-notch view that I was talking about that was needed. And a perfect positioning from GL can very well work in their favor. We've got so many teams out in the water.
Jeez.
That is just absolutely abysmal. But again, it's 3 points for a lot of these teams, especially like Team Zero to be able to capitalize upon.
I mean, Team Zero is the one who's basically trying to play for their survival blind, just jumping into the exact same trench, or should I say swamp, where they're being swarmed by those bullets from every single direction. And it's just as you mentioned, there's Genix FM, Blind, Autobots, also Team Friends, and their entry will be stopped by the members of Godlike. Pucar, the last man standing, who are also deciding to move inside, but Team Zero, Shadow and Ninja Boy will be just ruining their day out in the open. Godlike will be the ones who will be flushing a few extra points for themselves. Jelly making sure his team is just in that perfect compound. Open from a few different directions, but as long as their crosshairs are perfect, they will be winning all those skirmishes. And out there, Entity finally being finished off. Pucar could not carry on his life any further.
Oh, this could not have been a better start for the players and fans of Godlike right here. As we talk about the zone, it is once again onto the compound of Godlike. They've got the information, and finally, the retaliation that was required from the likes of GL, it is being brought on ahead. But with that, Global Esports, they are not yet done. They are not yet deterred. They're out in the open. They've left their compound. They've created a smoke wall. GL is not looking on to where GE is at right now. And that in turn has provided GE with a sigh of relief, a little bit sigh of relief, as now it is 3 teams remaining, a 4v3v1 situation. Team Prince Savitar, the only player remaining, who's of course going to be just counting his stars to be able to get as many placement points as he can right here being in the top 3. But for Global Esports and GL, this is a cause for concern. How exactly is GL going to be able to maintain their positioning? Or on the other front, how is GE planning on pushing ahead? They've created a lot of smoke, a lot of distraction.
It's difficult. They're open from the side of Savitar. He could
And they've no idea.
Play as a spoiler. Yes. We're gonna let that sink in for a few seconds as of now, because again, just as you mentioned, GE have no idea about Savitar. They are probably at the edge of the circle, and Savitar is now cooking up a nade. Godlike, they've got the perfect positioning. They've got the smoke wall. Jelly playing in an off angle. Savitar's position has been noted. Beast, oh my god, he will be taken down. But that's the nade of Aditya coming in. Savitar low in HP will be shut down finally because of the zone. And now it's going to be GE up against Godlike, as it's just the last 2 men standing. Ninja Boy and Slug, 2v4.
A 2v4 affair again when it comes down to the players of Team Godlike. They've only had 3 finishes till now, but the nade parade being cooked against the players of GE is going to be just the final nail in the coffin for the players of Global Esports, but nothing taken away from GE as well, as the final player, Ninja Boy, is probably going to be counting his stars as he gets those final placement points for his team. The winner chicken dinner for the first game goes in hand to the players of Godlike, but once again, as I was saying, nothing, absolutely nothing taken away from GE as they walk out with, I believe, 13 finish points from that individual game. So a very good outing for GE, and again for Godlike and their fans, this is a sigh of relief.
Sigh of relief indeed, because that's the way you want your team to start the final week and the first match of the final week. But honestly, this has been one of the most weird matches that I have ever encountered in BGMI in my entire casting career. Because for the first 4 zones, there was straight up no action. And by no action, I mean literally not even one finish. Every single team had all of their players standing. And then cut to zone number 5. We see so many teams being eliminated, yet almost 5 or 6 of them were in the shorelines. And then after that, in a blink of an eye, we're down to the last 3 teams. Now that is not something I imagined how things would go down in, but it eventually came down to the zone. This is one of those few games in which zone basically paved the way for the teams who were getting the chicken dinner, especially Godlike and Global Esports as well, because their positioning was prime, because the zone went in towards the northern side. Had it gone downwards, they would have been in the shoes of Team Zero and Blind Esports. It would have been difficult, but still a very well-placed game coming in and a good maneuver from their side.
Absolutely. And again, when it comes to the way the zone itself dictated those fights, the way GL held on to their ground so quietly, so patiently, no team could even come close to that warehouse that GL were in. At the same point of time, a big God's hand actually coming in for Godlike, as Global Esports were the ones who were making so much noise around in that area that all the teams were more worried about the compound that Global Esports were in rather than GL itself. But again, you know what? It worked exactly in the hands of GL and their fans as they walk away with that chicken dinner. But talking about the stars of the match right now, Savitar, again, you have to give props to him, mate, because 7 finishes definitely deserves the MVP. At the same point of time, Team Prince, you were talking about it, how ludicrously they needed those points, and it seems Savitar has been able to get a really good start for this team.
I agree, because getting the 3rd place in the game, 7 finishes for yourselves with total of 9 knockouts, that's a dream start. And I mentioned this guy, he never backs away from any fight. And this is one of the reasons he performs exceptionally well. On the other side though, best companion going in for Team Zero, Saeed, OP. It was just that their position inside that water, and they were pinched in from 2 different directions by multiple teams, that they could not get anything better out of that. But nothing taken away from Godlike. A brilliant performance, utilizing the shots that were fired by Global Esports to cover their lurk and staying put in that one compound, and also getting all of those important scraps out there, making sure that they have got all of those important finish points for themselves. Again, a great game and a dream start.
Absolute dream, legendary start right there. But at the same time, this is just the start of the day. This is how the chaos is going to be ensuing throughout the day. Then I'm definitely in store for a really good weekend right here at SPS. Because when it comes to the way the teams were able to play this Erangel out, I only wonder what's going to take place as we move on to the final Erangel for these 2 groups itself. Because the 3rd game that they're going to be playing is once again going to be taking them back to the map of Erangel. And the same team jumping onto the same exact map. Are we looking at a complete different wipe out of individual teams? Because I want to be able to see that, right? They've been playing against each other scared for now 3 weeks straight. They know exactly where their opponents drop. This is the time that big brothers, they need to be jumping on exactly to the opportunity and take on the players of AUTOBOTZ or again, I mean, there are so many other rivalries that can be created.
Agreed. 100% agreed. But before we discuss that, we're going to have a look at the entire leaderboard, the match rankings coming in. Global Esports, the team which actually was placed 2nd in this game, acquires the 1st spot because of those 12 finishes. And the reason why they were making so much noise was only because that they had the perfect opportunity to pounce on all the players who were trying to rotate right from that river. a brilliant way. And also, all the teams who were on the northern part, they were kind of stopped by the members of Godlike. So both the teams kind of worked with each other without realizing that was happening. Godlike as well with the winner chicken dinner on the second spot with 20 points for themselves. I would say a very solid game for Team Prince, 18 points. Gen X FM as well with 12, Team Zero 11 points. But Team 8-Bit, Team Together, God's Reign, WSB, Blind, not the perfect start you would want. For God's Reign and WSB, you can still say they're in the top 5. But for all the other teams, Blind, Team Together, 8-Bit, they need to step up because the last 2 games they have of the day are going to be crucial.
Oh, it is going to be so very crucial. And talking about the remaining games, we're only looking at 2 games that do remain for these teams that were part of this first game right here. And of course, in all of that, when it comes to the likes of Blind Esports, WSB Gaming, who tried, but again, it was Gujarat Tigers who got the better half of that fight, of course, where Gujarat Tigers positioning on top of that hill, it was so critical against that played against the players of WSB. But again, nothing taken away from the play that was made right here, because Gujarat Tigers needed those points that much more compared to what WSB is at. As the day started off, WSB was sitting on the 4th position, so it works out okay for them. One good bad game, or rather bad game is what I should say, is still okay for WSB. But for Blind Esports, you mentioned it, they're sitting on the 10th position when the day started? Yeah, 10th position. They need to get a lot more than just 2 points if they want to maintain and solidify their top 16 position.
We've got to level up their game, just how Snapdragon Elite Gaming helps us to level up our game along with Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. With share the epic, that's something that we really need to do. But on the other side as well, Monster Energy, you know that they all need that extra bit of energy in them to unleash the beast and get up in that leaderboard. Now, with that said and done, it was just a small shout out to all the sponsors out there. I also want to talk about, again, 8-Bit. They had the dream day. That was, if I'm not wrong, day number 9 for them. And they were the ones who were topping on all of those charts. So I really feel that they need to carry on that exact same momentum on this one specific match. I would say it was pretty difficult for them because they were rotating directly from down south. Even God's Reign, they were not able to get a lot of those points. And that's not because of they lack firepower. It's just because of how the circle panned out that they did not have a lot of opportunities to try and enter into the circle. The only way that they could go was either directly from down south, which they tried and they were taken down, or maybe they could have tried from the western part of the Georgia city, taking that extreme west bridge and then trying to enter from the north. But with that, they would not have had any information of any team. So I think so. I'm not going to take anything away from them. It's just an unfortunate way that the circle panned out. But nonetheless, it will still impact the overall ranking as we will see them right now. Entity again being on top. Seoul, they did not play the game along with Chemin or WSB on the 4th spot yet again. Global Esports are now jumping on the 5th.
Well. This is a real good transitioning that we're looking at when it comes to the first page right here, as the players of GL, Godlike, with the second chicken dinner in the bag from the 13th position, they make a really big leap and jump onto the first page on the 7th position. Same for Gujarat Tigers as well, as they find themselves on that 8th position with 229 points. So a really good performance coming in from GT right there, which is going to be doing wonders for them. Blind Esports, this is cause for concern. They've got 2 more games remaining for the day. This one individual game did not fare well for them. They're sitting on the 11th position. And again, with the 221 points, they need a lot many more in the next 2 remaining games if they still want to remain in the top 16 by the end of the day. Because the teams that we're looking at that have played 27 matches, those are the groups that are going to be joining us later. And if they play really well, then the likes of Team 8-Bit, Gen X FM, even Blind Esports for that matter perhaps, can be dropped down away from that top 16.
I would 100% agree with you on that point. Big Brothers, Team Together, even they're the ones who are in the same group and they're slowly creeping up and ahead. So if they score a few extra points than their opponents, they'd be able to close in that gap either ways, and the opponents will be dropped down. And we're talking about, again, the teams who have not played: Team Forever, Reckoning, Hydra Official, Xpark, or Orangutan. They are the ones who are yet to play their games. And it's all going to start on the map of Vikendi for them. Sanhok, Vikendi, and then Erangel. And we've seen all of these teams perform really well. So it's going to be troublesome. You need to, again, get some extra points. Team Prince, it was a decent start. But then again, at the same time, you want to see more from this team. Because just a few fortnight points, they're not going to help you. 14, 15 points, that's not going to cut it at this situation wherein you're at 187. You need a 20, 30 point a game. And if not that, maybe at least 3 straight 20-point game.
Absolutely, that is the least that is to be expected if you want to have a good positioning when it comes to today's games itself. Now, as we move on ahead from this page itself towards the final page, the 4th page is where the line can very well be drawn against the players of Crore Esports. I mean, yeah, they were a bit of a prickly thorn against the players of BB in this previous game. Though, did that do anything for Crore? Nothing. Nada. Zilch. Absolutely. Well, if anything, they stopped the positioning for BB to advance further. So that perhaps helped them out. But apart from that, again, for AUTOBOTZ Esports, they had a good play in this game. Team Zero had a decent outing in this game. But again, like we say, Dilli dur hai. So there's the journey that they need to climb into the top 16. That is still a long way away.
Long way away indeed. They've got a lot of heavy lifting to do. Team Zero, AUTOBOTZ. I would still say Team Zero, their positioning was not the prettiest one. They could not make that cross because Global Esports were just holding those compounds. And it's not just for them. It was for a lot of those teams out there. They could not just complete that cross. But on the other side, Crore Esports definitely looking forward to a massive improvement from this team because they're down to just 135 points. And if you think about it, the cutoff is going to look somewhere around like 250. If not 250, at least 240 or something. So you basically got 100 points that you need to cover. And you only have 8 more games left. I'm pretty scared for them and they've got to step up. You've also mentioned about it. But now, since we'll be moving on to the map of Miramar, what are your thoughts about that? Because it's a map that again pans out pretty slow, but a lot of teams love to play on it. One of the OG maps.
Absolutely. Now again, when it comes to the way this first game has played out for these groups, we saw very clearly the teams that were at the bottom of the leaderboard. They were, if nothing else, trying to slow down the play for the other teams, which again worked out, did not work out, like Crore against Big Brothers. At the same point of time, WSB sitting up on top on the 4th or 5th position overall is looking wonderful, but I would love to see their play as well. Yes. When it comes to week number 4, it is definitely, the storyline is definitely going to be around the teams that are getting closer and closer to the top 16. But in all of that, we cannot take the limelight away from a team like WSB because they are the dark horses kind of. And they've just absolutely reigned in supreme in the past 3 weeks. But can they do so in game number 2 of day 1 of week 4 right here as we jump on to the map of Miramar?
Map of Miramar indeed, because this is what the schedule is going to look like, ladies and gentlemen out there. The first one, Erangel, is already over, and Godlike was the one who won the entire game. So I'm going to see a lot of Godlike fans out in the chat being super happy about it. On the other side, Miramar, again, another map. We've seen a lot of teams perform, and one of those few teams is again going to be God's Reign, because whenever they kind of feel shaky on the map of Erangel, if the next one is Miramar, we kind of see them stepping up. Even if it's not directly the first place as the winner chicken dinner, they at least end up in the podium position, 2nd or 3rd maybe. So I am expecting them to make a certain type of comeback in this one. And yes, WSB, just as you mentioned, this is the only team that basically got 3 chicken dinners in a row, a hat trick of chicken dinners, ending the day with 2 and then starting with 1 as well. And since we're already talking about starting, might as well jump into the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen. The plain path directly from the extreme western part going right away towards the east, Impala. All the teams should be able to go in towards their drop, apart from the ones who really want to go towards La Cabrera, Torre Ahumada, Campo Militar. They're going to have to do a lot of walking.
Oh, a lot of driving, a lot of walking that is going to be required, as you perfectly mentioned, because the flight path focusing itself majorly towards the southern side of the map itself is going to be tricky. But at the same time, we've seen how hard-headed the players can be at times, right? Because of that late rotating play, they really don't mind being out on the blues for a little bit furthermore if they get to go down to their known drop location. It's like, you have to touch base with your home, and different maps, different homes. True. You have to go and figure out what's the furniture like. Do I need to change something? Do I need to figure out if the DBS is my meta this time around, or am I going to move on to, well, nothing else but DBS is the meta actually, which is what I actually missed in the previous game.
I'm pretty happy that we did not see a lot of DBS out there. Like, come on, that entire weapon is busted. And by busted, I mean busted. You can fire at mid-range one shot, but for now, some shots being fired by Harsh. An early drop clash coming in, and Blind, not exactly the team you would always want to see early on in those drop clash. That too with the entity members. Adi's been taken down yet again. That's IGL finished off. I'm going to be pretty scared for the members of Blind if in case they get any more casualties in this fight, because Entity's got nothing to lose at this point. They can try and go in for those early fights. And this is not exactly the way Blind wanted to go in for that start, but either ways, we've still seen them come out on top. They do not shy away from those early fights, those early clashes. They still end up winning. So I am expecting them to pull something off, but with the SLR in the hands of Harsh, I'm not quite sure.
This is a fight that Blind Esports did not want, or Entity perhaps for that matter. But as of now, it is going to be a 3v3, a very clean and clear affair between these two, as we've got the fourth player from Entity who's still on the flank angle trying to give in a cover fire, which could very well turn detrimental for the players of Blind Esports because they're making a lot of noise. They're roaming around quite a lot, for which I'm sure Entity is going to be ready. And this could have been just a small little peek is what Pucar needed. But as of now, he's going to slow it down again. There's not a lot of bullets as well, right, that we saw in Pucar's hand. So a really unintentional, not necessary fight is what these two teams have got themselves in right here.
Roy, the man himself, being in the top Finnish players, he's been showcasing his skills not just once, twice, but multiple times. Oh, shots being fired. Harsh will stay alive. Just a few scratches left and right. Nothing, a couple of bandages might not be able to heal. But SkullTz needs to be the one. We've seen SkullTz step up on so many occasions. He's one of the reasons why Blind still is where it stands. SkullTz, Dark Lord, Harsh, all of them, they're just super heavy hitters. We have already seen their potential in multiple different formats. This should be nothing apart from just a cakewalk for them. But in the meantime, I was talking about SkullTz. Has been taken down. Kamla boy, the flank angle that you mentioned previously. That's from where the shots were fired. And we're going to see just one last man standing. It's going to be Dark Lord. The only guy who can try and bring this clutch out. A 1v4. Perhaps not, but at least a couple of finishes, couple of flushes, that's what you need. Survivability is just not an option. You're not going to get away from the clutches of Entity. There's a few frags being thrown away in his area. Dark Lord, he can try and find one. Kamla boy moves away, he does not see him, but now he's been noted as he goes in for the fire, but will be bursted down. Gamla boy again winning out, coming on top on that trade, and Entity are still moving in the exact same pace they started.
Oh, that was not the Blind Esports play that we needed to see. The first game, they got 2 points. The second, they walk out with none. But now this is the time when fans are going to be elated because you're not walking out blind from this tournament, that's for sure. As you've got these QR to scan on your screens that allows you to be a part of the LAN finale from the 16th all the way to the 18th of February. All these top 16 teams, the ones that qualify, are going to be playing and battling it out in Noida Indoor Stadium. So, of course, bookmark those dates. Get it written down in your schedule, on your calendar, and meat is there. Because these teams, they are hungry. With the likes of Vikendi Gaming, with barely 2 chicken dinners, 1 chicken dinner that they've got, this team has definitely showcased to the lobby what it needs to be a part of the BGMI hard-hitting teams in 2024. And with that, an interesting curve shift coming in from the zone, as we are perhaps looking at an urban finish this time around, with Los Leones perhaps being pretty much in the center. At the same point of time, 30% of the map is in the water. I would love for it to actually go down south of Los Leones, where again, those hills kind of factor in and bring in a really good, interesting play. But again, that is a time for another conversation later down the line. As right now, teams are still far spread out. And apart from that early skirmish that we were part of, where we saw Blind Esports get eliminated, all the other teams, they seem to be scattered around decently, at least in the starting stages of this game.
We might potentially see a few extra scrappy fights when, again, we're gonna enter in stage 3 or stage 4 circle. Because it's just as you mentioned, 30% of it down in the waters. No team would be able to utilize that apart from Team Zero, who are already playing at the edges. Puerto Paraíso is where they all are, towards Impala, God's Reign. No early drop clashes from them, so they're going to have a pretty decent time out there. On the other side, Team Godlike, I would love to see an early rotation from them. Otherwise, it's going to be very difficult for them to try and make their move inside the circle. And if it goes even southwards, that basically gives a good advantage to the members of Gen X FM on the other side for sure. And they really do be loving a few of those zone advantages because they are not having the beautiful time. On the top side was La Cabrera, yet again, Big Brothers should be making their move. El Pozo is entirely for Entity Gaming now because they were able to eliminate a blind early on in that skirmish. And that was the only early game aggression that we saw. We might potentially see Team Together Esports going up against the members of Team Prince, though.
They are very close to each other as they make that rotation. But it seems more than the battleground fight, it is turned into an F1 race between those two teams, as none of them want to be able to stop their vehicles to take on some shots. As from the northwestern edges, we can see a team in yellow and a team in purple. That is the teams that we just mentioned, TTE, Team Together Esports, and Team Prince on our screens. That will make in a close rotation.
I am
and as of
speed.
Now, and as of now, they've played their cards fairly, as they do not want to take any additional fights, unnecessary fights rather, I should say. Now, unnecessary fight is what Blind Esports got handed in the previous game as well as this one. Perhaps pretty much was the same case for WSB as well. This time around, they find themselves in a very good position in the center of the zone, but they're also going to be surrounded by a lot of teams. So WSB being out in the open like this, making a lot of noise, they are definitely attracting a lot of bullets towards them, but let's see if that'll be the case or not.
Super slow map, just as you were previously talking about. On the map of Erangel, we still saw a few skirmish, but it all started after the stage 4 zone. That was also a pretty slow and steady one. But oh my god, look at that cluster that's forming in the dead center. No one cares about Mina del Valle. I always mess up the pronunciation of that area. Or Chumacera. No one wants to go towards there either. Puerto Paraíso has also been left. God's Reign also moving in their rotation, so leaving Impala out. Big Brothers have decided that they would probably want to tank the first blue. And only once it hits will they try to enter in the second circle itself. That does seem to be the case with Global Esports as well. Getting the second place in the previous one, they would love to carry the momentum forward and keep this going. They've already kind of solidified the lead in the leaderboard, so should not be any major problem for them. But why would you want to lose the momentum and maybe just go with the same pace, even in the LAN, if you're qualified, that is. On the other side, 8-bit definitely would be looking to try and gather a few extra flushes out there, a few extra frags to help them move up, because the previous game was not the one they wanted to start things with. Yet again, they can and for surely will end things on a pretty solid note. That's my guess, though.
Oh, what a zone. What a zone. As we move on down south furthermore. South of Los Leones, the hills that I was mentioning, exactly where the graves are going to be dug for these teams. And once again, I mean, if you look at the lobby and the teams that have done really well for themselves, Entity Gaming, Global Esports, the majority of the times are the ones who have been late rotating teams into the zone. But we'll come back to that, as on our screens we also do have the players of Team 8-Bit, who previously got knocked out quite early. This time around, are taking on some really good shots. Madman, he was able to connect those bullets and sprays onto the players of TTE, but sadly, no point being converted just yet.
You called for the circle, and that's what the game is giving you. Blotter. You seem to be having the idea of what the future holds, or at least the game loves to do what you want to see. On the other side, though, Team Prince suffering one casualty. Not the perfect of the positioning that they have, but seeing the way the zone is forming and all the teams' position, you're going to be third partied in almost every other fight. AJ as well, taking a lot of those shots. Not quite sure for how long this vehicle would be able to tank, because we've seen the vehicles in Miramar, they tend to blow up pretty quickly.
Indeed, you've got so many sprays. Now, another wonderful point that you just mentioned, Scare, is the fact that these late rotating teams, right? They're going to be in for a tough luck situation, because apart from these three teams, that's Big Brothers, Entity, and GE on the complete other side, coming in down from Impala, they're making a late rotation. Now, there's not a lot of area that's going to be available for them, or a lot of compounds that are going to be easily available for them with the late rotation. So they're going to be in the crosshairs for a lot of the teams that have already made an early rotation. So it could be a tough luck for Global Esports from one side. On the other, it was Entity. But we shall see if that'll be the case. How exactly will the rotation be dictated from those teams? Because 30% of the zone being in the water does take away a lot of the landmass that is so quintessential for these teams. Now, talking about landmasses and fights, still a slow progress in this game, but a perfect nade, a perfectly cooked nade from Team Zero's Dux right here could very well be the opening that we were waiting for against the players of OR. A two-man split coming in from OR could do wonders right here. But again, is this the kind of fight that Team Zero needs? Because they're out in the open as they try and overextend for this fight. As they do, third parties can very well be getting closer.
That is true. But I am going to answer the question that you asked. Yes, they need these fights. They need those finish points. You can't just rely on a 18, 19, 20, 22 pointer chicken dinner to try and help you enter that top 16. That's not going to cut it. On the other side,
high hopes.
That's Gen XFM just losing onto their crucial member, Skills. It's been taken down quickly and the flush comes in. Gujarat Tigers again stepping on their gas. This is one of the teams that I think were also one of the few dark horses that could very well potentially upset the entire leaderboard up on top. They're in that top 10. Could also be looking to solidify their position in the top 5. They've been struggling for a little bit of that momentum though, and that's exactly what's been happening even with Gen XFM. We have seen JD Gaming perform insanely, Spider Jord as well, Karan, all of them, they're pretty solid players, but they've got to work as a unit. They've shown their potential. They've already gotten a few of the chicken dinners, if I'm not wrong, at least one. At the same time, they've Also got to do something more. Just one finish is not going to help them out. So is the case with Team Prince. They don't even have a single finish as of now, and they also lost onto their main member, Prince himself. Yes, you've still got other players that can potentially do the trick for you. But losing a member early on in a map this big and in a match this important, what is it with this circle? I mean, is it some obsession with water? Still around 35% of it is in water.
True. This is a very hard-hitting circle and zone for all of these teams, that's for sure. Global Esports, they had just made their rotation. They were just getting comfortable. And suddenly, once again, the zone moves away. Very seldom do you actually see the prison island being utilized. And Lasiko's right there, down south, is where the prison is. And when it comes to this zone, it is still keeping about 25% of that pie on that island where nobody is. What if the zone actually constricts towards that region itself? Now, that would be a first for me, for sure. But for these teams, this is a nightmare brawl that they're going to be part of, as we've got the teams finally getting in close into station. There are a lot of sprays being brought on against the rotating team of Team Zero. But Daksh, he's going to be able to get out of that easily. God's Rain, get one finish point, and that's Dark Lord going down from Team Zero.
That is not the man for Team Zero that you would want to see fall. Dark Lord has shown so many times
Yep.
how solid he has been, what kind of pillar he has been. Oh my goodness, Shadow, what a nasty shot coming in with the DBS in hand. Fourth shot, they're trying to pounce onto him. It's a 1v4, he'll be taken down. And that is it. For Team Zero, if I'm not wrong, they're all eliminated. That is one of the most unfortunate start for them. Yet again, proning down to try and survive from the spray down coming in from the members of OR, which we normally see do not go for those early aggressive fights. But this time, they do not have anything else left. Fight up on top of that cliff, which has been occupied by the members of Global Esports. Slug was just having a slither of HP, but was finally revived up. OR trying to go in for that rotation, circling around the members of GE. They also need to kind of retreat from this position. I'm not a very big fan of it.
Wow. What I love in that is the proactiveness being showcased from the players of OR, and yet again proactiveness and being aware of the position from Global Esports. That's where experience comes into play. As soon as we saw OR's players get into their buggies, Global Esports pushed on to get into their vehicles as well, as they did not want to get sandwiched between the players. That fight has just completely altered onto its face, as Global Esports now change their place and push on their luck against the rotating team of 8-Bit. Now, this is interesting. For Global Esports, they love to take that late rotation. And yet again, that's exactly what they're doing. They're not focusing on getting into the zone. They want to be able to take down the teams that are rotating later than them. It's like they've got a trophy with their boot camp as to which all teams, how many teams are you going to be bringing down before you enter the zone.
Definitely something you would want to look forward to. And at the same time, I still think 8-Bit, they kind of had the idea about the positioning of OR as well as Global Esports. And seeing the finish free, they saw that, yes, there's a skirmish. We might go in for a third party. But for now, Global Esports wanted to push their luck a little bit. Mighty is the one who says negative. Pushes down one person and now should probably go for the reposition as well. Both of these teams will try to stop each other from entering into the zone. And that is not the perfect thing to do right now, because there are still 14 of them alive. I don't know for how long would they be able to stand here, because it's the stage 4. And as soon as the blue will hit them, it's going to hit like a truck.
Indeed it will.
Oh my god.
A big rig.
You don't want to see the circle. Trust me. You don't
Oh,
want
wait,
to see
wait,
that.
wait. Where is it gone?
I'm going to keep that as a surprise.
Oh my. This is just chaos and chaos, one after the other. The zone. It is playing around with the emotions of the fans as well as the teams right now in the lobby.
Oh my god. I'm just gonna keep all the members in the audience out in the dark. I mean, that's something only I'm gonna have fun with. But on the other side, though, yes, all the teams, specifically Godlike, Entity, Team Together Esports, AUTOBOTZ, Team Friends, they're gonna have to go for a very long run. Ah, come on. The producer does not want the audience to be kept in the dark. And yes, that's a hard Eastern shift. And again, 30% of it is in the water. The team that has the best position, Big Brothers Esports. Gujarat Tigers in the meantime now taking a decent amount of fire from the members of WSP, who would be able to gatekeep a lot of those teams out there.
Absolutely. And talking about 8-bit itself, I mean, previous game was not looking too good, but this time around also not looking too good. Their position I was very, very glad about, but it seems WSP had up their sleeve another tangent that they wanted to play upon, and that in turn has resulted in 8-bit getting smashed left, right, and center from WSB, from Global Esports. 8-bit, this has not been a juicy play, and with that juicy final breaths that he takes, is going to be all that he's going to be able to dictate in this game, as 8-bit do perhaps get eliminated right there.
What in the Fast and Furious thing were the members of Global Esports doing in the meantime? 4 shot. They're trying to welcome them with some fiery nades, and on their 6 are the members of WSB. Right, and he is feeling himself in this match. Along with Armin and Anutsup, they're the ones who opened up those finish feeds for their own team. But in the meantime, OR as well being flushed out by the members of GE. Mavi, the last man standing on his feet. Beast knocked down. There's no way for him to get that revival done. 4 shot as well. Trying to stop the members of OR2. Admino down on his knees. It's Robin who's the only one remaining. He can try and find one, but I don't think so he can place his survival game whatsoever. DBS in the hands. Hani tries to find a few shots. That's going to be Shan, who actually got that finish into his hands, as Zeref now tries to deal with the team who are on to their southern side. Oh my goodness! That was pretty close.
That was really close. WSB, another perfect opportunity right here for an incredible game turning out in their favor with 8 finishes. This team has turned into the beast that we anticipated to be able to see. But hey, in all of that, we cannot let loose of the team that got the previous chicken dinner. That's going to be the likes of Team Godlike, as Aditya pushes on ahead all by his lonesome, one after the other. He wants to be able to take down as he burns alive against the players of AR, where of course his teammate Jonathan, with just a sliver of HP, is going to be jumping on to provide the cover, but that's all that GL are going to be part of. The L, they held on strong at the northwestern side of the zone for as long as they could, but sadly it was none other than AUTOBOTZ who had a better transition in this fight. As with 4 finishes, they push on ahead. 7 teams total remaining. Big Brothers in a perfect position right here.
Yes, Big Brothers having the time of their life, but also the members of God's Reign having a good open entry into that circle from the eastern parts itself, while from the west you've got Entity. On towards the north is where the cluster is. Gujarat Tigers, WSB, 4 shot, AUTOBOTZ, all of them are going to have so much trouble, as we're already seeing Gujarat Tigers trying to fire a few extra shots onto the members of AUTOBOTZ. But down to their southern side. But in the meantime, we're all going to see these teams converge on the members of Team Entity. It should be pretty problematic for them unless they've got some solid covers for themselves. Because Blotter, you wanted a southern zone. There you go. This is the 5th circle. And it still has got parts of water in it. I'm waiting for a team to just try and play in that water area, dude.
Absolutely. What is the reason for that? I have no idea. But now, finally, the players of Big Brothers can come into action. They can come online as they have the dictate what this fight is going to be. In all of that, of course, we did see Pukar from the side of Entity, who had made a really good early rotation towards the western edges of the zone. And now they're going to be in a really good position to be able to capitalize on that. But at the same point of time, not long before WSB has something to say, because from top, Raiden pushes on, and an incredible spray from his side is going to be bringing in mayhem. 4 finishes for Raiden. He's still not yet done, as from one fight to the next, he takes on those players down.
Entity as well taking some heavy firing, and on towards the northern part. Gujarat Tigers being clutched in between 2 different teams. You've got Big Brothers down to their south, and towards their east it's going to be none other than Team WSB. Again, shots being fired. Vixie has been taken down by Uzumaki, though, having a pretty solid positioning. Yet again, another zone taking another southern shift. We are seeing WSB perform. Blotter, you say a thing that you wish for, and it is happening. Please wish $5 million for me. But in the meantime,
Oh my.
over towards South. God's Rain again making their entry, and the center is entirely empty. But WSB, they also need to try and find a timing because they'll be pincered between three different teams. That's Entity, Big Brothers, and also God's Rain. It's going to be difficult for them, but at the same time, Entity gatekeeping the members of AUTOBOTZ. It's only down to Mr. Spray, who's up on his feet. CLB should be finished off out there, and I don't think so. They've got even enough time to try and enter in the circle without getting damage from blue.
Oh, this is not going to be an easy push from the side of AUTOBOTZ right there because Somraj, he's got a real clear sight right there against the players of AR. But in all of this, again, when it comes down to the southern side of the zone, GDR, they've been patiently waiting, and now this is their time to take on this game. Oh, never mind my word, because the caster's curse is real. As soon as I bring up GDR, they're going to be sprayed on upon from the players of WSB. 10 finishes is still not enough for WSB as they bring down the players and more down GDR one by one. But in all of this, we just saw Big Brothers are right above WSB's positioning. In all of this, Entity has been completely playing their own individual game from the western flanks altogether of the zone with 8 finishes in their name. So Entity Gaming, they're still a very big name in this fight. But Big Brothers, the position, it is theirs for the taking. The DVS is back in the meta all over again, and that perfect in the smoke sprays. No, not on the rock mate and the Savitar. He just, Sarvit, my apologies, just went down south in that spray, and that in turn resulted in a very big kerfuffle against him.
That is indeed true. GDR has been taken down. They were the ones who actually got pinched between the members of Team Entity and WSB. I love how WSB found the timing on the back of a knock that Entity provided onto the members of God's Rain. But at the meantime, now it's going to be down to the last 4 teams. GDR still surviving on the outskirts. Delta was the one who was knocked down. It's only a couple of players remaining, and Seth, the one who's up on top, will probably be sent even further top if he tries to drop downwards. And Justin as well taking heavy fire. No, it's too OP. WSB seem to be the team who might take the chicken home, but on the other side they've also got Entity. Destro taking heavy fire. A couple of shots that needed to be connected, but in the meantime they were stopped by the vehicle of their own players who want to rush in onto the members as Pukar was taken down by Safe. So he should be able to provide a much needed number equalization, as he will not be able to put in the first aid. He was able to take down one, but the question is, can they try and get the confirmation? Gamla Boy will try to fire a few of his own shots. And it's again Troy being flushed down. The members of WSB, they seem to be the one to start things on a very solid note, at least in the second game. Because Gamla Boy is also down onto his knees. It's a 1v3 situation.
This is exactly what we were waiting for, and what a perfect output right there coming in from Saraj. Always lonesome, he tries to hold on with his AKM, and one by one he brings down the players of WSB. Now this is all going to be dictated between these two, and a nade to the face, and that's all that is going to dictate this final fight. Incredible conversion from WSB right there as they get an annihilating play in this game with a chicken dinner in the bag with what, 15 finishes is what I think they walk away with. This is absolutely ludicrous play from WSB, but again, nothing taken away from Entity's final play right there because he held on strong. He had a perfect opportunity to take down the players, his opponents. He did so gracefully, but it was a 1v2 situation and then a 1v1, which of course helped out WSB, and what a chicken dinner in the bag. We were talking about this team missing out from the action, and here they are delivering it in style all over again.
It all started on the back of the momentum that was provided by Armin and Raiden when they started to pick apart the members of 8-Bit, who basically got flustered between Global Esports and WSB. But jeez, what a genius play from their side, because I still can't get over the fact of the timing that they picked to take the fight with the members of God's Rain. They did not get that 1v1 with any team. They were being pincered between Entity and WSB. Wherein I was thinking, maybe WSB would have the problem. They'll be the ones who'll be getting sandwiched between these two. But the opener that Entity found and the advantage that WSB found on the back of that opener, absolutely phenomenal.
if we want to actually start a blame game in this fight, which we definitely should not on the desk, but I want to, it's going to be Big Brothers, mate. It's going to be Big Brothers. They had such a ludicrous position working for them. Had they pincered down the opening against WSB, the spray with the DBS that was right there for Sarwit, it just went flat. And that in turn just completely took away the position that BB had in their hands to be able to get a really good chicken dinner. But again, nothing taken away from that, because the way the gods worked in this battleground was, from one side it was WSB, Big Brothers and GDR. In all the other side on a tangent from the west, it was none other than Entity, just picking on shots from one left, right and center. It was just written like a perfect game for Entity, but eventually it was WSB getting that chicken dinner. And an incredible Miramar, that is what it was, because the zone dictated the majority of this chaos.
I'm not going to disagree, and Blotter, seriously, you wanted a southern zone. You had the most south zone we have ever seen. That was the southmost zone that I've ever come across. Indeed true. You wanted to see WSB perform. Hey, you have it, a chicken dinner with a massive at least 30-pointer. And we're going to see how they committed to that in the highlights as well. It all started with the early fight, and look at the way they followed it up.
This is where, of course, it was WSB's barn against the players of 8-Bit. Now, I was talking about 8-Bit being in a really good positioning, but they were caught out, and that in turn resulted in them getting sandwiched. Now, this is the moment where Big Brothers, the zone kind of walked towards them. Big Brothers had a really good compound, and look at the positioning that the team in pink had. They were on top of the entire ridge. So they had a lot of information as well, but that is where that information was stolen away from them, because we had the likes of WSB, we had the likes of Entity, and in this final fight, bomb, the nade, that was all that was needed. Again, for WSB, if you remember in the highlight, it was Bomb who started the entire spray against 8-Bit, got the ball rolling for the players of WSB, and he was the final one who to put the nail in the coffin and get a chicken dinner. So a wonderful turn of events for WSB right here. And with that, these two groups have played the 2 games. Now they're only left with one single game. In all of this, the one team I feel really bad for, it is Blind Esports.
Blind, yes, it's going to be pretty sad for them. But again, happy faces for the side of Gujarat Tigers. Clutch God being the MVP of this game. I'm still surprised that after all the chaos that we were put through from the end of WSB, Clutch God is the one who gets the MVP with 6 finishes and 75% of the contribution. Let me guess, how many did he even have in total, his team? Somewhere around 9, if I'm not wrong. If my math is just nothing, we'll have to see. But we'll first have a look at the stars of the match as well, because again, Clutch God is going to be the man. On the other side, Sirvi from AUTOBOTZ being the best companion, and Armin, just as you mentioned, being the finisher, the one who got that final frag, and also the opener against 8-Bit.
Well, with that, we've got the second game of the day done and in the bag. Snapdragon Pro Series is turning into an incredible week number 4, as the teams, they know exactly what's on the stake, what's on the line. It seems that not only the teams, more so the gods of BGMI, they're very much in favor of a Masaledar play being showcased to us, and that's why the zone have been so abysmal, I guess is what I can say, for the teams themselves, but really wonderful to be able to see and cast, because some unexpected plays are being made right here, and that is where you also get to see how dynamically teams are able to change their play style, and that in turn has put in a perfect highlight and a limelight for the players of WSB, I would say. I mean, you call them dark horses perhaps at the start of that week number 1 and 2, but now with the way that they've been able to churn opportunities for them, this is a perfectly oiled machine, WSB. A really good name to look forward to.
The champions. They're already looking like champions. And if this is the kind of fight they want to try and win, I'm already scared for the teams who would potentially be up against them in the LAN, because that's one way of doing things. But at the same time, they're not shying away from the fight. They're taking the fights on all the different fronts, and they're winning it. And with that, we're also going to have a look at the match ranking. WSB with a massive 30-point chicken dinner. I was mentioning about the 30-pointer. We have that Entity following them up closely with 22 points for themselves, and then followed by God's Reign. The trifecta of
Wow.
teams that we were talking about.
Look at this. I mean, this is... If you're not scared looking at this match ranking, then I don't know what is going to make you scared, viewers, because top 6 is majority of the points distribution of this game. Top 6.
True.
In a lobby of 16 teams. That's how annihilating this entire tournament has been from week 1 for these teams. And then we talk about teams sitting on the 4th page not being able to do it with 2 chicken dinners in the bag. Well, this is the reason why. Because of how destructive the teams like to play. And as you perfectly mentioned, in all of this, we've got some really good names sitting up on top till the top 6 position. But if I start from down south, Team 0 with 0 points, Blind Esports with 0 points, Zenix FM had a really good rotation, I would say, considering the way the zone was working around in the previous game as well, but the conversion has not been there. Bad luck for Team 8-bit, rather, being caught out in the open and getting sandwiched right there.
That wasn't the best position to begin with. Yes, there are a few trenches that you really want to try and acquire, but at the same time, when you do realize that there's a team behind you and also potentially a team in front of the compounds, you do not want to be caught in between them. However, we're going to have a look at the overall rankings. It's not going to change apart from the fact that Seoul are now on 3rd place as WSB overtakes them. Entity still on top with 314 points, followed up closely by WSB. And fun fact, both of these teams have got 140 finished points, and it's just the placement points where they differ. 6 chicken dinners.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful play right here, coming in favor of WSB Gaming, but that much more of a clear answer to the entire lobby from Entity Gaming, because the team sitting on the 2nd and 3rd, the reason they're sitting there is because of 6 and 5 chicken dinners respectively. But Entity sitting on top with just a single chicken dinner, it just clearly tells you that, yeah, these are the teams that you want to be really careful of. And again, that's not the only team in that first page. You've got the team of Global Esports with 29 games and a single chicken dinner. You've got the team of Gujarat Tigers with a single chicken dinner sitting on that top 8 position. So really good outing. But hey, talking about really good outings, look at this. Team 8-bit, Genx FM, Big Brothers, 14, 15, 16, all sitting in a very difficult position right here with 211 points.
I'll be brutally honest, I'm pretty worried about them because these positions are going to change 100%. 100%. There are a few
No
teams
question
above
about
them,
it.
4 of them in total. Orangutan, Alibaba Raiders, Seven and Carnival, who've only played 27 matches. They're yet to play their ones. But again, if in case 8-bit, Genx, Big Brothers, they kind of have the exact same game in the next one too, I don't know how they'll be retaining their spot. And if on day 1 they are dropped down in the bottom 16, and that's going to just mount up even more pressure because iFlix, they're only 4 points behind them and they've got 3 massive games. Unless an extremely problematic things happens for them, they are yet to be going in top 16 whatsoever. Team Forever as well, just a few points behind. If my math is correct, somewhere around 14, 15 points.
True.
16. That's
That's
all
what
they
I was-
need. And we've
That's exactly what I was counting as well, Scared, because I was actually looking at not only the 14, 15, 16 team, but also the team sitting on the 12th position, I believe it is, Blind Esports. And they're 10 points away from the 14th, 16th team. So that 10 points plus when it comes down to the difference down south, where you've got the likes of Team Forever with 195 points, there is still a chance if Blind Esports plays this final game that's up on their sleeve perfectly well, then there is still a slight chance that by the end of the day, they might still be on that 16th, 17th position. Because 20 point, 30 point difference is what they need to be able to create. Right now, they've got a 10 point difference. So let's see if Blind Esports are going to be able to get that opportunity in this final game or not. But in the final page, things that need to be dictated are looking really tough. For sure, Esports, they definitely have upped their game. But hey, with one final game remaining for the day today, 142 points is where they are, 20 points shy, 30 points shy. even if they get a really good game, they will still fall to back down as the other teams start performing, as the other groups start performing. So for 4Shot, it is looking like a done ordeal for the LAN finale itself. Right now, what they can bring in is mayhem, chaos, jump onto clashes, get some excitement in the lobby, rather than those first 4 stages of the game, especially on Erangel, being absolute pin drop silence.
I'm gonna look forward to the exact same thing again, because 4Shot is a team that we all wanted to see how good they perform. On the other side, Team Zero as well, some big names, experienced players out there. You always wanted to see them stand up onto that big stage, but it's just that the competition is so very high. It's super competitive between teams. I'm still surprised that out of all the 29 games that we've watched, in 11 of them, there have been just 2 teams who've been grabbing those chicken dinners. WSB with 6 and Team IQ Soul with 5. And IQ Soul are yet to play 3 matches. So that number might rise even further. But at the same time though, yes, I'm still expecting a good performance coming out from all the teams who are down bottom in the leaderboard, specifically 4Shots, very well mentioned point. They are again in a spot where it's not very comfortable at all, just 140 plus something points, and they're not even 20 points ahead from the teams who are down bottom. So it could be changed at any moment, but I would still like to look at the optimistic side. I would like to think that they've still got that potential and they've got that motivation to try and pull off the games that just right now WSB were able to pull off. It's only on the back of the momentum that they have, but still, a wounded lion is one of the most deadliest creatures out in the open, because he's already wounded. He's going to take you down no matter what. And that is something that 4Shot can definitely bring out on the table along with Team Zero.
100% agree with that, because like you perfectly mentioned, right, that wounded lion that you talk about, either it's going down because it knows it's going down, or it's bringing down along with it some other team. And that sort of a strategy can very well be the masala that I'm actually anticipating. At the same point of time, for Team Zero, now for Team Zero, I believe there is a big chance for them to be able to rack up those numbers, because they do try every single game. But is that going to be enough? Because right now, we're only looking at Group A and Group D. And amongst them, as we move on ahead with the final game, actually let's move on to the schedule right now as we bring up the final game. That, I believe, is going to be taking us all the way back once again to the map of Erangel, the OG known map. Now this is a do and die situation for the teams that are playing but sitting on the second page and on the bottom page.
You've got just one final chance for the members of Group A and D to win, because that is what matters. Just like Snapdragon's Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most. Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra as well. You've got to share the epic and level up your game along with Monster Energy to unleash the beast. That's all you need to focus on. A big shout out to all of our sponsors out there. And also, I really hope that this provides some motivation to teams out there too, because you have got nothing to lose at this point. The teams who are down in the bottom 16, they've literally got nothing to lose. It's either they're going to qualify or they're going to not. It's going to come down to that 50-50.
Yep.
So this is the best opportunity for the members to close things out on a solid note. And yes, I'm talking about the members of Team Zero. I'm talking about Team 4Shot Esports, because again, we'll be jumping onto the map of Erangel. The plane path directly from down south towards up north. A pretty western-oriented plane path. Teams going on the extreme east might face some long air time, but that's what we're here for, ladies and gentlemen. It's the last match for day number 1 of week 4 for the teams in Group A and D. They still have Group B and C remaining, but that will be after this one. So let's see how these teams end things on which note.
Boy, oh boy, this is going to be a very difficult weekend for a lot of these teams. I was just thinking about it. Had this been the final game for week 4, day 3, we're looking at 3 teams with exactly the same number sitting on the 14th, 15th and 16th position. If it were. I'm not saying that it could not be. It still could be. And that is how close the lobby is. Never mind, past was the conversation where we used to talk about 1 point difference and you're going to qualify for the LAN or not. Right now, with the same number of points as well, there remains a chance that you might not qualify, because in that, there is an algorithm that does the trick, that plays out and fares your performance in terms of placement points, in terms of your finish, and then summarizes that to provide you either in the top 16 or not. So a lot of hearts are going to be broken when it comes to this weekend. A tough affair. But with that, let's start off on a positive note after that thought, because right here, we're going to be moving on ahead with exactly what I wanted to see. Gen X FM, look at that. They have dropped down. They know that right around in the vicinity of Savoni, they are going to have Global Esports. But Gen X FM, they don't care. They're getting in close proximity right there to Savoni, the drop location of Global Esports. I would love to see if they do end up getting into an early skirmish. But before we see that, it seems like Team Prince have a bit of fight up their sleeve, but not really. It was just an early warning shot being showcased from the side of Team Together Esports as they make their rotation from south of farm.
That is true, but something that could happen would potentially be in the military base island, where we're seeing Team Zero down south of God's Reign. Team Zero would be looking to grab those B kills to try and rotate towards Novo, if I'm not wrong, because that area is entirely empty. But Team Together Esports as well will be looking to try and get some extra bit of loot in farm. Gen X FM, I was expecting, or at least let's just say I was hoping for a fight in Savoni, but I kind of knew it at the bottom of my heart. They'll be just picking up the vehicles to go over towards Stolber, loot the areas of Kameshki. And in Yasnaya Polyana, we're going to see the members of OR. Godlike this time. They seem to be having some different ideas though, or maybe they're just grabbing a few vehicles to move up to their primary location. For shot, again in the areas of Water City and Rozhok. We're going to see Big Brothers as well down towards School. Entity Gaming in Pochinki, not having any major problems. WSB towards the Katka being spread out, and so is 8-bit down south in Primorsk and taking control of the ferry pair because of the absence of Orangutan. Up towards Everest though, we are seeing Blind, Gujarat Tigers and also Autobots. So there could be something brewing up, but not so early on though, because it's a very centralized circle, the most default circle that we've seen in a while.
Indeed, that is true. And rightfully so, because again, it's the OG map. You want to have a comfortable start. You don't want to be thrown a curveball when it comes to the zone, especially on the map of Erangel. Because you want to have a decent opportunity to be able to take on those fights. And as Ked was just mentioning, when it comes down to Yasnaya, once again, I mean, you know, it's almost like a script. Godlike and OR, you're going to find them there. They're going to get those loots, and they're going to walk away. It's just how it's meant to be. There's nothing that you can take away from that, apart from the fact that, well, it's sad that we're not able to see them get into an early skirmish in the first few minutes of the game itself. Because so many times the opportunity has been there, but nor GL or OR has utilized on that. So could this be the start of something different? Because again, when it comes down to GL, we saw Godlike have a really good performance today, and that in turn has actually brought up their number in terms of the position really well. For OR though, it's been a very tough day. OR needs those points. OR needs those fights. And Yasnaya is a really good place, like any other, to be able to get that loot segregated amongst the four lot of you. Now, will OR be comfortable enough to be able to get that loot and push on to that fight against GL is what I wonder, because they need those points. And this is their final game for day one of week 4.
That is true, but you know, we've seen so many times that Robin is not the kind of IGL who wants to try and force those early fights, even if he has the players who are super heavy hitting. Yes, there's Admino, there's also Zap, Pro, all of them hit super heavy, but Robin's IGLing, it kind of revolves around trying to play for survival for the most part and not taking the fights where he's not 100% sure they're going to win or at least come out on top, even with the bare minimum casualties. If he threatens a risk of any of his players falling, then he will just decide not to go for that fight. So I don't think so they're going to step on that gas and change their level to play in aggressively. Maybe they still would want to try and play in the similar manner, just like they played last time on Vikendi, where the circle formed on them and they had the best compound and they were able to grab a massive chicken for themselves. That day was pretty solid for them. Another 50-pointer for their side. But on the other side, I really want to see the pace change coming in from Gen XFM, Force Shot, Big Brothers. I want to see them trying to go proactively for those fights, because even in the previous game, we saw Big Brothers had such a great opportunity to get that chicken, but they eventually crumbled down, and only because they did not clear their eastern and western parts, and they were just caught in between 2 or 3 different teams.
True. Till the time you had not said bring in the aggression, I was actually considering of mentioning Blind Esports as well. Because a team like Blind Esports, we've seen them, they like to play it safe, and nothing taken away from that. When they're pushed against a hard wall, they do fight back for sure. But other than that, Blind Esports, they like to try and play a passive approach and then jump into fights where they've got all the information. If they're pounced on upon, then things don't work out well for Blind Esports, as we've seen in the previous 2 games as well. So, wonderful conversion in this game for Blind Esports is another thing that I would love to be able to see. But again, that over passive approach from Blind Esports is what makes me wonder and question if they are going to be able to get a good game today or not. Though again, apart from them, when it comes to the teams that are in the zone, everybody's scattered all over, which is a really good position for all the teams to start off fair, to get a perfect set of loot for themselves, utilities accumulated for themselves, and then jump into a fair fight. Now, that fair fight is a question that on the battleground, especially in the week where it matters the most, is probably not what is going to be seen. But hey, you can always expect a little bit of humanity in the battleground.
Yeah, like really either of these teams do, because again, Raiden for now is just being flushed upon, burning alive right now, is knocked down and flushed up. You do not call that a fair fight, Blotter. Out in the open, and it's Blind who changed their level, stepped upon that gas. Now here we go. As soon as you mention something, you gotta see something along the lines. It could be directly that, or maybe just entirely different, but it is something similar. A very good mention out there though, but I really want to talk about that as well. Because yes, there are a few situations where team, I personally feel, do need to push up and take the space away from their opponents. If you wait for too long, and teams love to play very centralized in all the circles, you are bound to be third-partied. The more you wait, the more chances of a third party becomes. And just like right now, WSB just being pincered around by the members of Gujarat Tigers.
Absolutely, and WSB, again, I mean, they're going to be very high in terms of the momentum that they had created in the previous game. But Gujarat Tigers, they know what is on the stake, and their nades are going to be doing the dictation of this entire fight. At the same point of time, right now, oh my, Gujarat Tigers, I seemed like they were going to be able to create a perfect opening, but Clutch God, he counted the seconds a bit too long and naded himself, and that the opening has been created against WSB. Even though WSB had a sigh of relief as Clutch God got himself down, it seems like WSB are not going to be able to stand true and tall, because Shadow from the shadows with a perfect flank angle has pushed on ahead against, and bomb once again from WSB. A perfect jump in DBS will give him at least one finish point, will give him that revenge factor in this fight, but he is one in a 1v3. And that 1v3 is not looking good for him. MG is going to be easily able to get that first aid, and that in turn is going to be the end and demise of WSB. A really good game followed in by a not so okay game. Nothing taken away from WSB's position though, because they're secure in the top 3 positions. So GG play right there from Gujarat Tigers. Perfect communication, synergy being showcased in that fight from the players of Gujarat Tigers. At the same point of time, what I was going to say was, as you were mentioning those third parties, and if you're not overextending, that's exactly when we had the QR available for the viewers to be able to RSVP. So once again, as soon as that QR is brought on, viewers, don't forget that your position onto that seat in the LAN could also be third partied if you're not swift enough to be able to
Gonna scan that QR code. Bookmark those dates 16, 17, and 18. These teams, the top 16 that qualify, are going in for a LAN finale.
That was such a good one brought out there. I'm gonna give you one for that. That was actually pretty interesting. The seat getting third-parted, because that is definitely going to happen if you're a little too late. But on the other side, though, yes, it's just as you mentioned, WSB being picked apart this time. It kind of happens with them, right? And that's the reason why they're behind Entity, even though having more chicken dinners than them. And it's because they either perform like maniacs or they're taken apart so early on. It's just that they perform like maniacs more so often than being picked apart. But on the other side, though, down in towards that south, we're seeing Team Zero out on towards that bridge. They're lucky that there's absolutely no one blocking their way. But at the same time, super centralized play from almost all of those teams. Just a little bit off center for OR, GE, Big Brothers, and towards that school. Gen XFM as well, moving in from shelter. On the extreme west, do you see Gatka, where Blind is playing on, and also Gujarat Tigers down there south. I'm hoping to see some kind of contest between them.
True, as we do have Blind making a rotation and getting closer and closer to the positioning of GT, actually. In fact, it seems like they're right in the crosshairs of GT and they do not want to be stopping. Now, this is the moment where Gujarat Tigers can very well pounce on to the opportunity and bring in a really good spray. But will they do so? Or will patience prevail? It seems like the latter, as we do have GT holding on to their horses. Do not want to have any sprays, unnecessary sprays in that fight against the rotating team of Blind. And Trigger Discipline has been showcased right there, as Blind are going to be able to make that rotation to get into the zone. And talking about the zone itself, we've got a lot of colors in the center. This is going to be a fair fight, an equal playing opportunity being provided right here for the final game for these two groups for the day from this zone. But let's see how is this going to turn out in this fight, as we've got Entity Somraj, who's made a lot of noise and seems to have gotten the attention of Mac from the side of Godlike. Or as all the other players of Godlike, they have themselves scattered. Aditya already knows the flank that Entity is anticipating. So this is again a very experienced lineup going against another experienced lineup. A chessboard being displayed right here, but who creates that first opening?
First opening needs to be important, and again, that's something we normally see Global Esports creating. Many of the times we've seen them going for so aggressive plays out there, trying to pick apart their opponents. Even previously, we saw them taking that fight against the members of 8-Bit. But on the other side, though, yes, they would have to be safe, because OR seem to be having a pretty decent vision of the area. Dead in the center, we see the members of Godlike. We don't actually see them. I can just see the name Jonathan, so I'm thinking that they're all down in the center of that circle. Up north, AUTOBOTZ we have on towards the east. We've got Gen XFM. A little bit of that southwestern side is occupied by Team Prince, and down south of them we've got 8-Bit. Third parties are going to be happening at every fight. I am telling you that. We're going to come down to that exact same situation where stage 4 is going to mark some aggressive fights being taken by almost all of these teams. There's still a little bit of a gap between them, and it's going to be even reduced further. If in case it's even a centralized circle, I'm going to be pretty worried about the members of Gujarat Tigers and how they're going to try and take their entry. And so they're going in for their rotation towards that northern side. Maybe will enter from ruins, but should be met with resistance by the members of Big Brothers, or at least they should have that information.
Let's see, how is this going to play out? As you mentioned, a lot of teams in the center. Entity, they've got themselves a decent positioning. Surrounded by a lot of teams, of course. Now, another point is going to be, as soon as this zone actually shifts, it seems more and more like we are going to be walking towards the northern... Oh, never mind. Southern side is where we go. And yet again, an open area, a lot of open area in the zone, where 8-Bit find themselves in the center all over again. Blind in a really good contesting fight that they can very well be a part of. From the western edges, they've made a perfect rotation as they run towards the ridges. And they're going to be holding that for the longest time. So perfect play from Blind Esports, and from that, we'll come back if Blind Esports' position is going to be compromised right at that edge or not. But right now, it is Entity, as you were mentioning, against the players of Big Brothers. And Entity have been able to create that opening as Kuzumaki has been dropped down. And Entity are easily going to be able to get at least one finish point right here. As Big Brothers, they aren't able to sustain their numbers this time.
Oh my god, I was hoping for a cover fire, but there was just none. And it's again the members of Big Brothers who are not taking any of those main fights, because this type of zone, it always creates a situation where a lot of teams will be caught in the rotation. You cannot shy away from any of those bullets. So you've got to take the fights that are being thrown at you, at least some of them, if not all. And I was hoping for Big Brothers to try and pull something off, but yet again, they decide not to go in for that fight. Uzumaki falls himself, and I really feel that, that there still needs to be a little bit of a change in terms of the mid to late game calling from Big Brothers Esports, because this team, it has been brilliant in the previous few tournaments. We have seen that happen, securing the podium finishes as well. But in this one, it just seems they get disconnected, and this change in meta is something that's basically catching them off guard. But for now, Robin being very vigilant, not being caught off guard. On the other side, in a very different far end, we are seeing the members of Blind as well getting knocked down. So it's going to be pretty problematic for their side, but we'll just have to wait and see how that pans out.
Absolutely. It was Blind against the players of GT, whereas on our streams, we've got the players of OR against the players of 4Shot. Now, OR, they're not really aggressively pushing onto this opportunity right here. They want to be able to hunker down their positioning and stick to the edges. On the minimap, we can see that OR are making a two-man split. And along with that, a team in blue, sky blue, is going to be creating a third party, and that's going to be none other than GDR. Now, the position that 4Shot and OR find themselves, OR that much more because they're out in the open. They're going to have to fall back because GDR might have an upper hand in this third-party fight if GDR decide to make some noise.
Bro.
Though a stalemate.
Slow.
Stalemate is where these teams are stuck in right now.
Yes, that is indeed true. It's going to stay the same for the next few seconds until and unless Blue forces these teams on the outskirts to move inside. And as of now, Picard fighting a few shots. But Mac just being the Dominic Toretto out there, dodging all of the bullets with the power of family. In the meantime, Jonathan doing the exact same thing. I mean, come on. You can't catch all those people just like that. All the jokes apart, though, that was a good attempt coming in from Pukar. And on the other side, OR as well. They've got to make their way now. And in the meantime, Team Together Esports as well. In the skirmish up against Gen X FM, where Spider George has got the nade in the hand, throws it out, and that actually catches off guard Stagger. It was skillful, who was able to finish him off with the DBS in hand, and that's the action. And we were always waiting for the DBS up in play. Gen X FM finish off Team Together Esports, and also their hopes of getting ahead in that leaderboard. And this is what Gen X FM needs.
And with that, we finally have the opening that we were waiting for from the side of none other than 4Shot Esports itself. It seems that OR a lackluster push coming in from their side and not even being able to connect those shots from the DBS. And one by one, Cheyenne, what a destructive force that man was right here as he was able to ding down the players. But it's a 1v1 situation that in turn will go in favor of 4Shot as Harsh stands up to hold on the throne for the players of 4Shot now. OR, they needed these points. They were just not 100% in that fight as they should have, and that in turn has resulted in 4Shot getting the better half and getting those finish points. But right now it's going to be Entity going out of the open with Somnath getting sprayed on as well as mowed over. Entity not having the last laugh in this fight. Just a minute ago, I saw them making a rotation from the northern edge of the zone. Entity was looking really good, but now it seems like two of the teams right around the vicinity of Entity have pounced on upon them. This is not good.
Picard. Yep, not good indeed. Open from multiple angles. And Rico, he has no idea where Troy was. Gets deleted in an instant. Troy, the only man standing. Can he survive? Phil comes in as well, jumps out of the buggy. And oh my goodness, gets taken down. He blows himself up. Just because of the fact he was so very low. And it's only down to Sirvi now. I don't think so. He would be able to do anything. Troy as well, getting a few shots up his abdomen. Sirvi was the one was firing a few of them, but nonetheless, that's basically going to be it for their side. I don't think so AUTOBOTZ will be able to pull something else out from there. Entity though has been eliminated. Now that's something we don't usually see often, but Aditya in the meantime tries to lower down the numbers of Gen X FM as he's the only man standing from the side of Godlike. He tries to double it up as well. Can he find one more? Karan, so very low, just behind that buggy. Blue has also hit, and he's only got one medkit along with the first aid kit. No heal battle could be done by this man. Saeed OP in the meantime just making things even more difficult for Gen X FM as they're also falling one after the other. Rico was taken down by that play zone, and since now we're heading into the stage 5, we're going to see these fights all around the board.
Absolutely, as we've got the momentum finally steamrolling in the favor of 4Shot. As just a minute ago we saw them bring down the players of OR and now find themselves at the edge, the eastern edge of the zone, in close proximity to another team, and that's going to be none other than Big Brothers this time around. But looking at Blind and their positioning, this is looking really good. Blind there at the edge, the southern edge. They know there's no team that can trouble them, at least from their flank angles. But now they don't have a lot of cover to work with. That's another trouble that could go against the players of Blind, as they are spread across thin. There's only 3 players in the lineup right now for Blind Esports. It seems they're going to have to choose their fight. So my apologies. Actually, 4 players are still surviving from Blind Esports. They're just scattered. If Adi falls down from that flank, it is trouble to pick him up. Harsh falls down. He gives away the positioning of the other 2 players. So tricky, but Blind Esports have a really good position right here on the front. I mean, I'm talking about the scattered approach from Blind. I am blind to not notice Global Esports just dominating in terms of the position that they've got. Wow. That is destruction that they've got in their minds.
Agreed. Because look at the real estate that they have. They've cleared out the entire western part of the circle. They know there's no team coming in from behind them. The basic idea of almost all the teams that are going to be out in the open. Savitar finds a pick onto Ronak, who was trying to take the entry from the northern part, as 8-bit will be stopped in by the members of Team Prince from entering that circle. A good gatekeep coming in, but Aditya in the meantime he's also trying to just flank the members of Team Zero. Saeed, he's going to be taken down. He's just trying to play as a spoiler at this point. Needs to get that first aid connected. It's extremely low in that HP. And the members of Team Prince, again, just as I mentioned, were trying to gatekeep the members of 8-bit, as the dead center of the zone is entirely empty and also devoid of all the covers. Hence, the teams are now playing at the edge. Aditya was able to finish down second player from Team Zero. And, oh my god! The positioning coming in from the side of Team Zero, it has basically led to almost their demise, as this is going to be the triple trifecta fight. And the members of 8-bit also down to just last few members. Team Zero was taken out, and Team Prince should be the one to get on top in that skirmish.
Absolute annihilation right there, as 8-bit get eliminated as well. From the northern sides, we've got the likes of Team Prince, who held on strong. But as we move on away, the final player right here from the side of Gujarat Tigers, Wixky, he's holding on steady right there in that small little shack. A decently cooked nade could maybe bring a little bit of damage to the player, but not before he has something to say. It was very well timed. But Blind Esports, they do have an advantage right here, as they have 2 of the players, but they're also overutilizing the nade parade right here. And they're trying to get it through this small little opening, the slither of an opening that is available right there in that track. That is just not an easy throw. And with that, the number of utilities that Blind have already given away to just this one player, Gujarat Tigers, Wixky, they are going to be able to convert that into a finish point, but at what cost we shall see later, because they need those smokes, they need those utilities in the latter half of the game, because now Global Esports jumps in from the western flank of this entire zone that we can see.
Yes, and they've also pushed back the members of Team Prince, who are now in a pretty awkward situation, getting caught between a couple of teams out there. Mavi taking some heavy firing as well, because AJ was able to get a good pick onto him, and that's the opener the Team Prince needed. All four of them are alive and now want to rush in by regrouping as well. Are they going to go and try to go in for that confirmation, because down south are going to be none other than the members of Blind, and on to their eastern part, we also have Team 4Shot, who are going to be in trouble. But for now, AJ is the one who's in trouble. Should be patched up though. No probs there whatsoever. But Ninja Boy is trying to say something else. He wants to move forward along with Beast. But Ninja Boy has been taken down with a nade from Savita. That was brilliant. Only to get answered back by a Beast with his own cook nade. Savita will be finished off as well. Out in the mid-range, M4 prevails. And are they going to try and flush the last few members too? Because that does seem to be the case, as Slug will be jumping in to try and flush everyone. And on the other side of the map, yes,
the fight is dictated from Team Prince and their positioning, that's for sure. But at the same time, Global Esports, the way that their numbers have been dropped down right now is all thanks to the nades brought on against them. Right now, we'll have to see how exactly are the players of 4Shot going to be bringing any trouble to the players of Blind Esports, because Blind Esports, while Global Esports gets busy in the back over there, Blind have already taken on shots again with two individual teams, as we can see in the feed. One side, Blind's Harsh is taking on shots against Global Esports, and Harsh is bringing on destruction one after the other. Global Esports' players are going down, whereas Harsh is handling one entire segment of the fight all by his lonesome, whereas the other three teammates, they are busy in a 3v3 affair against 4Shot. Once again, the nades, the utilities that Blind Esports have utilized in these fights is what has resulted in a bit of a tricky split in this position from Blind Esports. They haven't really gotten the best of this fight just yet, and now they're out of utilities as well. So tough luck, Blind Esports, for now.
That is indeed true, but for Global Esports as well, the luck even falls further. Team Prince was able to get down one of their members, and now Global Esports in a pretty tricky situation. Blind as well. They've got a very solid positioning coming in. All four of their players are alive. Three of them dinged up. That is true, but they should be able to heal themselves back up. 4Shot Esports, not the perfect area to be at, but as soon as the smoke cover fades, it's going to become even more lethal for their side, as Global Esports will not be able to enter perfectly in the circle. Mavi was taken down by the zone itself, and Harsh will be the one to open things up. Goku is the one who's down on his knees. This could potentially be an opportunity for the members of Blind to try and go in for that flush. Try and go and finish off all those players. If this one more nade connects, it's going to be everything for them. Just a little bit of a chip damage being done. Adi, on the other side, he needs to be worried about Slug. That is down towards the northwestern area. It should potentially be just a situation of Blind versus 4Shots, a 4v3v1. Once again, Dark Lord is just moving this vehicle. Both the teams have got a Harsh in their side. This El Clasico of Harsh is something that I was waiting for quite a while. The Dark Lord, again, moving inside the smokes, making sure that there's no one playing in there. Skipz was able to take care of Slug as well in the outskirts. And this is the opener we were waiting for. Shan's been taken down by that buggy.
This is exactly the final call that was needed, and Goku with the DBS in his hand, it seems like this hulk of a gun is going to be able to bring it down to the final fight that was required. But what a chaos it was, and don't tell me, has it been 4Shots play? The chicken dinner right here came in from the team that was underneath that position of height advantage. But it was Blind. Well, again, this chaos that ensued in the final moments right there. The DBS was doing so much damage against the players of Blind Esports. It is just absolutely abysmal as to what Blind Esports were dropped down to, because in the final moments, it was actually Harsh from Blind Esports who took on the reins to not only stop Global Esports in their tracks, but also help out his teammates who were three who had already dwindled down their utilities, and it was finally Harsh's nades that find the perfect opening. And then, of course, we saw a perfect mowdown coming in from the side of Blind Esports' player against 4Shot, and that in turn resulted in a beautiful conversion for Blind Esports. The game that I had been asking for Blind Esports to be able to get from the start, they have gotten it, thus proving that they are probably going to stick around in the top 16 by the end of the day as well.
Does seem to be the case, because the previous two games were definitely not the ones they had hoped for, but this one working out brilliantly for their side. And very well mentioned, because they were playing in a split of 2 and 2. They were not entirely split up. All of the 4 players were close to each other, but the attention, Harsh and SkullTz, if I'm not wrong, were the 2 players who were watching towards the members of Global Esports, and then the next 2 players were watching towards the side of 4Shot, who were under that cliff. And it is just on the back of the positional advantage that they had. That is one of the reasons why they were able to quickly get their attention diverted and were able to stop both Global Esports and 4Shot from coming into that circle. They had the height advantage against 4Shot, and also against Global, they had the zone advantage. Global Esports were just outside taking the fight against the members of Team Prince. So a very good IG coming in this time around from Harsh himself, Adi himself, my bad. And Harsh again playing in phenomenal game for his team alongside with SkullTz and Dark Lord, because in that last fight, yes, Goku basically turned into a Super Saiyan 2 mode, but only to be taken down by Kid Buu in the form of Dark Lord out there, who was just behind him. Because of that buggy he was using, he was able to get one directly knocked down and then finish things off by getting that flank. A brilliant move.
An incredible move, and that was so crucial as well, because the one thing that was icking me again and again throughout that entire fight was the amount of utilities that Blind was pushing against those players and still not able to get an opening. Is what worked against them.
Yeah, I was surprised over that as well, because they did dump up quite a lot of utilities against Vikendi, if I'm not wrong. He was the member of Gujarat Tigers in that one small compound. But it was just because of that distance that they could not get that nade inside the compound. And my oh my. That was again a brilliant performance from their side. Nonetheless, not just them. I also love to see how Global Esports again stepping on that gas. We always see this team perform in clutch, right? Early on, they were facing struggles, but then in week 3 and week 4, they're playing like a well-oiled machine. They're playing in together. And I love the fact how Mavi is not falling out again and again early on, because in week 1 and week 2, we saw him getting caught out multiple times. But this time around, things have changed up. They're all playing together perfectly, and that's all you want to see. But for Godlike, yes, it did seem pretty awkward, as they were caught in during their rotations as well. And it was just Aditya who was remaining. Still, he did all he could to try and help his team out, probably grabbing 5 points for themselves with 1 position points and 4 finish points, I guess.
And then it was the final moments of the game. Now, this is where I loved Team Prince's positioning and the way they were able to utilize it and bring down the numbers for Global Esports as well. I mean, those nades that were cooked to perfection from the side of GE, from the side of Prince actually, brought down the numbers of Global Esports. Otherwise, Global Esports were looking really phenomenal in terms of how they were pushing on ahead, the control that they had in the final moments of that zone, the third, when there were only 4 teams remaining. So kudos, X-Factor play can be given away towards the players of Prince. But again, eventually in the end, Blind Esports, the team that needed to be able to rack up those numbers in the final game for the day for themselves, have been able to do so. How many points have they gotten? How big of a lump sum are they going to be able to get in that overall leaderboard? Well, we're going to have to wait. But when it comes to the MVP, I do believe it should go down towards Blind's player. Or not, actually.
Whoa. It's the none other than man himself from Team Prince, AJ. He was doing a pretty solid job again. You mentioned about their position multiple times, and this is one of the reasons, because AJ was helping his entire team to hold it down so very well. They were able to stop 8-Bit from entering, and then also they kind of had a situational advantage against Global Esports. It was just the zone shifting away from them that they had to divert their attention, and then were being taken down by those couple of nades, which was pretty unfortunate for their side. But they tried to get the best out of that situation. And AJ with those 5 finishes, 83% finish contribution, shows you the exact same thing.
And with that, as we move on ahead towards the stars of the match, we've got the players of Team Prince in the best companion position as well, with Savitar right here with 3 rescues and 2 assists. Phenomenal turnover wins for Team Prince. And then comes in the finisher, the final man who was able to bring down the chicken dinner for his team, and it was Blind Esports' Kips. Just perfect domination, but again, right there we can clearly see the domination was only led by the side of Blind Esports because of the rotation that they were able to make.
And that is what dictated the positioning that Blind Esports had, the way they were able to take on those shots and get that chicken dinner. 11,210 meters. As soon as the zone shifted down south towards that ridge, we saw Blind just rushing towards those ridges and just holding on steady. And that was just beautifully played by them. So a GG play when it comes to the final game for these two groups.
Really shows you how experienced all of these teams are. Blind, Global Esports, that even though they face some struggles early on, out when the moment requires them, they always step up. When push comes to shove, you always see all of these teams going in a haywire situation and working out so very well. But nonetheless, even Team Prince now, I'm slowly seeing them stepping up as well. This does seem that in those clutch situations, they're also doing a lot of changings, and it's probably the couple of times now that we've seen Savitar in that stars of the match. You were waiting to see the ranking and the amount of points Blind acquired. Well, it's going to be 24. I was expecting somewhere around 25 to 28, but it's just 24 with 9 finishes and 15 placement points, followed up closely by Global Esports with 10 finishes themselves and a total of 20 points.
Again, a wonderful turn of events for Global Esports. Once again, the consistency brings in perfectly for them. Blind Esports, a much needed gain is what I'll say, with 9 finishes and a chicken dinner. That is a good conversion right there. But for Sure Esports, wow, where winning matters the most is what we were talking about, and this is what For Sure Esports does in the final game of the day that they were going to be a part of, with 7 finishes, 3rd position for them, a 19-point game. I wonder, does this allow For Sure Esports to get on from that 4th page to the 3rd page? And if so, by how big a margin?
It should, but not with a very big of margin. Because there was a decent amount of gap, but it was not that small to be covered up. So maybe just about a few 3, 4, 5 points lead that they're going to have, but they will definitely be on page number 3. On the other side, though, Team Together Esports, OR, not exactly the game you would expect them to have. Team Together as well, facing a lot of struggles in this one. 8-bit this day has been brutal for them, and so was the case for Team Zero. WSB Entity not being able to perform in this one, but it's not going to affect them at all. WSB had already put a massive 30-point chicken dinner in front of us on the map of Miramar. So, well, we're already talking if 4-Shot have made it to page number 4. Let's quickly have a look at the overall rankings too. Because Entity maintaining their first spot along with WSB on that 2nd spot. They've completed their games for the evening. And on the other side, it's going to be still IQ Soul, Chemin, both of them on 4th and 5th with 3 matches to play. God's Reign, Gujarat Tigers, Blind following up, and Blind have made their way into top 8.
This is definitely going to be giving Blind Esports players and fan base a sigh of relief right there as they find themselves in the top 8. For the likes of WSB Gaming, Global Esports, Entity Gaming, they are done for the day. Nothing taken away from them and their play because they are in the top 3. But moving on towards the 2nd page. Now, this is where we want to be able to see how big of a jump are we going to be looking at when it comes to these teams. Because right now we've got Team 8-bit sitting on the 30, with 30 games played, sitting on the 16th position. So they're going to be definitely falling down from that position. At the same time, Genix FM made it into the top 16. Probably not for long. Same perhaps can be said for Big Brothers Esports as well.
That is true, because after all of their games, you still have Team iFlakes who are yet to play on their own game, and it's not a humongous lead that they need to cover. So 8-bit, I'm also thinking that they might be falling out of that space until and unless we see all the teams like iFlakes, Forever, Reckoning, Hydra not being able to perform, which I do not think so is going to be the case. We might possibly see Reckoning as well going in for a good performance because they had a pretty decent momentum over towards the end of week number 3. So I'm expecting them to move it even further, as again, this was the team that was on top when they qualified from the Conquest final. So I'm expecting a lot from this entire team. And on the other side, we were expecting 4-Shot Esports to make a leap. Unfortunately for them, they haven't been able to do so. They're still on the last page, 161 points. And things look even more brutal for them.
Well, again, when it comes to these final games for the day that are remaining, actually, we're still going to be looking at a lot of differences that are going to be made on this final page itself, because apart from these two, Team 0 and 4 shot, there are so many other teams that are part of this page. And the difference is quite a lot. From X-Park sitting on the 25th position with 176 points, all the way down to the 32nd position with 114 or something points. It is, well, not 114, but still, at least 30-40 point difference is what we're looking at, is quite a lot. So, a tough conversion for them. But again, when it comes to Group A and D, they are done for the day. An incredible play is what we've seen from the side of Group A and D. Now, we shall see what IQ Seoul are going to be jumping in towards. We're going to be looking at what, of course, Chemin are going to be bringing to the table, along with all the others that are going to be chiming in from Group B and C, of course.
Moving to see what Orangutan have also brought. So that's something I'm looking forward to, because yes, they're at the 15th spot right now with 215 points, if I'm not wrong. They really need to step up their game as well in the next 3 matches. It's going to be crucial for their momentum for the next 2 days. On the other side, iFlix, I'm hoping to see them enter in the top 16. And on the other side, over towards that last page as well, there are a few teams that I want to see perform, including Team X-Park, Team Forever. They're on the 3rd page. They've got an opportunity to enter in the top 16 too. I will be expecting to see a few changes in the entire leaderboard, at least in the top 10 and in the top 16. But we still don't know if their performance is going to be amazing. But one thing that we definitely know is that the Snapdragon Elite Gaming is always going to be with you no matter what. Because again, that's where the winning matters the most. Yes, I've got quite a few things written out as well. But before that, a humongous shout out to Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra as well. Because again, you've got to share the epic and also level up your game with Monster Energy. You've got to unleash the beast to try and perform like all of these players out there who are on that big stage. Now, with that said and done, just as I said, I've written down quite a few things specifically with the performances of the ones. And one I want to talk about is going to be Orangutan. They've had a pretty shaky week 1, week 2, and also week 3, because in some maps they perform enormously well, but in some others they're fairly kept quiet.
That is very true, and that is something that, again, will boil down to how OG makes their rotations, and does it actually fare out well for those rotations for them or not. But right now, as you perfectly mentioned them, well, this is where we shall bring up the schedule, because now we are done with Group A and D. As we move on ahead with Group B and C, where we've got, as Elliot was just mentioning, the likes of OG jumping in from Group B, along with the likes of Chemin Esports. And then there are a lot of those teams that are sitting on the 4th page, like Medal Esports, SkullTz, Team X-Park. But in all of this, Medal Esports, and you know, there was, as this entire play started off, as this entire tournament started off, there were high hopes from the likes of Medal Esports and the way that they were expected to be able to have a decent outing. But that has not really converted for them. Though again, nothing taken away from them, because because this is the final week, we can still expect a bit more of a synergistic play. Will that be enough to get there in the top 16?
That's true.
That is tough, but we can definitely see them climb up the ladder and get into the 3rd page of the leaderboard. So that is the kind of convincing fight that we expect from them. Fingers crossed.
Again, since you already talked about some expectations, I always want to see how FS are going to perform in this one, because if I'm not wrong, they had a pretty solid day in one of the previous week 3. That was day 3, if I'm not wrong. They ended up 2nd in terms of total points gathered, and which eventually helped them take a leap as well in the leaderboard. So they'll be looking forward to do the exact same thing today, because top 16 is something where you need to go. But since we've been talking about what's going to happen and what's not, one thing is for sure, that we will see the winner of Sanhok in the few minutes as we will jump into the map. And it's going to be Group B versus Group C. All the teams will be taking on each other as the plane path goes directly from the southeastern part towards the southwest, where Tambang will be the last location. Teams should be able to take their drops without any problems. We've seen Seoul go towards Camp Alpha, and that is in the vicinity. Orangutan towards the boot camp. We'll just have to wait if we're going to see some kind of early contest. Gujarat Tigers are not here, so I don't think so we'll see any drop collisions in boot camp at least. But down towards south, we are going to see Carnival Gaming as well, who always love to play over towards a little bit of a north of Sami, Nakam.
and directly over towards the southeastern part, Reckoning Esports with a very split drop.
Oh, very split drop indeed, actually. Though again, when it comes to the map of Sanhok, we know a lot of skirmishes, a lot of chaos to ensue. With it being such a small map after all.
True that.
But though again, when it comes to the players and the teams right now, a very scattered, spread out approach that we're looking at from quite a lot of these teams actually. Onto Camp Alpha, of course, the fan favorites, IQ Soul, are going to be scattering themselves close to their proximity, interestingly enough, this time around. We also do have the players of X-Park, where, of course, we've seen X-Park sitting on the 25th position, if I'm not wrong, yes. They've got a lot to prove, and if in the early moments of this Sanhok game, they're able to bring down a fan favorite, then, of course, there'll be a lot expected from X-Park as well. Though again, just like when we started the day with game number 1 on Erangel with Group D and A, teams wanted to take it slow because they understand that this day, this week, every single game is going to matter tenfolds. And since majority of these teams actually are sitting on that final page of the leaderboard, it is perhaps looking like a slow churn for a lot of these teams, even if they're in close proximity, as we've got the likes of HUB on our screens right here, SkullTz. In close proximity to them in the Paradise Resort, we have another team that they are trying to play it safe. And I believe that team in vicinity is going to be Middle Esports.
Middle. Yes, that's Middle. I mean, I just saw Top Dog's name there written, and that's why I made that guess. It's probably Middle. But yes, that is true. These are the only two teams that are close to each other and might potentially end up in a skirmish, because the circle as well, covering almost all the parts of all the map and islands there. Over towards the northwestern island as well, Team X-Park dropping towards Hatin. Normally, we see Global Esports taking their drop there. I sometimes have seen a few of the teams trying to take that fight, but that's about it. So Soul should not have any major problem. But on the other side, Wind God as well. This is one of the teams that I wanted to talk about too, because again, they have shown us some great potential. A 33-point chicken dinner game, and back on day 1, it was the map of Sanhok itself, where they were able to bring that forward. And if that's the kind of performance they can show, I'm expecting them to at least be in a competitive place in that top 16. And their performance since that game has been looking shaky. Not just a little bit, but a lot. So I am pretty worried about this team, I'll be brutally honest. And also all the teams are now trying to converge in directly dead center. Alibaba Raiders as well, they've got the same idea as Middle, so we might possibly see the contest. Alibaba Raiders, a team that plays way too defensive. Middle wants to try and find some early picks onto those members. Romanoji has been taken down by Encore. A good off angle coming in from him, as he'll be moving it forward. Top Dog, he has no fear whatsoever. Duke is pretty close to him, and he should have an idea of Duke's position. Frozen and nade could be disastrous if he's near, just a little bit far away, so he's going to be surviving. Top Dog clearing the compound perfectly, and now he knows, he's realized. Broken the door with the DBS shot in hand. Only 14 bullets, but that's all you need. 1 is much more than sufficient. Switches to FPP. Encore as well with the cover coming in. Duke's been taken down, so very low. Sanyam in the meantime being caught in the crossfires. Paradox so was taken down. He was finished off as well. Ralph playing in that off-angle position is exactly what he needs. Top Dog now slowly moving forward. Fires a couple of shots. Just a second too late. Does not register. In the meantime, Encore now has the chance to take Duke down. It's a game of cat and mouse between both of these players, as Alibaba Raiders not raiding but are being raided. And Duke will finally be taken out. As soon as he's knocked down, he's going to be flushed in. Paradox still down on his knees, needs to be revived. Ralph's position is compromised. That kind of rhymes, but so was Chris being taken out. Orangutan hearing all of that action. Doing a beautiful third party, coming in for a few of those scrap points. Ash as well fighting a few shots, doing a decent amount of damage. Was able to flush one quickly. In the meantime, Encore Confirms his flush onto Roman, but Paradox is not going to survive. Ralph was the one. Finally delivers some action back to them, but Alibaba Raiders, the game in which they're taking the early competition, they are taken down to such a low HP. Again, Blotter, it just seems so pretty unfortunate for Alibaba Raiders being raided by the members of Middle, and then Orangutan getting a third party in onto their position and getting one flush for themselves.
Oh, Alibaba Raiders' troubles ain't yet done. Because the final play right here, Ralph, he of course wants to be hogging down those points, but sadly that's not going to be allowed as he's just a one-man army. He does have one finish point, so not completely abysmal affair for the side of the team, because they do have 2 finish points in total. But again, like you perfectly mentioned, not the kind of start that you want to be able to see, especially for the likes of Alibaba. As we've got SkullTz Esports' Lucifer with no vest, only 1 level 1 helmet, 3 nades. That's all he wants to dictate in this game, because he wants to try and get that finish point. He's just being the perfect Sanhok snake that we want to be able to see. 1 nade cooked to perfection, another one going to be dropped down there or not. Well, come on, Lucifer. We expect a bit more hungry Lucifer right here. But again, he wants to be cautious. Very true.
Ralph. Oh, the DBS in hand. My man has got no utilities, only 14 bullets. And that too just in the mag, no extra mag in pocket. Bandages are something that we don't usually see on screen, so he's got a few of them. But in the meantime, oh my god, SkullTz. They just tried to find one, but Lucifer's moved backwards. He's nowhere close. I like the idea, not peeking in through the window, but now he's basically asking for the backup maybe from his teammates, and then they want to try and get this one flush out. No, they've actually decided to just move backwards. That was one free flush for them. But what other thing is also free are the RSVP for land, ladies and gentlemen. Scan that, and you would be able to get a seat for yourself on the LAN in Noida Indoor Stadium on 16th and 18th February, and you do not want to miss the chance to see your players perform on that LAN, for which these teams are trying to get qualified. But you all are already qualified to be the spectators, and you never want to miss that opportunity.
Absolutely. Don't be like SkullTz. Don't walk away from that opportunity. Be like Hydra. Jump into the affair and get the best. And that's what the LAN is for all the viewers, of course. 16th to 18th of February, Noida Indoor Stadium. It's going to be a big undertaking, actually. A wonderful opportunity. Because Noida Indoor Stadium, oh, that is a beautiful venue right there. A destination to visit. And with these kind of skilled players, yeah, it is going to definitely heat up the cold winters that Delhi's facing these days. And DBS to perfection right there from Hydra. Matter of seconds is what it took. And that in turn has annihilated SkullTz player. A beautiful skull cracking shot. But again, now Lucifer, he will have the opportunity to be able to bring in that revenge factor. He's of course going to be dictating all of this information to Bijlu. Bijlu's patiently waiting up on top as well. So this...
Or maybe...
This...
Oh my goodness! That's exactly what I was talking about. Perfect nade indeed, and they're also just going in for that wraparound. Bijlu, the only man, and is just waiting for his team to be picked apart. That's all. In paradise, I would still say SkullTz had the perfect opportunity.
Yes.
But they did not grab it. They were being slammed upon by the members of Hydra, and they found a perfect way to go in for that slam and finish off everything that was there.
Hydra had so much of information in that fight. That was absolutely ludicrous, the way it was annihilated. The team of SkullTz was annihilated right there. Of course, Bijlu still does remain the one final player from the side of SkullTz Esports. So as we move on away from that fight towards... Oh, never mind, we're back again. But I do want to talk about Team Forever in just a minute's time. Because Team Forever, when it came down to the overall ranking, we saw them sitting on that third page. Their climb up is going to be not that difficult, actually. But they need points for that. to be able to sustain themselves in the top 16. Right here, though, Bijlu with a level 3 helmet and vest. He's looking the top dog right here for SkullTz Esports. Sadly, though, that's not what he needs. What he needs on the map of Sanhok is first aids. 30 first aids and he's golden.
No way. Please don't. Please don't.
Imagine the conversation has come down to you've got a level 3 kit. Nah, dude, that's not going to help you out. You need 30 first aids and you're going to be golden.
Oh my god. Might as well just start farming those first aid kits and play at the edge, right? Stay at the corner. Maybe if 30 are not enough, grab on somewhere around 40, 45, 50 if your backspace allows that. But no, don't encourage the mid strat. I do not love it at all. I mean, yes, I'm pretty biased about the fights as well. I want to see those fights. But at the same time, no.
But he's got something even better along with that. Some best thing that you love, the second best thing. A DBS in his hand. So he's ready for the fight.
Yeah, with
he's not backing out of it.
Out there? What's playing in blue after zone 4?
But hey, with that, this is another team I do want to actually talk about as well, Carnival Gaming. Now, a really star-studded lineup is what we've got in CG. But again, when it comes down to the over-aggressiveness that we anticipated from the star-studded lineup, that has not really been the case for CG. Throughout the entirety of the 4 weeks that we've been part of right now in SPS, Carnival Gaming, they have played it safe. They have had moments of aggression, but consistency from their side has only been passively approached. Which again does not take anything away from their playstyle, because what matters is you be a finalist in the LAN finale and then you perform and outperform your competition for the money, for the prize, for the respect and all the wonderful stories to be able to display to the entire country. Because Carnival Gaming, Hector, Neo, Omega, Goblin, I mean, yeah, these lads, they are skilled upon skilled, experienced upon experienced over the years now.
I would 100% agree with you on that point. But at the same time, it seems that they're just playing a little bit too extra safe given the firepower that they have. Goblin, Neo, Hector, Akshat, Omega. I mean, all of these players are just mad lads. And not just once, but multiple times they've shown a possibility of 1v2s, 1v3s. 1v2 is like basically their backpack. The everyday routine that they always check. 1v3s are something that they've shown that they've got that potential at. But even after that, Carnival Gaming, they've been taking that slow approach. But at the same time, you know, I'm not taking anything away from them because that's how most of these teams tend to play. You look at Chemin Esports, they've had majority of their points with just their positions. And oh my god, Ronnie, ready with the aggression of TWM, gets one down quickly. And oh my goodness, that trade has been absolutely phenomenal in that support, and Ronnie will be able to just now rush upon the players to grab those flushes.
TMW. What was that approach right there? What was that rush? What was the reason for that push? That was a tough affair for TMW right there. As they dwindled down on their numbers real swift, real quick. And while this was taking place, the final player of SkullTz Esports has also been annihilated, thus leaving us with 15 teams, hopefully 14 in the next minute, as I anticipate TMW's final player to also be caught out. Because look at this. I mean, these Wolves, they are out in the open. They're searching, hungry for those finishes. And that is, of course, the players of Seoul. And we've spoken about this time and time again. S-Power, the addition of S-Power onto Seoul has been such an incredible one. S-Power, he just is a big workhorse when it comes to the team. And with that, has been able to bring in a lot many moments that fans are going to be remembering S-Power for in this SPS itself. But moving away from IQ Seoul's domination against TMW, we've got the players of X-Spark now jumping on to the opportunity of Paradise Resorts capitalization, and from far away distance, from a flank angle rather. I'm not entirely sure how Hydra's Doro was able to get that opening, as X-Spark has been dropped down. In fact, their player has been eliminated as well. They're left with a 3-man squad.
Gora has been feeling himself in this one. With their rush that all started on the members of SkullTz and now following it up. Team Forever's Mafia finally finding the TWM Ninja. Last player of TWM Gaming has been eliminated as well, so they'll be taken out. Thanks to that 3k coming in from the members of Soul. But on the other side now, I also want to see good aggression coming in from Hydras. They showed early on that they can take those spies, they can take that space, and Paradise is basically a place you always want to have in the back pocket. Nonetheless, Ronnie up against Fierce Revenant. Oh my goodness, he loses the life yet again. Ronnie still moving forward. Aquanox and Sensei, they need to be taken care of. Ronnie, Nakul, only people standing. Nakul almost taken down. That's going to be super low in the HP as Ronnie confirms that flush. But that fountain is going to definitely show off some of that positioning away. Aquanox will be taken down, but with that vehicle blast, has got some solid cover. But Nakul will now finally get his HP back up to try and find that flush. And Aquanox has been taken down from so far away. Punk is the one who ruined the game for Revenant Esports. Reckoning on towards the edges. That's such a ratty play.
And from one to the other, we're still not done, because now it is time for Carnival Gaming to hold on to their compound for as long as they possibly can, because from a flank angle, from up above behind them, it is going to be the players of none other than Team Forever. Team Forever are going to get closer and closer. What matters is the utilities usage from Team Forever. Though we can see CG, Neo, he's got a really good flank that he's created. A cover fire that he's been able to create right there for his teammates down in the shacks. So we'll come back to that fighters now.
Yep. Chemin, oh my god, that's a nasty shot by Aru. And with that, Chemin Esports have been able to almost wipe out the entirety of their opponents. That was such a great play coming in from their side. Or maybe not. FS is still standing though. They still got a couple of players up, and Secret with that nade falls along with Phantom was able to take down Veron. That is just the opening that they always wanted. Yes, the job is not done though. That's one thing. iFlix were able to just quickly steal all of those picks away. But we've got all the teams now fighting on all different fronts. It's Hydra up north of the members of Chemin. And on towards their eastern part. You've also gonna see the members of TX.
Absolutely, and as we push on again in this fight, it is Chemin Esports against the players of Hydra now. The zone has moved away from Chemin. They are slowly going to have to try and bring down the players of Hydra before they're able to get away from this position and get closer to the zone itself. Or they are going to be fired upon from the back lines. Now it is going to be the players of Chemin slowly pushing on ahead. One by one, the players of Hydra have been brought down, but it seems Hydra are deciding to jump away from that fight. They are going to be actually able to get away from the entirety of the fight altogether itself. And looking at Duro OP, the man who's been holding on to the baton from the side of Hydra this time around in this game, with 6 finishes, has been dropped down and will be lost to the cause from Wingod's Eggy. So Eggy has gotten a finish point for Wingod. It is definitely a decent start for them. But now, as they slowly make their way across this rock, X-Spark is going to be waiting for them.
Good position coming in from iFlix. In the meantime, Neo was also able to take a waste down. Wingod, they've got to take down the members, the Goliaths of X-Spark. Otherwise, they'll not be allowed to enter. But on from their flank angle, we also have Chemin Esports who will be trying to take them down. Max playing an off angle himself. Inside the blue, he needs to try and find an opening, but he's basically going to be sandwiched as Wingod again with their positioning are going to lose out on all the members out there with just one finish in the hands of Eggy. I don't think so they're going to get any more than what they already have. Eggy tries to double it up as well behind the rock, was able to take down Fury as well. But for how long would they be able to hold this position? In the meantime, iFlix, just as I was mentioning, they had one of the best positionings out there, were able to take down the members of Reckoning who wanted to get inside. falling after them one after the other. Yes, in the centralized circle, there are quite a few teams who've got the hold, but Max will be taken down as he was in the blue out there, and it's all down to Eggy to try and play for that heal battle, or maybe just try and get a few of those scraps. Chemin have also got to make their cross and enter in the circle, and also Team X-Pug was still holding their own space, holding their own angle, will be trying to take the route to get inside. iFlakes just getting the wrap-ups from every single corner. That's all you need to see.
And once that has been done, now it is going to be iFlakes who will be able to dominate with the position that they've had. And again, they've had the lay of the land from up top right here as they bring down and mow down one by one all the players that are going to be in their crosshairs. And in doing so, they get closer and closer to a perfect chicken dinner conversion, because 8 finish points is what iFlakes have been able to accumulate till now with all 4 players and with the information. Now they need to be worried about the way the open grounds are going to be working against them as Orangutan come in from the high feeds of this map as they try and dominate the players of iFlakes. 2 of them lose out, Insidious and Medric, and this is the opening that Orangutan were waiting for, but not that easy to get a power on the mountain as the opponents, they have the last laugh in this, but the nade
This nade
cooked
could
to
be
perfection is going to be
disastrous.
doing disaster.
It absolutely is, and he's going to follow up on the second one as well. Confirms the pick. Madrak is also dropped down to such a low HP, and iFlakes, Orangutan pushing against the advantage, are able to take them down one after the other. Wisjord, Ash, both of them knocked down. Trigger is on the job to try and get them back up on their feet. And AK, the man up front, will try to take Mokes down as well. In the meantime, Team X-Park up against the members of Kevin. Ninja Jord, only man remaining, will try to give the revival as well, as Stray God and Dreams were taken down. All 2 finally finished off. iFlakes again with that positional advantage, and now suddenly Orangutan feels the team that can actually grab the chicken for themselves and a dream start potentially. Ash was the one who was finished off. Still a 3. No, Ash is still alive with his second. That man is just giving such an information to his team behind that rock. He knows he cannot be revived, so he sent all the 3 players to grab that position, only to reveal the remaining players of Team X-Park as well as Mokes. That is a brilliant play. As Sarang falls with a nade coming in from Wisjord, and they're going to follow it up on Mokes as well. He can try and find the perfect timing to go in for a spoiler play. Ninja Jord throws in a nade of himself. Wisjord so very low in the HP, will be taken down by Mokes, as I mentioned. He will find the +2.
A perfect third party in the final top 3 teams remaining. A perfect third party coming in from Mokes right now, where he is not going to be allowing the player. And along with that, Ninja is not done from the side of X-Park as well, because Ninja Jord brings down the layers of OG one by one, as now OG is left down to the one final player. It is a 1v1v1.
Trigger just overheated at that moment. He wanted that flush, but at the same time, you could also say that he had no chance of retreating. But again, look at this smart play from AK. The prettiest play, but was able to do the job. But Mokes can try and finish him off. He's got the cover. He goes in out for the peak. AK knows his position. No utilities in the hand DPS, but will be bringing out. And that long range fire shot will bring the chicken to iFlakes. And what a play from Mokes. What a nasty play from this guy. You talk about some ratty plays, but this has been the third party to ruin Orangutan's hope for the chicken.
Beautiful conversion right there from Mokes. And as the name itself says it, he is not going to let anybody go down that easy. Again, what a beautiful third party, as you perfectly mentioned. And this is the map where it does happen quite a lot, but the way Mokes did it, this just clearly tells you class 101 is what he was showcasing. And in doing so, iFlakes, they have created a beautiful chicken dinner for themselves, along with a memory that is going to be haunting the players of OG, because OG, they moved in so confidently onto that track. They knew where Xbox's players were. They got that one finish and they were like, all right, this is done and easy. No worries at all. And before you know it, the final player, Ninja Jord, has something to say from Xbox. The third party and the flank angle being created from Mokes from iFlakes has something to say to the part. And in all of that, OG, they had the chicken dinner right over there in front of them, and it was just completely stolen away from them.
It was literally a 4v2v1.
Wow.
And from that position, yes, you can say it was a 3v2v1 because Ash was so very low in the HP, but they had all the information that they needed. They took the fight to Yflix. They knew that everything in front of them was clear. There was only one rock and one tree where Mooks could potentially be. They had no
Right.
utilities to work with. Yes, I would agree on that part, but at the same time, the rush that came in on the members of Team X Park, that was pretty disoriented. Mooks on that third party angle was able to do some damage. But after that, the way Trigger just jumped in to take the fight, that was the place where I really felt was the main mistake from Orangutan that really lied. He either should have asked for the help of AK to push onto him, or he should have
Right.
just waited and doubled up with AK to try and find an opportunity to bounce onto both those, onto Ninja Jord. But again, realizing that yes, Mox was playing on the off angle and he was able to find a pick onto Vizjord, the call should have been made to try and pick for Mox first and then focus on the member in the compound. Nonetheless, a pretty good play coming in from Mox, I would say. He waited for the perfect time and found the perfect
True.
picks to get the chicken.
Absolutely, 100% agreed with that, and it kind of tells you the communication that was going on in OG's camp as well. They had one player down, they knew exactly where to hit, but little did they know about Moksha. But overall, if we were to, of course, summarize the entire play that was made right here from groups B and C for their first game, well, this is where chaos started ensuing on to the Paradise Resort, where SkullTz, they were none the wiser, and their positions were compromised before they even knew what was happening. Their numbers dwindled down one by one. It was all thanks to, of course, Hydra and especially Dwuro.
The OP was absolutely insane. Hydra were basically performing on the back of this one guy's performance right now, and that was absolutely brilliant, I'll be brutally honest. On the other side though, the mow down over the members of Revenant, even in that situation, if I'm not wrong, I guess it was Reckoning who came as the third party to ruin things up for the last man standing, but it could have eventually been a wraparound. On the other side, Orangutan, the push that they made onto members of iFlex, I would still say that was a brilliant push. Going over the hill, not having a lot of covers, still utilizing the terrain into your advantage. That was outstanding play. And even this one nade from Vizjord and Trigger, both of them decided it's time to quickly rush in, but Mox having that angle and getting that chicken for himself. AK was able to get one extra flush for himself by picking off Ninja Jord out there from the compound. But at the end of the day, it is again a great play for iFlix, and they've got a lot of finishes too.
Absolutely, a perfect game that was needed for the side of iFlex, and that is what they have gotten from this game, which I'm sure they're going to be very happy with. At the same time, as we keep on talking about again and again, you have to be in the top 16. You have to get a really good game every single time you're part of the lobby. That is what iFlex were able to do. That is what even OG, I would say, nothing taken away from them, were able to do. But for X-Park, yes, they did get a perfect position in this game. But will that be enough? Because they were sitting on that fourth page. But before we talk about all of that, let's bring up the MVP right now on our screens. And the MVP is going to be Mox from iFlex with 7 finishes, and yet only gets 58% finish contribution.
So over 50%, that's all you need to do. But in the meantime, yes, 7 finishes for the guy. Outstanding play. If I'm not wrong, his team should have 13 finishes. I'm just making a guess. My math might not be math thing, but I'm just making a random guess. But we're gonna have a look at the stars of the match, because that math is going to be correct. And that's going to be Mox again, going all out, 7 finishes, 9 knocks. Phantom from Chemin being the best companion and finisher as well. Mox doing the job, finishing off AK in that last 1v1 duel.
Beautiful Sanhok game right here for these teams, as this is how they get started off with their week number 4. Nothing taken away from these plays that were made right here from these teams, of course. But now, as we move on towards the match ranking, let's find out that how many points were accumulated and distributed amongst these teams. And decently fair. I mean, it's a decent fair conversion of points, because all the way down
apart from TMW and SkullTz Esports, we've got the players of FS Esports walking away with one finish and 2 points in total, which is not bad. Revenant walking away with 3 finishes. Alibaba Raiders walking away with 2 finishes. So that clearly indicates that these teams from Group B and C, they are hungry for those finishes. And that is the reason why they're able to get so many points distributed amongst the lobby. But will that be the case? Will it remain the same? Because this was the map of Sanhok. You know, there's a lot of third parties that take place. But as we move on ahead, I wonder if this will still continue on Vikendi and Erangel.
You may never know, but this is the star that iFlix were waiting for. We've been talking about this team. We've been thinking they just need to change their pace, and the way in which they did, absolutely phenomenal. And also seeing that the team did not have to travel a lot. The circle was forming fairly around them as well. It was I would still say, a very solid job being completed from their side. 27 points in total with 20 finishes. Yeah, my maths was just not mathing. I was one away from the exact number, but Orangutan on the other side, 8 finishes for themselves, 20 points grabbing. Yes, that was a pretty solid game. Team X-Spark too. Again, we've been talking about the teams who are on that last page. They need to step up to try and get on page number 3. That's what exactly they are doing. Hydra on the back of Dura. They had 7 finishes in total, of which 6 were in Dura's hands. So that man alone was doing a phenomenal job, but at the same time, his team also needs to play a little more oriented. They were getting sandwiched from 2 different directions and just decided to move inside the circle rather than forcing a fight towards one part. Now, that's something I feel that maybe could be improved, because they can take the fight. They've won the one against SkullTz, so clearly shows you that they've got a lot of potential.
Absolutely. And though again, I mean, yes, they definitely have showcased that. You're absolutely on point with that. But also I'm sure that because this is week 4, there's a lot on the line when it comes to being a part of the LAN itself.
That is true.
That creates a different level of pressure. Once you get into a really good fight and conversion, then there's that much more pressure that, all right, this one's done, what's next? And so being able to be consistent throughout, again, you know what, the day is definitely answering for us that it is not easy. But I have high hopes from Group B and C, that's for sure. As we move on towards the overall ranking and the storyboard itself, we've got the likes of, well, Chemin Esports, IQ Soul, looking lovely, doing phenomenal things. Sitting on the 3rd and 4th is no trouble at all for them right now. Trouble that's going to be brewing is from the 3rd page onwards, perhaps. Maybe even on the 2nd, we shall see how big of a jump have teams made, if at all any on the 2nd.
Indeed. I love how there's a very solid balance between the finish points and the placement points for IQ Soul. 114 finishes and 143 for their placement points in a total of 283. And I still feel that just one good game from their side, one chicken dinner, and they might even end up on top, dethroning Team Entity. But that would definitely require you to have at least one solid 30-point chicken dinner game. That's difficult. We've seen it quite a lot of times. On the other side, you were waiting for this space. Now we've got the vision of it as well. Orangutan, 235 points on the back of that 2nd position. But Team iFlix, oh my god, that is a humongous leap in that board.
Absolutely an incredible jump. That is showcased right there from iFlix. Of course, sitting on the 11th position with this beautiful conversion of this game into a chicken dinner with 2 chicken dinners in total, 234 points. 4 points shy of the 9th position, and they still have 2 more games remaining. Of course, Orangutan up on top from them, only 1 point shy. So both these teams, OG as well as iFlix, they are probably going to be moving ahead into the top 8 by the end of the day. But as we move on towards this 3rd page, this is where things are going to be trickling down. Of course, likes of Team 8-Bit, who have already played all of their games in Together Esports, they're going to be jumping down, going on to the 3rd page for now. And from here, we've got the likes of Team Forever on that 20th position. They've got 2 more games remaining for the day. And in total, they've got 14 points to cover up if they want to overcome Team 8-Bit and that.
But 8-Bit is not just going to be the target. It's going to be the top 16. And almost all the teams are now going to have to do a lot than what they anticipated for, specifically Forever. With not getting the game that they wanted, they tried to take the fight against the members of Carnival Gaming, which they could not win out perfectly. They were able to flush out Omega, if I'm not wrong, but that's about the tits and bits of the fight that I remember. In the meantime, FS Esports as well. They've got to step up the way that they did on day number 3 of week 3. Because there's no day 4 of week 4. You've got to make sure that these are the last 3 days and these are the last few games that you've got, and you give in everything. And by that I really mean everything. If you're talking about Windgod, TWM, Middle, SkullTz, I mean, I don't want to give up on the hope at all.
Right.
But looking at the gap that has been created, it's dire.
It is. It definitely is. And of course, I mean, today, the hopes conversation can still continue. But tomorrow onwards, we're probably going to have to be very clear that, there are these teams that are sadly not going to be able to make it. Because right now, also, what we're looking at is, especially on that 4th page, the teams, majority of them are not going to be able to qualify. But the biggest reason for that is because there's not only one team in the final page that is doing wonders. All of them are doing wonders, and the points get distributed amongst themselves.
Agree.
So because it gets distributed amongst themselves, everybody rises up, and the entire tally of the lobby rises up, which keeps them on the same position on the 4th page. So this is a really dubious situation that people are stuck in when it comes to this SPS. But you know what? That is what we love. That is the math. That is what we love, because that is the masala of it all. And you still cannot say very clearly that from that 3rd page, which are the teams that will qualify, which are the ones that will not qualify. There might even be teams that might not be able to sustain themselves on that 1st page, might stop dropping down. We've got Gujarat Tigers who've been doing miraculously well for themselves, but they've only got 1 chicken dinner. And they're on the 6th, 7th position. So dropping down isn't that far big of a deal, actually, if they don't play. I think so. Let me correct. Yeah.
I would definitely agree with all of those points, because again, and you need to be a motivational speaker, man, because that definitely lifted my spirits up. Would definitely do the same thing for all the teams out there. And again, just as you already mentioned about the teams who are in those positions between 17th and 24th, they have definitely got some heavy lifting up to do, because it's going to be the map of Vikendi and Erangel, the last 2 that are left for the members of Group B and C. A and D were already done. And in the previous match of Sanhok, 27 points. That was the 2nd highest chicken dinner map that we have seen. The first one was of Miramar by WSB, a 30-pointer. And then now it's Sanhok with a 27-pointer. What's going to happen on Vikendi? That is going to be a question. Normally, if there were teams out there would say that, yes, maybe God's Reign would be able to pull off a miracle, because they normally perform really well on this map. But this time I think so Soul can do it. There's also Orangutan, who started off things in a very good fashion, and of 2 of their chickens, one of them was on this map, so I'm expecting them to perform good. On the other side, the way iFlix were carrying the momentum, I think that they'll be able to do it. The aggression that Team Forever were bringing on the table, I'm hoping to see they go in for those clashes again.
So true. Team Forever is a team that is definitely etched onto my brain when it comes to their position, the 20th position, and when it comes to how big of a number are they going to be able to jump up to, because of the possibility that's available to them. The teams that are above them have already played their games, and that is something that Team Forever needs to be emphasized on. And with that, we've got the 2nd last game of the day on our screens on the map of Vikendi, where we get started off all the way from down south, well, mostly towards the western side, actually. Towards Vihar is where, between Vihar and Dobro is where we start off. And entirely towards the northwestern approach is what this flight path is. An interesting play being made. Once again, it's the BGMI gods. They know how they want to dictate each and every game. And now, because things have gotten so close between Group B and C, they're like, you know what, boys? Let's have this flight path and jump you all the way to an unexpected territory and have you all running around on the map of Vikendi, because that's what the viewers want.
I like how you make it sound that there's some supernatural power behind it and not just some algorithms doing their nasty stuff. But yes, at the end of the day, you know what? I'm just going to call dibs on the fact that we might possibly see a very south-eastern oriented circle. I'm just going to say that. We'll have to wait and see if that happens though. But talking about the drop locations yet again, Middle having no problem towards Dobromesto. Chemin always down south-western part area. Team X Park as well. Towards the northeast, Cosmodrome has been occupied by Alibaba Raiders. They don't face any problem there. Revenant towards down south of the castle. We normally see them, but this time they're on a little bit towards the western part. Also seeing FS spread out way too much. Not normally how you would expect them to play, but still, in the meantime, the SkullTz towards Peshkova. There are also a couple of teams that's reckoning, and also the members of Orangutan, as AKOP has been taken down. He'll be flushed off as well. And Orangutan suffering an early casualty. They are not taking this fight.
This is not what we anticipated from OG right off the bat. AKOP again, I would say one of the MVPs for the side of OG from the previous game of Sanhok, as AKOP started that play with the nade and then moved on in the final moments of the game as well. This time around being the first to get annihilated. On the other front, Reckoning Esports, a team that slowly but surely is making their presence felt in this lobby of Group B and C. Out in the open, as they try and get their hands on a vehicle this time around. It is not looking too good as far as their drop was concerned. Getting that first early knock-in finish point from Kyoya was good, but at what cost is what I'm wondering, because the drop that they've made right here is putting them out in the open for quite an extended period of time.
Yes, and I think so. The big win actually went into Orangutan in terms of the macro game, if you see, because if the game gets spoiled from this point, that's only because Orangutan took all the vehicles out there. But in the meantime, we were talking about early clash, and it's none other than Carnival Gaming up against Team Soul. Omega was able to fire some nasty shots, but getting that finish. But in the meantime, we'll be getting a flush, and he gets flushed out himself. What a jump shot from his power! Can he follow it up with more? Hector's got a couple of nades left in his hand. Wants to try and get some extra flush as Goblin with the Uzi was able to flush down Manya, and now it's going to be raining nades from every single angle as Power gets the confirmation on Omega. But again, at what cost? A couple of their players are already down. They're all so very together. Goblin, not the perfect nade. He's got no helmet. Bullets onto the head and he'll be taken down. As he crouches down, moves up slowly. He wants his teammate. He wants to double up with him. Neo as well jumps in. His power gets Goblin down. Can he find one more clutch? Neo is so low, but no. It's going to be Neo who wins out in that. He'll be getting a few of those flushes for himself. It's down to Ronnie, the man, the myth, the legend himself. That's the second time I've said it, along with Hector. Down to a 1v2 situation. Neo might as well be taken down, but he still has got a few heals left in his hand. He's got the FPP advantage as well. Up close and personal. And it's going to be Ronnie who's going to prevail in the first round, down to just Neo. And it's a 1v1 situation between Carnival Gaming and IQ Soul.
The old versus the new. The health has dwindled down for Neo. Does have a single level vest, but never mind. The nade out of nowhere does the trick. And with that, it will be none other than CG bidding adieu to this lobby, and along with that, it is the players of IQ Soul. Well, again, one final player of IQ Soul who does remain, but at what cost now? Chemin has heard all the chaos. Fury from the side of Chemin Esports is in close proximity, but he probably is not going to overextend. He's going to get the information, but again, he being all by his lonesome is probably not going to overextend. Oh, well, never mind. He actually will, because his teammates are already jumping onto the opportunity to be able to capitalize in all of that information. This is where we've got Fury also jumping in, and the flank that he was at, now it seems like all 4v1 situation came in against the final player of IQ, and that's Ronnie.
That's not just the final player, because there's some kind of backup in the form of Revenant who want to find another flush for themselves, as Revenant and Revenant will be taking on each other. Fury finds a confirmation onto Sensei. Now that's already a big blow for Revenant. Are we going to see a repeat of what happened? Ronnie in the meantime is just going to stay put, making sure that he's in that compound, not noticed as all the action is happening in front of him. Revenant, they're bailing out of the fight. They do not want to take it whatsoever, and Chemin seems to be the one that do not want to let them go. Oh my goodness, that's a nasty position as Venom moves forward. And Fierce was able to take Phantom down, though. Fierce is the man that you do not want to lose in a fight. Simp as well. He's down on his knees. That nade could be detrimental. Yes, it absolutely is. But Fierce still standing on his feet. Can he try and get the first hit on time is going to be the question. Another nade comes in, and no is the answer for that. Venom follows it up with more. And Revenant losing members left and right. Ronnie, in the meantime, he wants to try and find a couple of flushes as he goes in for the reposition. Look at that nasty, ratty play. He confirms that finish. He just wants those extra points for himself, Blotter.
Oh, this is beautiful. You perfectly mentioned it. Ronnie, he did have a perfect cover right here in the name of Revenant. And in doing so, gave him a couple of more minutes to survive. At the same time, for Chemin, it has just been a warm-up, as now it seems Ronnie's position has been compromised, and Venom all by his lonesome along with the DBS in his hand and a level 3 West is going to try and push on and get that opportunity converted into a finish point. But will that spray connect? Ronnie in this slicker time will be able to get away from that hill, and the hill itself will be his cover. What a beautiful turnover event for Ronnie, but it seems Kevin's Fury is not wanting to allow that to take place. 3x, and he still wants to push on to take on that finish point. Sadly, Fury, your Fury's just not too great, mate, as Ronnie is going to be able to get... Oh, my word.
Oh, no
Ronnie
way.
is not going to allow to be able to survive this fight, it seems.
Oh, come on. Show me that fast and furious chase. This is not the first time Kevin has done it. It's more than once now. Pierce has been taken down as well. So that's it for Revenant Esports. In the meantime, the Alibaba Raiders gets one on Spray God. They have not lost their members yet. You low in HP, and so is Roman Oji. They're going to get their heals up on time. And it just seems that things are getting even more difficult for Team X-Park. A couple of players still standing, Sarang and Dreams. Can they find the pick is going to be the question, as Roman was moving forward with the DBS in hand. That nade is good. Deals a lot of damage and needs to heal himself back up. He tries to go in for a safe position, and he, with his own Dreams, was able to take down Dreams with that nade. I messed that up a little bit, but he definitely did not. With that spray down, and Sarang is the one with the G. That's a DBS in his hand. Another one for himself, and it's down to the last 1v1 maybe. Again, some good amount damage dished out. Now it's going to be the last 1v1, I guess. Sarang up against possibly the last member, Chris and Dukey. There are still a couple of more standing. Was able to get the revival on time.
Dukey with that perfectly nade is going to be throwing it to perfection or not. Well, he's not been able to find that opening, but now Sarang has dropped down to... Well, not a lot of health, and that health has gone against him, as he in turn is going to be dropped down. And of course, with that, the players of AR, Alibaba Raiders, are going to be able to get all the 3 players picked up again. So that means that they will survive this battle with 4 finish points converted. A beautiful turn of events for Alibaba Raiders this time around. Sadly, for X-Park, not the kind of outing that they hoped. Sarang, he fought valiantly. But in turn, in the end, the conversion that he needed has not been provided to him. Not even a single finish point, sadly, has been provided to the players of X-Park with all of that chaos. But hey, from one fight to the next, we push on ahead, as this Vikendi is turned into quite a bloody one.
Seems like I'm playing on a map where teams just want to go in for those fights now. And I love the space change coming in from their side. And imagine, all right, listen, I'm just going to ask you, imagine if Ronnie, with that survival tactic, gets the 3rd place. I'm just saying, imagine. A pretty wild thought. But look at the points
but it
he
is
would acquire
possible
for his team. It is.
We've seen that happen for other teams previously. It definitely is possible. In fact, in the same tourney, we've seen that happen. So somewhere along the line, Soul fans are definitely going to be elated with you. And what do you anticipate? Or you could be the caster who cursed them. So either ways, we'll find out what tangent is that conversation going to lead. As we've got another few seconds before we actually move on from stage 1. And I just realized we're only part of stage 1. Boy, oh boy, this has been a chaotic start to Vikendi.
I thought I was just playing on a white Nusa map. That's how many fights were being taken apart so early on. Oh my god. Come on. That's not even a fun zone to watch, because look at that. It barely shifted. Most of the teams are already where they were. And I don't think so they're going to change a lot of their positioning. Ronnie definitely needs to. He'll be trying to farm those first aids.
True,
High
very
flicks
true.
Madrick getting his shots thrown his way. Team Forever are going to love this circle though, along with Wingod. They're the ones who are almost in the dead center. Team Forever just a little bit off center, but should be worried about iFlix as well as Middle, who would be trying to converge in the exact same spot, along with Reckoning, who are now making their way from Cement Factory. Up towards north of FS, you've got TWM as well as Alibaba Raiders, who try to avoid a lot of those fights. But down south towards Winery is where I want to look forward to. It's going to be Orangutan now starting to make their way.
They absolutely are. Now, an interesting play being made here from the side of OG, as you were mentioning.
Just
Finally,
slow rotate.
Well, very, very slow rotate indeed. Finally seem to be wanting to get away from the Blues. For Chemin also, they're not yet wanting to get into the zone. And so it takes us back to the known lobby that we've been part of in the past 3 weeks. The slow and steady race.
True. Slow and steady indeed.
Comes to the zone itself, I am questioning and wondering, what if we've got the players of Hydra and Middle in close proximity right there? Could perhaps be the ones who might want to start off this fight, and that's exactly what will take place right here, where Middle have been able to create that opening, and in turn they're going to be able to push all together, and with that height advantage against the players of Hydra. This nade could do perfection right here from Sayyid side. Let's see, Middle Esports, they need these points. They need to be hungry for them, and they are devouring the players of Hydra left, right, and center.
Brilliant laid, brilliant low toss nade, specifically by Sanyam. Wants to try and get the confirmation on that flush as well, as they've got the height advantage, but Hydra still trying to get the revive on Starboy himself. They've still got Europe on his feet. In the meantime, they were able to take down Top Dog, so that's going to provide them some leeway. And Dura, whoa, he actually doubles it up. Now probably want to try and triple it up as well as Sparsh moves forward. But it's down to Sayyam and Encore, who are still surviving behind the vehicle. Sayyam switches back to FPP. Wants to find the pick on the back of it, but still trying to make sure that he survives as there was shots being fired his way. Now he's got to move backwards. They've got to concede the space as Hydra, they've defended perfectly, but only for a while, because Team Forever, what a nade from Sparsh! What an outstanding play! Gets all 4 people of Middle, and that is not the start you would have wanted. All 4 players closely together. Fell together.
That was disaster right there, but beautifully cooked nade, as you perfectly mentioned, from Sparsh. And that chaos ended up went to and fro for a while before that nade came in, of course. Sayyam, he moved back to be able to get that first aid popped, and that in turn just got him and his entire team so close in proximity. There was no walking away from that scenario. But again, we've been part of some really good fights in the first few minutes of this game itself. We saw the players of IQ Seoul take on the players of CG, where the new versus the old actually had a really good outing against each other. It was all boiled down to the final player of Seoul, which I believe was Ronnie, who was able to stand down and get away. Even after Chemin rushed after him, he's still surviving somewhere on the map. All right, I see him all in the blues and Volnova. So he's sticking to the first aid meta that we know, the med strat.
You wanted
Which is
it.
A-okay. Which is A-okay. Again, if you're the final player surviving, sure thing.
Understandable, that is true. But again, now there's a cluster forming down towards the southwest. We've got the members of Hydra, but also the members of Orangutan. Kevin, close by. Orangutan have probably decided to just bail out of that position, because again, there are quite a lot of teams, because up north you also have Team Forever, where we just saw Flock trying to be a nuisance. And as soon as I mention of Team Forever, Mafia gets a knock off his own. Alibaba Raiders in the meantime, near the members of TWM, who are very far spread out. Just one knock onto one of them and they will be picked apart. but they're all just holding their space. So I don't think so Alibaba Raiders have got an idea that they've still got a team in the vicinity. But TWM have to make the first move. They've got to go inside that circle. Currently outside. Reckoning out alone down south of Mount Kresnik. Dead in the center, we've got Aquanox. Along with the players of SkullTz, up north Windgod, and that's again dead in the center. Just a little bit of north of them, towards west of Mount Kresnik, FS. Goroka being occupied by iFlix, down south of them, Team Forever, and TWM now finally going for that engage. They want to try and make the first move as Alibaba Raiders got the first knock. Kyo Lamau with that nade has been miraculous with them, not just once but multiple times. With the G36C now in his hands, wants to try and push forward. Roman OG might be taken down, and wait a second. Alibaba Raiders are bailing out the fight again?
Well, they definitely seem to be wanting to prioritize the zone that much more than the fight this time around.
No, that's not far away.
It's not far away, but again, they don't want any of this. That's what they realize. They've already dropped down 2 of their players. So all they care about is getting into the zone, getting those first aids. You know what is going to happen next. So that could be a play to be made right there for Alibaba Raiders. Whereas for TMW, again, I mean, the play that they were trying to make and the aggression that they showcased right there was really good, was much needed from the side of TMW. Just in all honesty and truth, it's not going to do a lot, but it's still a good approach to the game.
True.
Because that is what will...
But...
Sorry.
So please go ahead.
Yeah, just to complete the thought that TMW, the aggression that they made was real good, but when it comes to the overalls, it is not going to make a big dent onto their opponents or their push. But at the same time, that is the kind of play style that we want to be able to see from a team like that, especially being one of those that qualified through all their merit through the Open Finals.
I don't think I would agree on to that, but yeah, I do. I am going to agree with the fact that yes, there are a couple of teams who are going to do that mid-strat, and it is possibly good at this point. One from Ronnie himself, who was looting in the entirety of that southern part of the map, and now is going in for a long rotation directly from the western part. And the second is going to be the members of Alibaba Raiders, who also solidified their position just a little bit of a southwest of Goroka, in between Orangutan and iFlix. Might also be caught by Hydra if they're not careful, but Ronnie needs to be careful. He's directly jumping into the members of Orangutan. I think so that's going to be it for that guy. Until and unless he tries to survive from that position. Look at how well he went in for that drift and retreated from that space. Like, I don't want to be a part of this. No. Ape Army, you can have that area. I'm going off my own way. Sorry to bother you.
But interestingly enough, I mean, there were 4 players from OG, and I'm sure OG themselves did not overextend in that fight. And that's the reason why Ronnie was able to just, scoot out of that. No problem at all. I'll take another right, take another left, and get into the zone through here. So it is going to be a tough conversion for Ronnie, but we'll come back to that, because right now the zone has constricted, and the number of teams that are remaining are 13 with only 43 players. So not a lot of land available for these players, as we've got the players of Team Forever finally taking on some shots and play being made from their side as they take on the shots against FS. They drop down Atanki. Veron is already down. It all boils down to the final player, FS is Aru. What all is he going to be able to do for his teammate?
If Team Forever decide to quickly slam them, I don't think so a lot. But the members of Alibaba Raiders are also in the crossfire of Team Forever, so they've got to be careful about that. SkullTz waiting in the vicinity, lurking like a calm, cool predator. But that is if they decide to pounce on the opportunity of a third party. You also see far in the background Aquanox, who can definitely play as a spoiler in the game.
True.
We've seen one of the few spoiler plays can also get you the chicken dinner. That's a shout out to Mooks, doing an amazing job for him, as well as his team. That was one of the best third-party plays that I've seen, especially from a guy who was out there alone. But in the meantime, we're going to see some shots being fired. DWM, a member was taken down. Rex super low in that HP.
A 4v4
God.
between these two. Or correction, actually, because the opening has been made as TWM. Again, the Euro aggressiveness that is seen from their side seems to have backfired this time around against the players of Vinsgod, where nade after nade, the numbers of TWM have dropped down, and in doing so, the final blow is going to be made in, and in that, we've got annihilation. Absolute annihilation. As TWM, they do end up walking away with 2 finish points,
true.
but sad, tough luck for TWM right there. As we move ahead, we've got
absolutely true.
12 teams now. 12 teams with the 5th stage with 50 seconds remaining. A lot of chaos that is about to get started right now because the zone has moved away. And as you were mentioning about Revenant's final player, Equinox, he is the final player from Revenant with 0 points accumulated for Revenant. He has the highest, biggest baton right now because he has the zone working for him.
I wouldn't exactly be sure if that's a blessing or a curse in disguise, because the position he is at, it will be stolen away eventually, as the members of Hydra are trying to do the exact same thing against the members of Chemin, because only one of the team would be able to survive out of that wrath coming in. And also Equinox has to play it smart and safe, because this one compound, it's not the best one. Play for survival, and I mean just stuck in one corner at this point and be like, yeah, I can't see you, you can't see me. Those things don't usually work that way. In the meantime, FS Veron was also able to get one member of Alibaba Raiders, and that seems to be the end of their team potentially, as one of them was also taken down by the circle, or maybe they've just got one more member remaining. Yes, that's Ralph OG who'll be moving forward along with Hydra as well, as Spurs will finally take him down too. But Chemin finding themselves again in close vicinity. Oh my goodness. And that's Equinox position being flushed out. He knows that nade did a lot of damage onto Venom. But Orangutan also down towards that south are going to pose a lot of problems to their side. Vingod Max in the meantime. Vingod finally having a decent game for their side. Have got to win this fight from SkullTz, who are also looking to find the momentum as Lucifer falls. And he should be flushed down quickly. No, he survives, goes into the compound.
It does for a minute, that's for sure, but at the same time, the over-aggression being showcased right here from the side of SkullTz in turn has resulted in a third-party approach against them, as it is going to be Immortal dwindling down the players of SkullTz, and that in turn has provided a perfect side relief for Vinsgod, and it has also made it an equal playing field between these two teams. A 2v2 affair is what it seems like. Oh, never mind that. Correction, 2v1, as Vinsgod is not going to be able to get out of that, and Godmax is going to be caught out in the blues, which is going to be capitalized from Bijlu. But again, will he be able to get that revival and get his teammate into the zone? This is a tough conversion for SkullTz.
Oh, what a shift. And look who's in the circle. It's going to be none other than Ronnie himself. If he actually gets a chicken dinner out of this one, I'm tripping over that.
Wow.
But as soon as Rex was getting on his feet, he was taken down again. Feet blown apart by that nade, as Max's job is to try and take down the member who's rushing onto them. And he will actually win that fight. What a nasty play coming in from Max. A good hold, good defense. And that entirely wipes out the members of SkullTz. That's 5 finishes already in the hands of Max. Now he's got to make his way and need to fire an uphill battle against the members of Reckoning, because up towards the north you have Team Forever, who were able to quickly flush out the last of their competition and now have got the entire control of the northern part of the circle. They've got so much real estate, Blotter.
Team Forever, they have the real estate, they have the momentum, they are the ones moving in from the northern side of the zone with 9 finish points accumulated. The entirety of the team, Mafia, Flaw, all of them combined, they're looking so wonderful, like a synergistic group that they need to be. Along with Omega and Owace, they want a chicken dinner this time around, and that is what they are working towards. The only trouble in their face is perhaps RGE. And that is where the crosshairs are going to be set up right now. And in doing so, will there be a third party? Can there be a third party? Because Chemin has not yet entered in this entire play.
Yes, that is true. And my man Ronnie is just in the middle of all three teams.
All of it? How? This is ridiculous. I mean, this is the second time he's doing that, third time, in fact, in the entire tournament that I've been a part of. He's in the smack center and nobody knows where he is, what is happening, because they're just so... Well, they're just so busy against each other. It is a 4v3v2 right here between Chemin, as Chemin does lose out on their player thanks to the Blues. Venom goes down. The revival is going to be very, very difficult for Chemin Esports, or is it? No, the revival is going to be provided, actually. So the numbers are going to be favoring the players of Chemin Esports. Fury does take a shot against the players of Team Forever. So the flank that Flock has created from TF is going to be working wonders if they're able to synergistically in communication understand RGE as well as Chemin's position, because Altu at the same point of time has a perfect play to make, but not before RGE's Punk has some. This is a perfect trifactor, as you like to call it.
Yes, but there's still one more point in
he's
that
not
trifactor
existent.
that has not been noted. Inside the car. Notice him. And does not notice him. Oh my God, he was right next to the person. And he was able to take down the entire team, Chemin. That is the craziest part, because everyone expects Ronnie to be out in the blue, going in for the heel strat.
He sits in the same car.
He finally realized it. Does he realize it? He should realize it. Come on, please finish him off.
He knows he's there.
No, he does
but
not.
But Ronnie's playing the AFK game. Ronnie's playing the AFK game, I think.
Is he?
No way,
Punk
does not know.
Knows. No, Punk does not know. He was driving the car which Ronnie was riding. Oh my God, come on. Hello, dude. There's a less seat in that car. They can see him right now at least. No freaking way this is happening. But at the end of the day, still Reckoning trying to go in for the reposition, because Team Forever is out there and Mafia was able to finish Ronnie off. That is nasty. My man would be laughing out loud in the background, just like the audience out there. But this fight is going to be crucial for Reckoning, because they really need to win this one to try and move up in the ladder. And so is it important for Team Forever. But that blast on that car, good opening coming in from Flock.
Absolutely perfect annihilation being showcased right here. At the same point in time, Hunter, the final player from the side of Reckoning, is going to be able to utilize his G36 to bring in at least another finish point, but not before Team Forever have another bullet, another lead to answer, because the numbers favor Team Forever, and that in turn has resulted in them walking away with an incredible chicken dinner. But at the same point in time, the way this played out and the way Ronnie just played in those final moments, that was a beautiful clip that is going to be memorable throughout the entirety of this play as we move into the LAN finale itself as well, because being in the center of attraction from all the directions, and he was just, like I was saying, it seemed like he was just playing the AFK game. You know what, I'm sitting here, you want to do something, do it, don't, then it's absolutely fine. And that IQ mentioned, you mentioned it perfectly, that what if, just what if he ends up being second or third in this game? And that's exactly what ends up taking place right here for the side of IQ Soul. And you know what, the fans, they do this for IQ Soul. That's all that I can say, mate. There's just... Are you scared yet? Well, you should be, definitely, because that's how IQ Soul loves to play, with the hearts of the entire country. And then you've got players like Ronnie, just a cherry on top every single time, bringing in beautiful plays, and that was more than beautiful. It was just unexpectedly incredible, a memory that's going to be created.
How did Punk not see him? That's my whole question. Wow. He was driving the car and Ronnie was sitting in the direction where Reckoning was facing. I mean, no, man. And the fun fact, he was not picked off by some shots being fired to his head. He was taken down because Mafia was able to blast that vehicle. Come on. You can go for a Meg strat. I'm fine with it.
Exactly. That is still okay. But being in the smack center of the fight and being AFK and not caring to entirety of what play and what happens, and That's just kudos play to Ronnie and his team. That's all that we can say, because
My man was trolling this
it's
game,
soulmate.
dude.
Exactly,
He was trolling this game. There was nothing else happening apart from his trolls. And I'm gonna sit here and here's my phone. I'm just gonna keep it so that it gets cooled down a little bit. You can do whatever you want to. But we're gonna have a look at the highlights as well. I know this is going to be the funniest moment, but at the end of the day, we saw some good starts coming in from all the other teams out there. And it was a good match, specifically for Team Forever and Reckoning.
It definitely was a perfect start, in fact, and this is the moment that we got the final player from IQ Soul, Ronnie, getting away, as Carnival Gaming were the ones who dealt the brunt of it all as Chemin jumped in ahead along with Revenant. But then moving on from one fight to the next, Ronnie somehow made his presence all the way into the zone, and as we reached there, slowly and steadily, so many of these names and teams that needed those points were being dropped down like flies. I mean, Metal Esports, they were part of a fight that did not sustain for too long, and this final nade was all that could dictate against Sam. As we pushed on towards TWM, this was the second fight that we saw them take and initiate, but sadly again, just not being able to synergistically come together in the fight is where TNW completely dwindled down, and when God, they had a sigh of relief thanks to a third-party approach that was showcased, but not for long actually, because they got those finish. Max stood there for a little bit longer, got the entirety of SkullTz eliminated, but like I said, before he was himself third-party from Team Forever itself.
I love the split that came out from Reckoning, because they had to be worried about the members of Team Forever that were up north. Also at the same time,
Right.
they had to take care of Chemin Esports, who were down to their left side, western part of their entire circle. And we've seen multiple times all these trifectas of the teams that have been happening. I guess this is the third time that we are seeing. And it was very well played, specifically by the members of Team Forever, as they were finding some good opportunities. They found some good flushes. Even on the members of Wind God, we saw them finding those opportunities and pickoffs. And if I'm not wrong, they also had a hand while taking down Chemin. But we're going to have a look at the MVP of the game. Please give it to Ronnie. I know it's not going to be him, but I really want it to be him. The funniest play of the game entirely. But jokes apart, it's going to be Flock with 6 finishes and only 40% finish contribution. That means his team at least had 16 finishes, and this should be somewhere around a 31 point a game for Team Forever.
Well, they needed this kind of a game, and that's exactly what they've gotten in the bag, and thus in turn solidifying their top 16 position, I believe, because from the 20th position that we saw them earlier, they're going to be most certainly jumping up a big number when it comes to the overall ranking. But along with that, again, nothing taken away from the second team as well. Of course, we see the MVP on our screens. That's going to be Flock, along with his perfect flank angle that he had created. And that's not it, because from the side of RGE as well, Punk had created a flank angle already. So a wonderful turn of fight that was being showcased. From one side it was Flock, from the other it was Punk RGE pushing on. But overall, when it came to the mastermind of it all, it was, like you perfectly mentioned, Ronnie from Seoul, who definitely is going to be in the limelight. But in all of this, is he the one that we shall see in the stars of the match? Probably not,
No.
but he is definitely going to be the star for Vikendi right now.
We're not going to see them at all, but yes, Flock going all out along with Finisher as well, being Flock himself, Team Forever. The man was stepping up like anything. With a damage of 1071, that is immaculate coming in from his side. Max as well, the 3 rescues and health restored of 237, was doing a phenomenal job until he himself was being flanked by the members of Team Forever, specifically Oasis, who found that opportunity and a third party potential when God were fighting SkullTz. Reckoning on the other side as well, not getting any stars of the match, but getting those crucial points and placing themselves in that second spot. They really needed that to happen, and the way they were able to change things after the map of Sanhok, definitely doing a good job into that one. But looking at the match ranking, Team Forever 30 point, Reckoning Esports 20, and IQ Soul, I was talking about a 15 point a game, and that's what we have.
Absolutely, all thanks to Ronnie, as you mentioned as well, that this player is going to be dictating the final fights, and that's exactly what he did. But along with all of that, again, nothing taken away from the consistency that every time is brought on from the side of Chemin Esports. This time around, they do exactly that once again and find themselves on the 4th place with 14 points. Though, one thing I do want to point out in this week number 4, till now, between Group B and C, conversation, Carnival Gaming. When you talk about consistency, Carnival Gaming was definitely one of those names that was always going to be part of that conversation. This time around in week 4, at least on day 1 till now, Carnival Gaming haven't really been the kind of consistent players that we've seen from them. So that is something that CG is missing about. And I wonder if the final game on a known map of Erangel is what they have been waiting for, or it's just not their day. Not entirely sure.
Could be possible, and I'm also looking at the same stats coming in from Alibaba Raiders, because in the first one they were not able to get the main win that they wanted. They were taken down early on in those fights, and even in the second map of Vikendi, you could say it was pretty okay, but they've got to do even better if they really want to solidify their spot in the top 16. They were at 11 back when this evening started. I don't know how many points they have taken right now, but I'm not quite sure if they're still on 11. They might have dropped down. We've got to have to look at the overall leaderboard, which is going to come in a while. But yes, at the same time, Team Forever having a great game for themselves, Reckoning as well, stepping things up. I was wanting to see both of these teams perform. And on the other side, I love the point that you touched on to Carnival Gaming, because yes, it has not been their day. And on the other side, I mean, just imagine a situation where Team Forever, they had a 30-point chicken dinner, and that is massive.
Yep.
Reckoning stepping up, doing an immaculate job in getting those important points. Chemin as well, changing things, playing aggressive. We normally see Chemin play in the blue most of the time. They're playing aggressive. And among all of these Goliaths, there's just one guy. Ronnie's sitting in the car and he gets all the attention. Only because of the fact he got no attention from any of the player in the entire game. How did it not come to mind in any of the players that, oh my god, there's an awkward car's position there. Wait, I can't see through it. There might be some player inside it. No, they did not care. And that was because the chaos that was around them. And this chaos is where you always thrive in. Those last minute adjustments. And I love to see all of them.
Again, I mean, these are the kind of strats that we want to be able to see, you know, in 2024. This is the kind of play that needs to be made. You're talking about mid strats? Nah, that's ancient history, mate. This is how you jump into a fight and just sit there in between. Like, you know, the best way to hide is in plain sight. And that's exactly what he did right there. Beautifully. That even though there were opponents in his car, they were like, all right, you want to go out for a ride? It's yours, let's go. So an incredible turn of events. And again, you know, like you perfectly mentioned, chaos. That is the most critical thing to mention right there, because there was so much of chaos. Because from one side you had the players of Reckoning, from the other side you had the players from Team Forever, and there were numbers on both the sides. It wasn't just 1v2 sort of a situation. There were flank angles being created. So in all of that, you don't expect there to be a player sitting smack in the center of that entire play. And that is, again, like I said, a completely different kind of a play that was made from Ronnie. But the craziest thing is that even actually Pain Fixes mentioned it in his analysis of the games. Ronnie's done this time and time again. So there's something to do with Ronnie and how he plays around the minds of the lobby itself that needs to be brought into highlight right now. But with that, it seems that it is time for us to go on a short little break with one final game remaining that is to be played on Erangel. Stick around, we'll be right back.
Now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt.
This is where the chaos is gonna get started all over again. And we're back, of course, when it comes down to the way things have gone down till now. It has been a difficult ride, of course, but SPS in week 4, along with Scared Yet, you know what? It has been absolutely phenomenal to be a part of this day because the games have been so chaotic, Scared. I mean, the zones have been absolutely frustrating for the players, not for us. At the same point in time, it's just been so entertaining. Absolutely loving the day. But one big question that I do want to bring up now is, now we're going to be jumping on to the final game of the day with Group B and C. So where do you think is the competition going to be taking us towards? A slow, steady approach to Erangel? Or perhaps
an entire chaotic play that we've seen on Sanhok and on Vikendi?
That is a good question, a very good one, because in order to figure the answer of that question out, we have to see what rankings the teams are overall. But before we jump to that, we're going to have a look at the schedule as well, since you mentioned the last game on Erangel between the groups B and C and the last game of the evening. It's definitely something to look forward to. We've had 2 30-point games today. One from Team Forever, the other one was WSB back between groups D and A. So I'm looking forward to what's going to happen on Erangel, but I am expecting for the teams out there to possibly play a little aggressive rather than playing pretty defensive, because the time for grabbing those additional position points it's over. We'll be really honest. It is over. Now you've got to step the gas. You've got to change your gears. You've got to get those finish points. And we are seeing teams do that aggressive play. They're trying to be proactive and trying to find those fights.
Absolutely. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better, of course, because the way that the storyboard itself has, worked out right now, especially for Group B and C, actually, where you're looking at so many of these teams that from Group B and C are majorly on the 4th final page. And so that in turn does make it a lot more aggressive playstyle, is required for these teams to be able to rack up those points and numbers. And that's how we're actually looking at teams going head to head against each other. But on the map of Sanhok and on Vikendi, you still have a bit of influence as to, alright, final moment, this is what the drop is, but we can switch it around. But like an OG map of Erangel, you surely are not going to be changing a lot. There's only 1 or 2, let's say maximum 3 different places that teams will have set up as their home ground, as their base that they want to be dropping down to. Now, I've been asking for this since the start of the day, that I would love to see some drop contestations taking place in week number 4.
Oh man, you are a pretty little devil out there, because it's not just you. A lot of the teams, players out there want to see some early clashes. We all like the entertainment, and for that we are already in the last map, ladies and gentlemen. Last map of the evening and last map of day 1 of week 4. This is how we're going to end the things. If in case there's a chance for redemption, it starts here and now. All the teams, just as you previously mentioned, are also going into their normal drop locations. Since there's absolutely no 8-bit right now, Primorsk is going to be empty. Orangutan are not going to have any trouble. And even down south in military base, we're going to see probably the members of Reckoning dropping up, because they always try and take military base for themselves whenever there's no God's Rain out. But where is Revenant looking forward to? If it's going to be the same old Milta, I think so we might possibly see some early skirmishes, because FS drops in Milta power and their rotation might be right from between where Revenant are, because Medal are going to drop down back in Novo, and up north we also have Team Hydra in the Georgia City.
And with that, the comfortable zone is actually going to be favoring the teams, as you were just mentioning about FS being towards Milta power and Revenant being down towards Milta. It is going to be favoring them because they are pretty much in the zone, so not a lot of rotation can be anticipated or should be anticipated from their side, though we shall see if that'll be the case or not. Again, when it comes to the start itself on our screens, we are looking at a team of Chemin Esports that is making a big rotation right here, just directly gunning for it against the players of X-Park that are also making rotation, and Spray God gets dropped down right here. He did have a Scarl, he did have an AKM, but he was not able to do anything with that. And along with that, the perfect start to the game right here, and that is for Chemin Esports as they bring an annihilating play to the face of X-Park as 1 by 1 players go down. Sarang has already been dropped down, Dreams has already been dropped down as well, and what a sad state of affair this has turned out to be right here for the players of Chemin. It has been miraculous, but for X-Park, it has definitely not been the case, where Venom with a knife in his hand just completely abysmally annihilated his opposition, and that's it, not done.
SkullTz in the meantime taking on Team Forever. Taking them apart one after the other. It's Mafia who's late in the party along with Flock. They've already lost a couple of their members. Are they going to try and force this fight? Because only one of the teams is going to survive. Mafia with the nade in the hand wants to try and find one more pick onto the members of SkullTz. They're pretty low and he actually finds the one on R2. Quite sure if that's Sanhok. B still standing strong. He's already noted the position of Flock. He wants to jump in, quickly take him down with Flock in his knee angle. Tries to go in for the spray down, not quite connecting those bullets, but still will follow it up. Beast will also fall down at the same steps of his teammate. And it's going to be Team Forever coming out on top. SkullTz ending things in the manner we never really expected them to. But it seems that they're going to try. Not exactly try. They wanted to try and get some early finishes, but they will have to concede their spot on the 4th page itself. Team Forever getting 4 finishes. Now I think so would be looking to try and find a few scraps left and right. But apart from that, I think so it's better for them to try and pick up those med kits now and go for the med strat.
Again, for Team Forever, I mean, they've done the deed that they were required to do when it comes to day number 1 of week 4. They were required to sustain themselves in the top 16, and similarly is going to be the request to all the viewers. You need to do the deed that you're required to, and that is to scan that QR code, because these top 16 teams, the ones that qualify after this weekend, are the ones that are going to be moving in to that LAN finale. Just like Team Forever's Flock is trying his level best to be able to get in through that and get his buggy across, get his vehicle across. He will not be able to do so because he perhaps forgot to scan the QR code. He perhaps forgot to RSVP. You shouldn't do that. You should definitely RSVP right now and get yourself right there at Noida Indoor Stadium.
Scan code quickly, people. That's all you need to do. Because at the same time now, Team Forever, just as you perfectly mentioned, lost their vehicle. Will also have to look on towards those roads to try and find another one. Buggy is not something they're going to make do with. Either it's going to have to be a cover-up vehicle, maybe a UAS, that would be the best thing. Or a couple of buggies for both the players to have their own individual ones. But on the other side now, we were seeing a pretty aggressive Erangel early on. Chemin getting 3 players of Team X Park. Ninja Jord will also try and just play for the survival. He can't do anything else apart from that. We already have SkullTz being eliminated, a couple of members of Team Forever. And Aiko Soul this time, playing proactive. Just as I mentioned, we're going to see a lot of aggression from these teams. And Soul is the one that we always see. This X-Blind roster has been so aggressive in those fights. They solidify their place, they make sure that they're qualifying. And after that, they just decide to go on a rampage. And that's what they're doing. They heard early on fights down south of the school, and they are now trying to just find some other fight to take.
See, that's what we love to see as well. That's what viewers want to be able to see as well. When it comes to these moments, especially this late in the tournament, it is all about mayhem. And that mayhem you have to be hungry for. You have to be very, very hungry for right at the start of the game itself. That, of course, we are seeing from a lot of these teams individually. But then again, for a few of them, the conversation is a little too shy, a little too late. Perhaps X-Park could be a name to be brought in along with that. Team iFlick at the start of the day were a name to be mentioned in that same sentence, but now that has changed because iFlick have made a miraculous jump, an incredible turn and play in terms of the way that they were able to get the points.
Having those additional points, yes, that is true. It's going to be the name of the game, but okay, I mean, they just want to find the last member of Team X Park. Ninja Jord is basically praying for his survival at this point. If he's lit to live, do you think he'll be able to grab a few extra points with the med strat? Because that does seem difficult. The circle is on him. He's in the area which is going to be explored by not just one but multiple teams. I don't think so he'd be able to hold his position any longer. Maybe he could go towards the shoreline, somewhere around the edges of Lipovka, maybe. To try and find a few extra meds, but yeah, they're all just coming trying to hunt for that one guy. They're in the exact same compound too. It seems inevitable. that Ninja Jord is going to
True.
fall. His position has been noted. Is given puts as well. Can he pull off a 1v4? That could be a miracle. He tries to get one, wanted to confirm it, but Ninja Jord has been shut down. That's Kevin confirming all of their 4 flushes. Team X Spark being finished off, following the same footsteps as SkullTz.
Chemin Esports, though, as you were mentioning beautifully, when it came down to the previous game as well, this team has picked up the pace, and rightfully so. I mean, initially we saw them throughout the first 3 weeks, just taking a slow and steady pace, a passive approach to the game. And now in the 4th week itself, they do not want to be taking any chances whatsoever at all. They know they're looking comfortable in the first page of the overall, but they want to be able to solidify it so that they do not move out of that first page, and of course out of the LAN opportunity that is the top 16 teams that are going to qualify. So Chemin Esports off to a wonderful start as of now, without having had a single loss with all 4 players, 4 finish points. A definite good start for them. On the other front, previous game it was Carnival Gaming who were annihilated and eliminated thanks to, of course, IQ Soul's play. This time around, making a lot of noise. This team also, another team like Chemin, likes to stay quiet, but in week 4, that is not the case that we're looking at from the side of Carnival Gaming. Though at the same point of time, as we touched upon previously, the consistency that we anticipate from the side of Carnival Gaming, that also has dropped down in terms of the points that they're accumulating. 3-2 points is what they get per single game in the past 2 games. Is not the CG that we've seen. Though again, this being the final game, who's to say that this could be the change in the pace that they were waiting for, because CG find themselves in a really good spot pretty much in the center of the zone. Out in the open they are for sure, but still in the center of the zone with a really good control.
Just got to find that extra space on around that map. They want to have that good positioning. But we've noticed so many times that early on, it does not even matter. The zone can take some heavy hard shifts. And talking about hard shifts, in the previous game, that was a very hard take for the members of Carnival as well. They were able to take down 3 members of Soul 2, but just could not finish out that 4th one. If I'm not wrong, it was a 1v2 being pulled out.
Yep.
With the last few members.
Absolutely.
So they've got to brush those jitters off as well, because again, if you're looking at the members of Reckoning, they're also down in the military base, making their way from that bridge. Will be going in for the rotation as well. On the other side, the teams who are up north, Chemin, Alibaba Raiders, Hydra, they'll be looking forward to enter in the circle too. I love the discipline coming in from the members of Team Soul, because they tried to find some early fights down south towards Farm and between Farm and Pochinki. They did not find anyone, and they quickly went back towards the school. But look at this cluster forming down south towards the bridge. My goodness!
This is where the chaos is going to be ensuing. And again, you were talking about falling back, and that is exactly what I was noticing on our screens. It was FS Esports. They made a rotation from Melter Power. They were going up north through prison. They were trying to make their way, and the zone shifted, and they had to backtrack as well. So a lot of these teams have already apparently counted the trajectory of the zone, and they expect it to be towards the No-Rope Bridge, or at least down south from the farm towards the ridges, which again, we're still not entirely sure, but on our screens, we've got a perfect chaos ensuing right here, where Insidious, as you perfectly mentioned, was dropped down, and the play being made right now is dictating a lot of
I definitely agree, but look at Soul. They're now trying to take the fight again against one of the teams who are very close to them. TWM, they're also looking to try and find the momentum, but maybe they just want to bail out from that fight. They don't want anything of what Soul are selling to them. Down south as well, towards the bridge, you're going to look at so many teams. Team Forever, Middle, Orangutan, iFlix, Revenant, just a bit up north, Wind God. Wind God have also changed their play style, now playing very centralized, dead in the center. Trying to find a few extra fights left and right, but Soul, oh my goodness, they just want to bring the fight to TWM. They are done with the patience play. but Kyolema finds the first one. Bio also wants to try and find something else, but Nakul with the DBS has something else to say. Will be able to take one down and also confirms it. With the info that he has on his hand, the flank coming in from Sam. Oh my god, he needed a pretty spray. But that wasn't pretty at all, as his power, the nade, will now find the advantage in the hands of members of IQ Soul. And they've got the perfect cover of Rich from the one side, so other flank angle is not going to work. They've got to create something else. Sam needs to do something else.
Sam needs to find an opening right here. TWM, the trouble that has been brewing from them, or for them rather, from day one itself of the tournament has not been easy. Open finals was okay, but now, that too against a big name like IQ Soul itself. Look at the way IQ Soul have just completely transitioned and made that entire circle around the players of TWM. And that in turn, I mean, DBS in his hand, Sam all by his lonesome is going to try. But sadly, a 2v1 situation, wasn't even able to get a knock. And just like that, the entirety of the squad of TWM gets annihilated with 0 finish points on the 14th position. And of course, IQ Soul walk away with all 4 players with 4 finish points. Easy peasy. No worries at all for them. 2 finish points to S Power, as we've seen him being the powerhouse of aggression when it comes to the plays. But at the same point of time, I mean, the entirety of IQ Soul, you know, the best part about them is the synergy with which they play. And you can already see it as soon as they start a fight. You can see it. Are they really interested in the game today? Or are they just there to, you know, have some fun? Where they take on individually 3 individual teams, or they take on one team, get it done, move on ahead towards the second one. And today, it seems that latter is the mindset for IQ Soul. They want to rack up those points. They want to rack up those numbers.
They're hunting. They are just hunting. They've already racked up everything they wanted to. They don't even care if they all get taken down one after the other. They'll either, I'll be out loud while saying it, they're either going to have a behemoth of a chicken dinner with over 30 points. We might possibly see 15, 16, 17, maybe 18 finish points for them. Or they're going to get just eliminated. And with the start that they have had, I seem the former is going to be the case. But for Orangutan, they also need one more chicken dinner to try and solidify their place in the top 10 as well. Not the prettiest space to be at as of now, because the point gap is just so very low. In the meantime, Carnival Gaming also trying to find the exact same thing. They're going to get back on towards that first page from where they are being pushed apart. In middle, with the momentum not in their favor, could this fight be what they want to change?
Now again, as we move on ahead, closer and closer towards the end of stage 2. These teams are slowly going to be making their plays a little bit more tighter, as we see the players of CG having found themselves in the compound, and in close proximity to them, they've got the players of IQ Soul rotating as well. That's the team in green. So a decent position being held on from both CG as well as IQ Soul as of now when it comes to the zone. But up north of the zone, we've got the players of Chemin Esports, the team in purple in the mini map that we can see on towards the top right hand side. Now Shelter has been taken over by these 2 teams, Alibaba Raiders and Chemin. They're both towards the north, and as far as this zone is concerned, they're the only 2 around Shelter region as of now. So a very slow and steady progress is what we're looking at when it comes to this final game of the day, which I'm liking actually.
If I'm not wrong, actually created a problem for one of their own players, as they're stuck inside now between those vehicles. But on the other side now, middle, finally trying to go in for that fight, but Encode is the one who gets taken apart. Carnival Gaming retreated from that compound only for iFlix to take that space. And now iFlix are looking to try and find a few picks of their own. It's a 3v3 situation. As all the 3 players from middle just so far behind. A smoke wall being created, threatening a push, but that's about it. Nothing on the back of it. I really love all these shiny cars, though. I really hope there's a version of Koenigsegg cars in there. One of my favorite supercars. You've got Mustangs, you've got McLarens. And we just saw one in the hand of Carnival Gaming. Quite a lot of scratches on it. Just because of the way they were driving on the other side. But still, it's all the fun part that we're talking about. The thing that's not fun is the position of middle in that leaderboard. And they're still trying to find some kind of redemption.
A Koenigsegg way all the way to the top. Though sadly you don't get medals for that, and the performance we've seen from Middle Esports, I'm sorry, I'm being salty.
Ouch.
It's just tough. And, you know, the conversion again. I mean, it's no, it's just honest truth actually. That we've spoken about time and time again. For medal, it has been a tough tourney, that's for sure. And the conversion itself, it seems, is now absolutely not happening. It's just not possible. At the same time, when it comes to the plays that they're making itself, that is what they can take away from the tourney itself. Right now, Middle Esports, the way they have themselves scattered across this compound, the communication that they're part of, the way they're able to hold this compound against their opponents themselves, that is iFlex, a team that got really incredible finish points in today's games itself, is again commendable in Middle Esports' approach. So, kudos play. But now, this is where things are going to get that much more trickier. Because the zone has moved, and now we don't have a lot of land space available for all these 13 teams to be able to share. At the same point in time, don't seem to have a lot of compounds as well. We've got a lot of shacks in the zone. Not a lot of compounds from the looks of it. So another open-ended fight is what we can anticipate from this one.
One of them is also brewing towards the western side, where Orangutan are being stopped in their way by Soul. And this is a fight you would always want to see who is the better one between these two teams. But it just seems that Orangutan don't want to buy what Soul are selling, only because of the fact that they're so far away from that circle. Flock, from the side of Team Forever, the only one remaining. And with the rotation that Orangutan are going in, they'll be between Flock, iFlix as well as Revenant. I'm not a big fan of it, so we'll have to wait and see if it eventually works out in their favor, because Medal as well are just losing their members at this point, because iFlix have decided to quickly go on with the W and move forward. They are trying to win, and they've got a few finishes for themselves. Paradox also moving backwards in the meantime. The members of Team Soul just over towards that hilltop. And again, their entry will also be stopped by the members of Carnival Gaming. So we might possibly see a Soul versus Carnival version 2.0.
Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be really good. But is that going to be able to happen or not? Because before any of that takes place, it's going to be Revenant's Blaze against the rotating team of OG. And OG's player, one by one, they go down. As this is not the rotation that OG had anticipated. But along with that, as Scared, they just mentioned, we've got a 2.0 conversation communication going on our hands, as we've got the players of CG against the players of IQ Soul all over again. Knuckle with a nade being cooked to perfection, needs to be able to bring in the annihilation of CG, but CG with the two-man split is playing their cards right. Neo does go down, but at what cost?
Goblin as well, staying put, throws out a nade to flush the player upwards. Ronnie versus Goblin, and it's going to be 1-for-1 trade. Ronnie was able to take him down, but in the meantime, from the backside, Goblin was taken down by Eggy. Windgod doing the third party. Could be a blessing. Or maybe just in disguise. It's going to be Hector down with DBS in the hands, up against S-Power, as well as Knuckle, who tried to go in for that spray down with the DBS in the smoke, and they connect with the nades.
Oh, what
Knuckle
a beautiful
as well
conversion.
Working absolutely brilliantly. A beautiful conversion indeed, but in the meantime, not a good for the members. The other side, as it's going to be Reckoning, who are just demolishing their opponents. Chemin not having the best of the positioning, and that Molotov should do the trick.
Chemin Esports, sadly, they got here pretty quick and early when it comes to the shelter region. But sadly, we're not able to sustain themselves for too long. And it is going to be RG Reckoning Esports who are going to be the ones to annihilate Chemin Esports from this competition altogether itself. And with that momentum now, Reckoning wants to be able to swing on along from the northern side of the zone. Ahead is going to be FS Esports. Oh, hold on. It seems that's not going to be the case, actually, because all the noise that Reckoning made has resulted in the players of FS actually leaving this entire area. So Reckoning are all by themselves. The team in the top right-hand side in minimap in yellow, that is on our screens. And the team in purple, well, there's one final player of Chemin, but the ones that are in a vehicle, they are up front. They do have the higher ground. They are going to be patiently waiting. And that is the team of FS Esports. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. FS Esports is far below Reckoning Esports' position in the overall ranking, right?
True. Yes. They are pretty low in that ranking. But oh my god, this stalemate between iFlix and Middle, it has been out there for way too long.
True.
There have been a few nades being exchanged, but that's about it. Flock as well, just making his entrance into the circle should not be in any kind of problem. Orangutan were also taken down by the members of Revenant as Aquanox. Again, this guy is brutal. Sprays down just before the blue hits him. Make sure that he's going to make things even more difficult for the members of Middle as Sayyam was brought down to his knees. He's going to get some extra utilities as well, and Revenant are going to move forward down from the southern part of the circle and will take the entry. Yes, you mentioned there are a lot of shacks out there, but that's about it. And again, it's the members of Revenant. It seems they are going to be the favorites for the chicken dinner in this one. Oh, I might have just jinxed them. What a spray from Madrick. But they themselves are taking a spray from Soul on their 6.
Oh, this is not looking good. Again, just a minute ago, the momentum was looking very much in control in favor of Revenant Esports. But as soon as we move on ahead with that, it seems that the zone has had another curveball shift. And that in turn has resulted in FS Esports being in a very close contestation. They do have one of their players down. That's going to be Aru. He needs to get that revival, which is going to be not that far out. But at the same time, that buggy blowing up, it is a cause for concern for the position of FS. And along with that, another cause for concern is going to be for the players of RGE. As Reckoning Esports seem to be in control of the momentum, it's none other than Vingod Esports who stand up tall. And with the compound, the only compound in control of the zone, it is in favor of Vingod. A complete abysmal affair is what we've seen from Group B and C today, where the teams that have been underperforming throughout the past 3 weeks have today taken a big, massive lead.
Agreed. And again, Vingod, they need this kind of opening. But for Reckoning, I'm not quite sure. They're revving up their teammates, but they don't have any way of making that exit. And again, shots being fired. FS Natanki is the one who tries to take control of Soul, who will now just slam it to the only compound that Vingod were holding. Shots being fired on their 6. The knock has been taken already, and it's going to be Manya who finds the opening onto Rex. And it's going to be Soul who are trying to prevail in that fight. And it is just working out in their favor so very well. But Revenant as well, they've decided to find the timing to go in for the third party, as it's just going to be Ronnie. Knuckle has been brought down to his knees. Manya will be flushed off, as well as Avi and Max were in the other compound. Ronnie is the lone man standing for Soul. This rush has worked out horribly for them, but he still wants to take that fight.
Oh my.
And he cannot move outwards, tries to move upwards in that floor. I really want to see his POV at this point. Come on, it's Revenant. All 3 members. Now third one will also be brought back up. And again, it's Ronnie who's left.
iFlix is Moksh. He's trying to go for that mid strat. The other 3 teams on our screens right now. Hydra getting eliminated right there. FS Esports, they've got the momentum this time around. But all of that momentum can very well be dwindling down if Ronnie has something to say. And that's exactly what he does. He goes to the face of the opponent and brings in a beautiful nade. And then completely cheekily jumps out like Batman outside of that window. But will that be enough or not? Because that nade parade that he's trying to utilize, it's just not doing a lot of damage.
Oh!
He tried.
Man, almost pulled off a 1v3, but the reposition from Sensei. A great play coming in from his side. A fake receding footsteps. And then coming back as soon as Ronnie jumped in. That was brilliant. Sensei saving his team from demise, and an amazing decision to try and go for the third party, but Wingod cannot have any sigh of breath because it's FS who are now trying to jump into their own compound. Their 2-2 split did not work out. Both of the teams and parties are just getting flanked out from different teams with all 4 members. It's going to be difficult, but Max goes in for some extra spray down, tries to get one more person on his knees. That only does some chip damages. We will find the perfect opportunity. Taking down out with the Molotov is beautiful, as Max also has to move backwards. Spears would also want to join in the fight along with the members of Revenant who are lurking in the outskirts. FS seem to be in trouble. They could be taken down by Sensei. And Aquanox with that nade! Pierce comes into clutch and gets a massive vehicle explosion. It's only Secret remaining. He tries to take down Sensei, but Aquanox will be able to get him down. Atanki gets back up as well on his feet. He can try and find some damage, but I don't think so he'll be able to do anything more than what is already done.
With 11 finishes, Revenant have created quite a massive lead in this game and a momentum, but that momentum seems to be shifting now with FS Esports as Atanki and UMP in his hand and a nade that will do the deal and seal the deal for this 1v1v2 situation that it seems to be heading towards. We've got Revenant's one final player, Fierce, who needs to go in up along with the DBS in his hand. He wants to take down the players of Wingod. Wingod jump up and head in front of Fierce. They will bring him down. A 2v1 situation. Wingod's Max needs to get that revival on his teammate. Avi, it seems like it is not going to be the time to be able to get that revival. Atanke, he is trying to get as many utilities as he possibly can. And now trying to build up that nade, cooking up that nade through the smoke. He's going to bring that to the face, but that DBS, will that dictate the entirety of the fight? And that it will, but the nade does the trick. Max tried, could not deliver. The information he let loose as soon as he let go of that DBS shot. Let his opponent know. What a beautiful turn of events this was in the final moments of the game. Nothing taken away from Max, but GG play from FS right there. A team that needed, once again, as we were talking about it, from Group B and C today in day number 1 of week 4, the teams that have been underperforming or have not been able to perform in the first 3 weeks have done so beautifully and miraculously well for themselves. And one of those names is going to be the final game winner chicken dinner holders, FS Esports.
This is the kind of chaos you always love to see, where all the teams thrive. Now I'm gonna spoil a few things for you and also for the audience out there. Revenant as well as Soul both have got 11 finishes in their name. And if I'm not wrong, at least 10 of them are being secured by FS. And how dare I doubt Atanki? How dare I say that? That man single-handedly got the chicken for his team, and on the back of his rotation, realizing the information, absolutely phenomenal job. Jumping behind that shag, getting the members of Revenant, catching them off guard, finishing both of them off, only leaving Fierce out in the open in a 1v2 situation against Wingod. And then Fierce was able to take down Avi, and only Max was remaining who finished off Fierce, and that gave the information to the member of FS. That was Atanki, the last man standing. He threw out a nade to force a fight with Max, and the zone was in favor of Atanki. He had that cover. Max had to run out, and he could not win that duel. It was just one opportunity for him where it would have caught him off guard, but he missed that one, and Atanki was able to quickly turn around. Great game from FS.
Absolutely brilliant play. And again, being in that chaotic mess, you have to be so careful of where the sound cues are coming in from. You have to be so aware of where the other players and teams are, and in that being able to clutch something like that, where the beautiful play to the name that Atanki has for FS right there. But as we go through the highlights to start things off itself, it was Team Forever that did lose out on 2 of their players in this entire chaos, but overall they were the ones who stood tall against the players of SkullTz and walked away with a decent number of finish points, because overall when it comes to Team Forever, that is what they were looking forward to. TMW Gaming, now this was a lackluster approach coming in from their side, being out in the open, taking out shots on the open, that too against a team like IQ Soul. You know what, never mind whatever the team you take on shots against, but at least get your base set up, and that is where TMW Gaming could not set themselves up right, because it was an open all-out call against Soul to come on and pounce on, and that is where TMW Gaming could not get that fight in their favor.
I 100% agree with you on that point. EWM, they lost all the confidence, and when once Soul quickly jumped onto them, they had no idea how to deal with it. It was very unfortunate to watch, but on the other side, the spray down coming in from Avi, blowing up both of those vehicles, absolutely brilliant. Those tap shots as well, getting a perfect pick. But IQ Soul working out so very well in all of those fights. And the way they came out unscathed when they were up against Carnival Gaming, it was just mind-blowing. Yes, there was a third-party help coming in from Windgod, but even after that, they might have lost just maybe 1 or 2. That was amazing. And again, this last clutch, Atanki with that nade, a perfectly cooked one. Gets the flush, gets the confirmation, Fierce tried his best, but at the end of the day, it was just Atanki who was prevailing.
Incredible conversion, absolutely, like you perfectly mentioned. And though when it comes to the final game going in favor of FS Esports, and again, as you mentioned, when it comes to the points and finish points that they were able to accumulate along with the chicken dinner, it is going to be giving them a massive lead and jump. Will that be enough for them to get away and jump all the way close to the top 16 position? Because eventually, in the end, it will be the cutoff that we're going to be talking about at the end. But right now, it is time to talk about the MVP, the most valuable player coming in from the game today. For this, Erangel goes in favor of Revenant's Aquanox with 4 finishes and 36% finish contribution.
I was confused who's going to get the MVP. Would it be Atanki? Would it be Aquanox? Would it be Power? All of them having finishes somewhere around 4. But it was Aquanox indeed. Man was doing absolutely phenomenal job. We did see, yes, the circle kind of helping out Revenant in that situation, because normally they would always have to rotate away. But this time, they did went in for the rotation, but still, they were around that Milta area, just towards the western part of that bridge ending, and they were able to occupy a few of those compounds. And if I'm not wrong, they were the ones who caught Orangutan while rotating. So they did absolutely phenomenal in that. Making sure that this firepower duo of Aquanox and Blaze is working so well. We're going to have a look at the stars of the match too. Sensei with the best companion, going all out, Aquanox. A great performance.
A great performance indeed, as this was mentioned in Week 3's interviews as well. Sensei's performance was being asked as to why and how is it being missed, where is it going? Well, he is right there for his team. And that's what Revenant have been working towards, to be able to get those clutches back again strong. And today, in the final game, they definitely do stand out with the stars of the match going in their favor. And along with all of that, let's actually find out the number of points that these teams have been able to accumulate in the match ranking. FS Esports walk away with the chicken dinner with 8 finishes, 23 points. Revenant Esports walk away with 11 finishes, 21 points. And then followed along is going to be IQ Soul with 11 finishes yet again with 19 finishes. So looking at the top 4 teams, a very hungry team is what we're looking at, all 4 of them.
I would even count Chemin in that, because they also have 6 finishes on their hand. It's just that they were not able to gather in a good position. They were being caught, if I'm not wrong, by the members of FS when they had their own skirmish in northwestern part of that map when they tried to take the entry. I could be wrong in that part, but I personally think that was possibly the situation. Team Forever as well having 5 finishes for themselves. And yes, there was very hungry lobby. I wanted to notice on the members of Hydra too. They were on 5th place, but they had no finish points at all. Eventually ending up in the 7th position in the overall rankings. But now we're going to see at the leaderboards, because this will decide the fate. Who might be in that top 16 and who might have a little bit of a leeway. Entity still retaining their first spot. Team IQ Soul just 1 point away from them.
Well, 1 point shy is going to be IQ Soul from that pole position against Entity, and that tomorrow, once again, is going to be in the clutches of either of these teams, or it might just be Chemin Esports taking the lead. But overall, again, when it comes to this day number 1 of week 4, it is looking real good. That is page number 1. But page 2 is where things start to get that much more trickier, because that is where the cutoff is going to be showcased. Keep in mind that only top 16 teams are going to qualify for the LAN finale. And being in the top 16
is not as easy.
That's easy. I'm gonna agree with you, but look at the massive jump of Reckoning.
Yep.
Right at 16th position. I love the way how they are playing. Even the fan favorite Godlike is also at the 12th place, working really well. Carnival Gaming from the top 8, they've dropped down way too low to 14th place, and now are also being threatened a little bit. I would not lie for that. So they would have to level up their game. Alibaba Raiders falling down to 15th position. Blind making their way to up 9th place. And iFlix as well. We were talking about this team. It was 17th at that time, taking a 7th slot jump, moving up 10th place with 243 points for themselves. I was talking how the cutoff might actually reach 250, but looking at the way these teams are playing, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if it reaches somewhere around 260 to 280.
That's what I was thinking as well. Looking at 219 already on the 16th position. Yeah, we could very well reach a 260 margin, and only 1 point shy is going to be Big Brother sitting on the 17th position. 3 points shy is going to be Gen X FM. And along with that, of course, as you go down the list, the numbers keep increasing, where Team 8-Bit on the 19th position with 212 points. So it is still not too far away till you reach Hydra officials, where you are looking at 205 points, which again, for Hydra officials, if they are able to, get those numbers for themselves, all of these teams on the second page, actually, or my apologies, on the third page, have what it takes to get in the top 16. OR Esports, FS Esports, as we just saw, Hydra officials, Team Together Esports, maybe. But the numbers, when it comes to the total points and numbers, there isn't too big of a difference for them to be able to climb up, because tomorrow and day after are the 2 more days that these teams are going to have that are sitting on the second, third, and the fourth page.
But we'll just have to wait and see if it actually would be possible for teams like Medal and TWM Gaming, including SkullTz as well in the mix, because it's somewhere between 70 to 80 point difference between them and the 16 spot right now, which is just going to increase even further as the days go on. So it's going to be difficult for their side. For Xpark, Team Zero, they all have to pull off a feat that FS were able to achieve right now. So that is the only way for them to potentially try and move in the top 16. And I am not quite sure if that would be so easy to achieve. And FS, if we're talking about them as well, they themselves have to do the exact same thing. They're the ones who've got to try and make their move. This is the last few chances that you have. 3 of the games are already over, so only 6 are remaining.
Exactly. For all the teams, 6 games is what does remain before we find out the top 16 that shall qualify for that LAN finale itself. And of course, every team, 32 teams, participated. Only 16 move on forth. So it is a tough draw. But as we move on to the finished leaders, nothing much changes over here. Ninja Boy is still going to be leading the charge. But one thing that has changed today is the difference itself. Because you talk about Punk, he has gotten so close to the lead that Ninja Boy had created earlier. It seems that now it seems to be catching up.
And that is one of the reasons why we are seeing Reckoning moving up as well in those slots. If I'm not wrong, they were at the 16th place themselves. So that's the kind of performance they really need to pull off. We expected this team to do good. Punk individually is doing brilliant. His team also needs to step up now with him. They were able to do that today, and I'm expecting that to happen tomorrow too. Ronnie as well, moving from the 4th spot now to the 3rd spot. 27% finish contribution with 43 finishes of his own. Now let me have a time to calculate. And he's got 43 finishes and a 27% finish contribution. If you're going to double it, that means at least 2 more players from his team should have somewhere around 43 finishes themselves. And it clearly shows what a great team effort the entire Soul is putting in. And it's not just on the back of one player. All of them are playing brilliant. Now, how do you stop a team with such a massive firepower?
Absolutely. So perfectly mentioned by you. And the stats, I believe, are absolutely correct, because that's not only going on for them, but also for GE as well. For Ninja Boy and along with his teammates, because they all just combine their efforts together to be able to get those numbers racked up, at least as far as the finish points are concerned, the finish leaders are concerned. But when it comes to the finishers, well, the day number 1 does come to an end right here, does come to a finish, but not before we have a very big request, which is going to be the RSVP for the LAN, because 16th to 18th, the LAN is going to be taking place. Top 16 teams are going to be qualifying. Quickly get that QR scanned, as you're going to be able to get your tickets sorted. Along with that, you'll see all the fan favorite teams and everybody who's going to be able to qualify, and I'm sure some big names that are going to be there casting the games for us all. Now, in all of that, we are still to go through tomorrow and day after to figure out which 16 teams are we looking at. Again, you can probably take out the top 5 of the lot, but then all the way from the 8th all down to the 16th, there can be a lot of changes, but we'll find out what will be the case tomorrow and day after.
A basic cushioning can be given to the teams who are in the top 8. Yes, I agree. But if we are really checking for all the possibilities, and based on the way things are going on right now, how Seoul has just decided to leave everything at B and they're going in for those slam plays. Normally, we were not seeing those slams coming in from them. We were seeing a more conservative play. They were trying to play for the positions. And that is one of the reasons they had some amazing not just finished points, but position points as well. But this time they've just changed the gears entirely. It's like they've decided, you know what? At the end of the day, we want everyone to see that we've got more finished points than our position points. And that's why, based on the firepower they have, they are performing exceptionally well. Now, we can give the cushioning to them. But at the same time, I still feel that the other teams, yes, they can try and make an upset in the entire bottom 8, like 8 to 16. That's what I want to say.
Right.
So they can try and finish all of them off. But before we go further ahead, I really want to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors, Snapdragon Elite Gaming, because their winning is matters the most. And I messed it up yet again. Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most. Second is going to be none other than Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Level up your game. And on third, we've got Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast. A huge shout out and thank you for all of these sponsors that have made the tournament possible. And at the same time, what are your options to see what's going to happen on the LAN?
Well, absolutely. With that, today's day does come to an end, and it has been an incredible day. But that's A-OK, as we'll be back again tomorrow to find out a lot more things that are going to be going up or down. Well, things are going to be swinging all around tomorrow and day after. Till then, we'll bid you adieu. Take care. Stay awesome. Bye-bye.
Coach, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no care. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work.